It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, February 26, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to a brand new edition of the program. It is great to be here on a lovely, lovely Monday afternoon in New York City. And my, oh my, do we have a lot to discuss, my friends. And what a buzz today in the studio, in the office. There is so much to discuss. There is so much going on. It is a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be a fight fan because a lot has happened since we last spoke. On Thursday, PFL announced that Francis Ngannou would fight the winner of their main event that was scheduled for Saturday in Riyadh. Henan Ferreira, or is it Fejera? One R is Alex Pereira, who was in studio on Wednesday. Two R's is Fejera. So it's like when it's two R's, one R is This is what I've learned. Shout out to the Brazilian beast, Guilherme Cruz, for that. Anyway, so they announced that on Thursday. We had the PFL Bellator event on Saturday. We had UFC Mexico City on Saturday night. That was a fascinating main card and a fun card throughout. Just a ton going on, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff as well. So let's get right into it. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Stay tuned because later in the program, I'll tell you more about them and the great stuff that they have going on. We appreciate their support. As always, much love to our good friends over at DraftKings. Now, back into the show, we'll check in with the guys regarding how they did this past weekend. We'll see how the Parlay Boys, are they even still intact? I don't know the answer to this question. I do not know. It was like an old school UFC fight night on Saturday. And when I say old school, I mean the Fox Sports era. We don't get a lot of 10 p.m. main card Eastern starts here for the fight nights. Back in the day, back in the Fox Sports days, every single fight night had a 10 p.m. start. It was brutal. And it would go to like 1:30. They just wanted to eat up as much programming time as possible. Now we get the odd 7 to 10, 4 to 7. It's tremendous. I love it. I mean, sure, we can complain about the Apex all day long, but as far as the timing is concerned, way more favorable to us on the East Coast and to the the overseas fans. So this felt like an old school one. Also, it was in a big arena, so there were just some elements of that. So I didn't check in with the guys, and I'm looking forward to hearing how they did. Now, my friends, there's a bit of a takeover going on today's program. Yes, we have 4 guests from the world of boxing who are joining us all in studio. Now, these aren't your average guests. These are 4 of the biggest names in the sport right now. We found out Wednesday night that the highly anticipated Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia fight is in fact going to be taking place on April 20th, but not in Las Vegas, where most of us thought it would happen, not in California, where both men have lived for a good portion of their lives, but actually right here in New York City at the Barclays Center, to be exact, in Brooklyn. How incredible is this? It's been a while since Golden Boy, who are promoting the event on DAZN pay-per-view, April 20th. It's been a while since they held an event here in Brooklyn. It's been a while since there have been a big event in Brooklyn, it seems like. Pre-pandemic? There hasn't been a time. No, Gervonta fought in Brooklyn like 2 years ago. But still, I mean, there hasn't been a ton. And there was once a time where PBC was holding events here all the time. Obviously, UFC has held several as well. So this is big for the scene, for the region. Anyway, in studio today, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Oscar De La Hoya, Eddie Hearn. Golly, we have security back there. It's like, you remember the opening shot where Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson faced off right before they went toe-to-toe in Memphis back in the day, 2002? This is like that. It's like the line of security. I mean, all 4 of these guys have issues. It's going to be tremendous theater. I can't wait. So first it'll be Devin Haney at around 1:30. Then it'll be Ryan Garcia at 2:30. Then it'll be Oscar at 3. Then it'll be Eddie Hearn at 3:30. And there's a ton going on in the world of boxing, not only pertaining to this fight, but also regarding Canelo's future, Terrence Crawford's future, PBC's future, just all kinds of stuff. So I can't wait. They're all going to join us in studio today. It's going to be madness. It's going to be absolute madness. But before we get into all of that, buckle up. It will be a fun day. And what a day we had on Wednesday with the likes of Alex Pereira in studio and Plinio. And how about those two guys saying that they were done with their travels, and then I see them in Mexico City? These guys are world travelers. I see them in Mexico City, front row, living the dream. Plinio with the freaking Lucha Libre mask looked fantastic as a luchador. Shout out to Rey Mysterio as well. Seemed to be loving life over there. Also, we had Elimination Chamber. We had the great KSW event, Ryzen. Just so much going on. But let me ask the guys in the back, GC New York Rick, this question. Because I actually, usually I'll start the show and we'll talk for 25 minutes and I'll wax poetic on this, that, and the other, and then I'll go to them. But I actually want to go to them right off the bat. And I'll start with you, GC. Biggest story of the weekend. What's the biggest story of the weekend? This past weekend, you could go in several different directions, right? You can go Francis, you can go PFL Bellator. PFL, doesn't have a strong showing. 5-1 they lose on the main card. You can go, obviously, UFC in Mexico and those different permutations. You could go off the grid, and I have a contender for that as well. What are you going for as far as the top? If you're in the office on a Monday and you're at the water cooler and Joe from accounting says to you, hey, what was the biggest story in combat? What are you saying to him?
I actually was just at the water cooler, and our guy Miles was like,
oh, wow.
What was the biggest story in the combat weekend? I'm between Brian Ortega and the comeback against Yair, the comeback period, to see him have that layoff and come back and get a huge win over Yair Rodriguez. Also, the two Mexican stars, Yair Rodriguez and Brendan Moreno, both falling short in the main and co-main event. But I'm actually going to go with the return of Francis.
Wow.
Hernan Ferreira winning in 21 seconds against Ryan Bader and essentially locking up a fight where he'll be paid millions of dollars and fight Francis Ngannou in his return to MMA. That's the thing, supposedly. I really was beginning to doubt if he was just going to stay in boxing for the rest of his career, but it seems like there are plans in place. He was there at the fight. Wish we had gotten him in the cage, but if this comes to fruition, this is the biggest story of the weekend for me.
Okay, so I have multiple things to say on those two things, the Ortega win and the Francis win. But first, let me give Rick a chance to weigh in. Biggest story of the weekend.
Clarissa Shields win.
Another win by the Guo baby.
Whoa!
All she does is win. It's the PFL and Bellator era beginning for me. It's we get to see the first glimpse of what the new second promotion, for all intents and purposes, or co-leader, if you ask Don Davis, in MMA is. And I think that's important. I think that setting the tone and establishing what this is going to be and getting off to a start after, it seemed like the end of the PFL season seems like ages ago, seems like a lifetime ago. And in that time since they've acquired Bellator, this feels like the beginning of something. Now, I'm not intentionally not giving my grade for it yet because I imagine we'll speak more about it. But to me, that is the most significant thing with the longest lasting effects is that the PFL Bellator era kicked off, and we've now seen what that will look like and got a glimpse of what that will look like moving forward.
Okay, so obviously there's no wrong answer here. All, tremendous stories, big stories worth talking about, debating, dissecting. I'll actually go off the grid and say for the sport on the whole, as far as what was the biggest story, I actually think the biggest story happened on Sunday afternoon in Madrid at the Santiago Bernabeu. I think Ilia Topuria, and we have the footage right here, and we could run it as I'm talking about it. Ilia Topuria being welcomed, showered with praise and love, an ovation, 85,000 people at the Bernabeu prior to the Sevilla-Real Madrid match. There he is, shaking hands. You see his buddy Sergio Ramos jumping in there, who now plays for Sevilla. He was in the front row when he fought Josh Emmett back in June. This moment right here for the sport, a moment like this, to me, felt unfathomable 5-6 years ago. This is one of the most storied, celebrated, decorated clubs, sporting clubs, regardless of sport, on the planet. Having a moment like that at the beginning of a big match for a UFC champion, a guy who just won the belt a week ago, not a UFC champion who's defended it 5-6 times, just won the belt a week ago, And I know that the UFC and La Liga, which is where Real Madrid plays, I know they have some sort of partnership. Great. That doesn't mean they have to do something like this. It obviously helps. It doesn't hurt. But to do that only tells me that they're very serious about going to Spain, that they're serious about doing something in conjunction with Real Madrid and the Bernabeu. And then I saw, okay, so that's gigantic. I mean, look at that. And, you're on the clock, Premier League. You got to do something. I know Leon Edwards had a little nice moment at Aston Villa, but that was 3 title fights in. We need something at the Etihad for Tom Aspinall. We need more for Leon. We need more. I mean, if La Liga is doing that at a Real Madrid match, we need more from the top league in the world. But point is, that's gigantic, not only for Ilya, but the sport in a territory that has never hosted a UFC event before. They haven't really developed that many great local stars. There's been a couple of guys here and there over the years from Spain, but nothing like this that would warrant something like this. That is gigantic. And so then that leads me to what GC just said about the co-main event on Saturday, because the co-main event to me was fascinating and the biggest and most interesting fight of the weekend, and that was Brian Ortega versus Yair Rodriguez. Brian Ortega wins, and we'll get into the win in a moment. But I saw some people saying oh my God, what a disaster for the promotion, what a disaster for UFC's debut in Spain, X, Y, and Z. Let that clip that we just showed be a reminder. Ilia Topuria could fight anyone whenever they go to Spain. He could fight me. He could fight those 2 guys in the back together. He could fight a broomstick. He could fight this guy right here and sell that place out. And yes, I know the 85,000 people weren't there for Ilia. They were there to watch the match. But you see the ovation. You see the media that is covering him there. You see the attention that this is receiving. You see the people backing him. It doesn't matter if you, obviously from a storyline standpoint, from a beef standpoint, from all that, Yair versus Ilya would have been tremendous. Can't do it right now, maybe down the line. It doesn't matter if it's Max. It doesn't matter if it's Brian. It doesn't matter if it's Volk. It doesn't matter if it's Movsar. It doesn't matter if it's Josh Emmett too, Bryce Mitchell, name them. It doesn't matter. He is that big of a deal and only getting bigger if he can defend the title successfully a few times. So initially I was thinking this is a bit of a bummer. But then you see something like that, and then you take a step back and you see the reaction to him winning over the past week, the reception when he landed at the airport and whatnot. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at this point. He is reaching that status where if they book him to fight in Spain, and in particular in that stadium, I don't think the opponent matters. They can do no wrong at this point with him, in my opinion. Guys, agree or disagree?
Agree. Strong agree. I mean, he's the man of the moment right now. He feels like he has all the momentum. We continue, and everybody continues to kind of talk about Conor McGregor, but this is the trajectory. This is how you get to that, is by taking advantage of these opportunities, people talking about you, the world kind of paying attention, and then when you have that attention, submitting your best moments. And so if he can continue to do that, if the next fight looks as good as the last fight, and he can parlay that to the next one and the next one and the next one, the sky's the limit for the guy. He's got the world within his grasp right now. It seems like he can do no wrong, and if he continues to submit the performances he has, man, I'm excited about what the future holds for him.
100%. And I mean, his next fight has to be in Spain. I think that's inarguable. It's got to be in Spain. And you're talking about he could fight a broom, whoever. Max Holloway is not a bad person to fight. I mean, that guy has star power on his own. I think that fight would just be monumental. I mean, as big as it gets. I feel like that's all I can say when it comes to Ilia Topuria lately.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I just wonder if Max wins and looks great against Justin Gaethje, why not just stay at 55? Although you can make a case Max versus Ilya is a bigger fight on a worldwide level than him versus Islam, in Las Vegas or wherever they do that. I don't know.
If Max is in that spot and has those choices, I think there's an easy answer, right? I think Ilya is the answer.
I think it is too. I actually think it is too.
I wonder who's more famous on a worldwide level right now, Islam or Ilya?
No, Islam's got some big cachet, but in front of a stadium in Spain, the opportunity to play spoiler for the UFC's new pet project, man, that's something. And in a division that you've ruled for the longest time until Alexander Volkanovski came along, that's a tempting offer for somebody like a Max Holloway to be able to do. I don't think there's a bad answer there, right? Like you're talking about the two champions in two prominent weight classes. Like you're in a good. If Max Holloway can pull this off, he's in a really good spot. But I think you have to go with the Ilya fight.
It is also interesting. I think Islam tweeted this morning in response to Ilya mentioning his name and saying that he's going to fight Justin Gaethje on June 8th. Obviously, those plans aren't set in stone or anything. But
June 8th.
Yeah, I think that's what
he said.
Yeah,
that's less than 2 months.
He did say that a while ago.
That's less than 2 months after UFC 300.
Oh yeah, maybe it wasn't today. But
I know there was some back and forth between Ilya and Islam, but June 8th seems rather quick.
Yeah, don't take me on that. I thought it was today. I had to have seen it on some sort of aggregator site.
But what me?
He said it recently though. That you're not pulling that out.
No.
That was like a month ago. Maybe he said that. So
yes, which once Justin was booked for April 13th, like I guess anything can happen, but I just don't see him. I don't see that fight at UFC 300 ending in 2 minutes and just being like those guys are going to need some time. You know what I mean?
I think a decent amount of time.
They're going to need some time. But let us talk about Brian Ortega, because what a journey that was on Saturday, right? Okay, so the two biggest stories coming out of Saturday night in Mexico City were Brandon Royval beats Brandon Moreno in a hotly contested, very close matchup. In the end, I thought the right guy won. Brandon Royval wins. And there's a trickle down effect there regarding UFC 301, because I think a lot of us thought, all right, Moreno wins. You do Moreno versus Pantoja to 301. That is pay-per-view worthy. Not sure if Royval versus Pantoja 2, especially considering they just fought in December, is pay-per-view worthy. That's fine. Let's just pause on that one for a moment. Co-main event to me was the bigger fight. Yair and Ortega. So much at stake here because of the stuff that Yair was saying. And because the division is in focus, because there's a new king, all that stuff. Yair on fire all week. Ortega seems to be in great spirits. Back for the first time since 2022 when they fought on Long Island and the fight ended unceremoniously because Ortega gets hurt. He's there with his kids. Seems to be in really great form. Buffer is announcing him in the cage, and I'm watching this, and he's jumping up and down, and then all of a sudden, like, you see him wince. And you're like, did something just happen to Brian Ortega? Did you guys notice right away as well? I remember texting you guys. I'm like, I think the dude just hurt himself. I didn't know exactly what had happened, but it definitely seemed like something was bothering him, right?
I mean, we since know that, like, they showed a great replay of it. Dude rolled his ankle pretty bad, like in the warm up, and by all accounts from people that were there and watching on TV, he looked like he was a little bit shell shocked from that moment, and admitted as much in the post-fight press conference as well.
It was wild. It was like, why do weird things always seem to happen to this guy in Mexico? Remember the Yair and Jeremy Stevens fight ended in seconds with the eye poke and whatnot. And so I thought that he was in trouble. It seemed like something was bothering him. And then you see him like jump up and you're like, is his ankle going to snap? What's going to happen here? And then Yair looks amazing in the first round, right? He looks fantastic. Like, oh, he's going to do it. It's all coming together for Yair. And then he ends up losing. It was a shocking turn of events. I thought Ortega was done. The ankle and the shots he was taking, right?
Dropped bad, and then it looked like Yair was going to finish the fight at any moment. I mean, it was an insane comeback. It was really great. I mean, the bounce back in round 2 and then to get the finish in round 3. I mean, it was an incredible performance by Brian Ortega. But yeah, the ankle, I didn't notice it until the broadcast pointed it out. But yeah, it looked like he was in some pretty serious pain.
And good on them for showing it. I love that they did that.
Yeah.
That's sometimes stuff that they might want to like sweep under the rug. No, I love that they showed it.
Agreed.
It felt
when they showed that, I was like, wow, they got it instantly before the fights. The bell rang. They had this replay, and I was like, wow, this is elite production right here. This is what you hope to see.
This is great. This is transparent. I love everything about it. And so Ortega, and there was so much there. Ortega wins. He submits him. Great submission. Yep. We see later on. Henner Gracie posting the clip of them working on that exact arm triangle choke, almost in the exact same position. And those videos are always very fun. Henner's always on top of that stuff. And he seems to have held on just a little bit long. He did say afterwards that he was having problems with his hearing, with his eardrums. Couldn't tell. It was very loud in there. There seems to be a lot of love between those two.
I was going to say, it's very clear that it wasn't intentional because of how much love he has for Yair.
Yeah, I didn't view it as like a Babalu Sobral, Chuck Liddell situation where someone was trying to like really hold on to hurt the guy. I think he was just, in a different dimension perhaps. clutching on for dear life. And then what about that moment afterwards where he tells Mark Goddard not to raise his hand because, as he put it in his video with Henner, like, I did the job, I got the win, that's that. I've never seen that before. Like, he was almost unsure how to celebrate.
Well, even if you look back to the last time they fought, and if you look to the face-off after the weigh-in, there's clearly just a lot of respect and love and admiration between the two guys, almost to the point where it's like, they maybe would have liked to avoid each other if they could have, but recognize that they're in an important position in both of their careers, and they just respect each other, and he doesn't want to, make it a moment where Yair has to be out of the spotlight and wants to bring him into it. So I have a lot of respect for what Ortega's how Ortega's handled that. And in when the roles were reversed in Long Island, Yair trying to do the same thing for Ortega. So I think it's just a bit of mutual respect, love, and admiration between the two, and I'm happy to see it. It's lost a little bit sometimes in the sport, and it was nice to see that.
It's interesting, main and co-main, you say, the Mexican guy didn't win, but both Brandon Royval and Ortega have ties to Mexico. Maybe not born in Mexico, but it was kind of weird that they were trying to remind the audience, like, hey, like, I'm sort of one of you as well. So it wasn't all that bad. And considering that performance and considering everything he said afterwards, and he really opened up about his trials and tribulations over the last couple of years, Ortega has always been one to wear his heart on his sleeve. Is Ortega the guy? Like, should it be Ortega? Should it, they just announced Noche UFC will be 306. So that rules out September for the Spain card. Maybe August, but it could very well be October. Then we're talking about, Abu Dhabi territory. November is MSG. We are approaching a length of time where you may feel comfortable if you're Volk's team. I really don't know which direction they're going to go in. Ortega's in the mix, obviously. Holloway, win or lose, but certainly if he wins, would be in the mix. Volk should be in the mix if it's in a long amount of time, not if it's in like 4 months. I really don't know. Do you guys think that Ortega should trump either one of those guys? Should he? If we were going to give the number one contender slot to Yair if he won, why don't we give it to Ortega?
Well, I mean, we do this all the time. Come on. We know
I know, but why?
The stakes for one is not the same as the stakes for the other. Yair has built the fight. To the point here, how about this? Explicitly, when given the opportunity to make the claim and say, I want to fight Ilya, Brian Ortega said, hey, I'm not going to give you guys a show in the cage. And then in the post-fight interview, kind of alluded to Spain and said, if Volk doesn't want the fight, I'm open to going to Spain, but isn't saying Ilya Topuria. So I don't think that, that is enough of a sign to me to say, oh, this should supersede Volkanovski or even a Holloway type name. So no, I don't think it. Just because Yair was set up for that, Yair was clearly angling for it and made his intentions clear. I don't think that it necessarily means that. And I do think from the, what do we call a quote unquote bigger fight perspective, both Max and Alex are bigger names for Ilya.
Really interesting. What do you think, GC?
Yeah, I think it should be Max. If we're not going to give,
regardless of what happens.
Regardless of what happens, yeah. I mean, if you look at his, he's in the last however many years at featherweight, he's only lost to Alexander Volkanovski. I mean, he's knocked off top contender after top contender. I really think that this is just an opportunity to put an incredible fight on for UFC 300, go up a weight class. I don't think what he's done at 45 should be dinged because of that. If we're not going to give Volk the immediate rematch, I think it should go to Holloway.
All right, fine. I thought it was just such an amazing performance. I mean, we'll see.
It was an amazing performance.
And by the way,
Back in the Heart was tremendous stuff.
That doesn't necessarily mean that Ortega can't fight for a title next or one more, right? Like, you can still finish business with Volkanovski or get the Holloway fight, and then Ortega can still slide in as the next contender. No problem. All
Ortega
three are.
Movsar?
Yeah, he hasn't. The only thing is he hasn't fought a lot, right? Ortega Movsar is a great fight.
Yeah, it is. It is.
There's your next contender fight.
The one thing I'll say about Ortega hasn't fought a lot is that seems to not affect him. For whatever reason, layoff, he seems to improve or at least be as good as he was before when he comes back. So I'm not as concerned about that aspect of it. Like, before the Korean Zombie fight, he came back and looked like a completely different fighter. Upended his whole life, changed everything. Before this fight, he talked about the turmoil, upended his whole life, came back and looked just as good and showed the grit that he had before. So, like, I'm not concerned about the layoff part of it when it comes to Ortega. Maybe he'll want himself to keep a little more active. But yeah, there's no bad options. Ilya Topuria's got a lot of people calling his name and a lot of good options for him to fight.
I could see a scenario. Either Max Holloway loses on April 13th or looks great and stays at 155. Not enough time for Volk and his team, and Ortega is next.
You think Volk wouldn't do it tomorrow if asked?
Oh, 1,000% I think he would do it. But maybe there's people around him who say, let's just take a breath here. Okay. You know? Maybe. I'm just saying, I don't think it's a crazy thought that they say, just chill out here, sit in the front row. You're next. Your next fight is for the belt. But we get this one done. Maybe they need to do. By the way, there's a lot at stake here, but the football season, the soccer season in Spain, it ends around May, and then it resumes in, I think, August. Don't quote me, but I think that's what it is. Maybe you have to do it in that period there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Maybe
July. That July. I guess they're only going to do one pay-per-view in July this year with international.
Yeah, but I heard that's July 20th. Last I heard, again, all this could be very fluid. They can move it around easily. Is that the late July one was Utah? Like last year.
Yeah.
But what's so interesting about the Bernabeu is there's a retractable roof.
Yeah.
So even if it's, in July over there in Spain is boiling hot, you can combat that. So this is all
that's always been Dana White's concern. Indoor, outdoor. Whenever he talks about the stadium show, is it indoor or is it outdoor? Do we have to worry about the elements? And if you've got the roof, then it makes things possible.
I was so impressed. I was really so impressed with both guys throughout the week, but then the win, considering everything he had been through. Now, regarding the main event, Moreno loses. I thought if he would have won, he could have been next for Pantoja. Do you do Royval versus Pantoja as the main event of 301, or this is the new 300 main event story? What the hell are they going to do with 301? They had it right there. It was Alex Pereira. I don't think he'll turn around. That seems crazy. Almeida against Aspinall seems a little too soon too, but maybe something is, I don't know. Maybe something can be done if he gets by. Is that enough? Could they do Royval versus Pantoja 2 and just try to load the rest of the card?
Flyweight's been a division of rematches, right? A division of the kind of the cream of the crop guys, the same names kind of running it back. And not for lack of trying to create contenders, right? We had Manel Kopp as somebody who it seemed like was being groomed for a title opportunity and then missed weight. It seems like at a certain point, you just have to go with who's available. And I'll tell you two guys who are always available, Brandon Moreno and Brandon Royval. When it's time to fight, they're there. They will step up and they will fight every single time. And so you have to reward them in a certain capacity when that's the thing. Alexandre Pantoja could headline that Brazilian card and is looking for an opponent. You could do a lot worse than Brandon Royval. I don't think we got the best of him in that fight. And I think there would be a better performance if we had it this time. It's not great. It's hard to convince people if he's already beat him twice and all of a sudden he's jumping in there for a third. But what better option is there at this point?
I mean, I guess it's. I don't think you can wait for the UFC 300 main event.
No, you're rolling the dice there too much. And then,
there's a very real world where there's no way Pereira can make that turnaround.
Or did you guys think, by the way,
what if you book it though, and then you hope that you get Alex Pereira to turn around, and if you don't, then you have that as the main event anyway. The main event you would have had, now you have that main event anyway.
You're saying announce Pereira?
No, announce Pantoja and Royval.
Yeah.
Okay.
Say this is the fight, and then you hope Pereira turns around, clean win over Jamal Hill, hops in. Now you've got best of both worlds. Now you put that above, and you're good. I don't hate that.
That's okay. What about
Royval,
this one?
This will be if they fight, then 3 of Pantoja's last 5 fights.
I just don't think it happens. What about this one from Shaheen in our chat here? Okay. Mohamed Makhayev, if he wins on Saturday.
He's got a big fight against Alex Perez. He's only at 8 and he's fighting 7, but I mean, it really does come down to what other options do you have.
He falls short, by the way, of the record. I think he's like 30 days away.
He's not going to be able to get it in time. But yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the rankings, like Amir Albazi.
Is that pay-per-view headline worthy, or does it not really matter at this point?
Well, he was supposed to be in that fight. You get to skip out on the Moreno fight and just get a title shot anyway, even though Royval was the one that won it.
I think he needed that fight against Moreno.
I think he did too. I think if he won against Moreno, then it's a no-brainer to put him in there.
No, I'm talking Makhayev against. If Makhayev wins, is that
but we were saying Albazi doesn't feel.
No.
Is Makhayev?
Yeah, I mean,
Makhayev will have more buzz and momentum if he wins.
Yeah.
Than Albazi at this point.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, no doubt. Like if he can go out,
that Albazi for sure.
If he goes and gets a finish, that'll be like 4 finishes in a row for him, and now he's getting on the upper echelon of the rankings. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the...
Does he have more than Royval, though? That's the debate, right?
Yeah, that is the debate.
I feel like Royval beating Brandon Moreno says something to me. That's
just hard to go right back to. We just saw it in December.
I get it. And it wasn't competitive either.
Right. You've seen it twice as well.
Yeah.
Finished him in the first one, 50-45 in the second one, and now we're going to go right back to it. I just don't know.
Did you guys think that Royval won the fight? Because I know there was
sure.
Okay, there were some people who said
by the end he was putting it on him. Dude.
I know.
Moreno was
the output was nuts.
Second half of the fight, he completely took it away.
I was actually laughing in like the fourth and fifth round, the output that he was putting out, and I was just thinking about how he was like, altitude's fake. It's just a mental thing. It's just a mindset. Because I mean, to him, it really did seem just like a mindset. Like he was putting out insane numbers at the end. It feels like we've never really seen Brandon Moreno like that, just getting completely outworked, especially in those later rounds.
Here's what it'll take for me. The performance was impressive enough that I'd be okay with the title opportunity. If Makhachev gets an insanely impressive, spectacular win and hops on the mic and calls for the title shot, I'm okay with that superseding it. Ultimately, that's what it's going to take for me. You need to have the performance of your life, and you need to get on the mic and say, this is my title opportunity. I'll see you in Brazil. Royval did it. And I'm enough convinced that like that seems like a pretty solid option.
In front of the raucous Apex crowd.
Fuck. What if Alex Perez goes out there and chokes out Makhachev in the first round?
It is I mean, that would be nuts.
But then you also have the issue of Alex Perez fought Pantoja a year and a half ago and got finished in 90 seconds. The odds are Makhachev like minus 350.
Imagine this was the card that was supposed to be in Saudi Arabia. Makhachev would obviously be a big star there.
This was all set up for Kopp, and then it was all set up for Moreno.
Yep.
And neither guy got it done.
All set up for Albazi too. I mean, that was essentially a title eliminator for Albazi versus Moreno.
Yep. Best laid plans. Flyweight just can't escape the rematches.
When was the last time Kai Kara France fought? The Albazi fight?
Yeah.
It's like you can't really put him in over it. Albazi just pulled out of
June
a fight.
Or something?
June of last year.
Yeah.
Mateus Nicolau got knocked out by Brendan Royval. Manel Kopp, obviously the weight issues. Then Alex Perez is fighting Muhammad Makhachev at 7-8.
Yeah, it's a doozy.
And that it feels like that's what's going to have to be the main event if you want Brazilian ties.
I got
301.
Alex Pereira could do it. If anybody can do it, that guy could do it.
If he somehow wins at 300, main event's 301 and wins there too.
We've made so much and talked about how much he's accomplished in such a short amount of time. It's what he does. It's just what the dude does.
Let's throw it out there. He wins 300. He goes and defends again at 301. And then for his 10th and final UFC fight, he moves up to heavyweight, wins the belt to heavyweight.
And then he retires?
Retires off in the sunset. You get 10 fights out of me.
By the way, who's the opponent on May 4th?
Who? It doesn't matter.
Magomed Ankalaev.
Yeah.
Nah, give it to Khalil Roundtree. Give it.
Sure. That's fine.
That's fine. Roundtree. I love Khalil, but
let's do it.
Come on.
You can make the case for Ankalaev, dude.
Khalil Roundtree would be sick.
I mean, it would be sick. It would be a sick fight.
Oh my God, that fight would be incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like someone is guaranteed to go out. But I mean, you're talking about Magomed Ankalaev, who lost the title fight by a draw, 3 in the rankings, and Khalil Roundtree at 8.
All right,
I just feel like they would give it to.
Let's put a pin on the Saturday talk. We still have to talk about PFL, Bellator, John Jones, Francis Ngannou. For now, let us say hello to our first in-studio guest of the day. We've got royalty here. We've got arguably the best at 135 and 140. He'll be headlining on April 20th here in New York at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. The dream himself, Devin Haney, my man.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Good to see you, my brother.
Back like I never left. It seemed like I was just here. I was just here, right?
You were just here, a couple of months ago. I was supposed to see you in San Francisco. It fell through. They were trying to hold me down.
Yeah.
The man.
Everything happens for a reason.
It's all good. I was watching from afar. We just had your dad on like a week ago. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know.
On the show. He didn't tell you.
No, he didn't tell me.
He came snazzy with the suit and everything. He was in the back of a car. I don't know where he was.
Okay. I think I did see a clip.
Is he here, by the way?
He's not out there, no. I think he's on his way here, though.
Okay. How are you, sir?
He's on a ton of media.
Yeah, he's a star, too.
Yeah, man.
It's good to see you. You smell fantastic, by the way.
Oh,
I don't know if anyone told you that, but...
I haven't heard that today, but I was wondering if they could smell me.
Yeah, no, you smell fantastic. What is it? Do you want to tell us, sir?
It's something that you just got to keep,
Okay, to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, on the deal. You don't want people like...
Yeah, because it's like,
imitating you.
all right, he smells like Devin.
Sure. Okay, wow, so much to talk about. We don't have a lot of time, so let's get right into it. You're fighting April 20th in Brooklyn, right?
Yes.
I say right at the end because that location has been up for discussion, but I don't want to start there. I want to start post Regis Prograis.
Okay.
When you're looking for who's next, what's next, right? I saw you in Saudi Arabia. There's the talk of Tank. How do we end up with Ryan?
Well, Ryan called me out, and then we went into discussions. Then we fell out of discussions. He said he went on. Well, we know what happened. He went on a jog with Floyd.
Right.
And then
Is that real? I mean, I guess I can ask him too in an hour or so, but that's legit.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, fine.
We don't know. We don't know how real that is. And I love Floyd, by the way. It's not at Floyd. This is at Ryan. But he went on the jog, and then he had a change of heart. So then the fight fell out. He was back in he was in negotiations with Rolly, Pitbull. I don't really know what was going on. And I was looking at what could be next. And then that fight fell out. Pitbull and Rolly agreed to fight. Here comes Ryan.
Isn't that a weird thing? Because I would think that you would be the top choice. Why would it go from Pitbull, Rolly falling through and then go back to you?
We got to ask Ryan, what did he talk about on the run?
Right.
We don't know.
Okay, so once he comes back to you, how easy or hard was it to make the fight?
It was easy because I feel like if two guys want to make a fight happen, it's not hard. It's not hard to be made. Of course, it was just back and forth over the numbers, and that part. That always takes time. But other than that, it wasn't hard to be made.
Good deal for you?
Great deal, yeah.
Best deal so far?
Yeah.
This is a Golden Boy fight.
By far.
By far. Yeah. This is a Golden Boy fight, right?
Yeah.
What is
co-promotion? Devin Haney promotion.
Right, but no matchroom.
No matchroom. Me and my dad, we put this deal together.
You guys did it yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me and my dad. But that's what Devin Haney promotion is about. We want to make the biggest fights happen, and we wanted to take control of my career and be at the table. So me and my dad, we put this fight together with Oscar, and Eddie Hearn is supporting. He's coming to support and to cheer me on. I love Oscar. I love Eddie, and yeah.
I think some people thought that maybe you were going to continue with Matchroom because your last fight was a co-promotion with them, right?
Yeah. I mean, who's to say that I won't do co-promotions with them later on? Me and Eddie have a great relationship.
Right.
He is a friend of mine. Over the years, we developed a friendship, and now Devin Haney Promotions is taking the lead, and it is what it is. Eddie's fully supporting it, and he'll be here today.
Yes, he will.
To talk about it.
And so the relationship with Golden Boy, is it just for this fight, or is there any sort of like multi-fight situation?
No, it's just for this fight.
Okay.
But like I said, we don't know what the future holds. There's so much opportunities, for Devin Haney Promotions and Devin Haney and future, co-promotions. We'll see.
What do you make of the relationship between Ryan and Oscar?
I don't know. It ain't really my business. That's for them to.
It was weird before the last fight, right? Before the Duarte fight with the press conference.
Somebody asked me about it. I don't really know much about really what was going on or what was or wasn't. I don't really know too much about it. So, but again, it's not really my business. Whatever they got going on, that's between them. Okay. I got a great relationship with Oscar. I got a great relationship with Eddie. It's not like me and Eddie versus Oscar and Ryan. It's not that. It's I'm working with Oscar right now, and Eddie is my friend. He's coming to support. So yeah.
I know it just kind of started. Everything's kind of kicking off this week. You have the press conference tomorrow here in New York, and then LA on Thursday, right? But so far, are you happy working with Golden Boy in this capacity?
Yeah. I mean, so far, I'm happy with the way that the deal was structured. It's been a long time coming, and what better fight to take control and take that lead and get what I feel like I deserve. Than this one. This is the big one. This is for it's a lot at stake.
Yes. When you say it's been a long time coming, what do you mean by that?
Meaning, since I started my promotional company, we've been trying to, get that respect and demand the respect at the negotiating table, not just, with the fight and, me being a champion, but at the negotiating table to get those right percentages and to get the numbers,
right,
the money that I deserve. And I think it's finally that time.
Okay, so when the fight gets announced, there's no location attached to the announcement, right?
Yeah.
And I think most people thought Vegas, if not Cali, right? You have your ties to Cali. He has his ties to Cali.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, Oscar, I think Wednesday night tweets, Barclays Center.
Yeah.
Did not expect that for multiple reasons. A, your ties, his ties. Even Golden Boy hasn't been here in a while. Mm-hmm. How do we end up in Brooklyn?
Yeah. So, Canelo's fighting 2 weeks before us.
2 weeks after.
2 weeks after.
May 4th, supposedly, yes.
Supposedly.
Yes.
So they don't want us fighting 2 weeks before and, messing up his gate.
Mm.
Not saying that we will or we won't, but they just was leaving those 2 weeks open to where, the big events, it doesn't happen like that back to back to back, especially in boxing. So that's when New York came up. I said, I heard about it the night before. They asked about it. I said, I'm for it. And then it was announced.
Was Cali discussed? Crypto?
No. The next best place was New York. And then, I agreed to it. I love New York, and it's the media capital of the world. I think we get so much eyeballs, so much promotion. I love it. And my dad always told me since I was a little kid, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere.
Oh, it's huge. No, I love it. But then Ryan doesn't seem to be too happy about it. So what do you make of those tweets?
Queen Rye doesn't like it, but go cry about it.
Can he do anything to change the location, or is it a done deal?
I mean, we signed a contract. It's here. This is where it's gonna be. And like I said, Queen Rye can go cry about it. It's happening April 20th.
Did he know about it before it was announced? I
don't know.
I'll obviously be able to ask him that, but it just seemed like he was digesting it. I think we see some tweets right over there. Can we put that back up with him saying, this decision has nothing to do with NYC, but everything to do with business and what I believe is best for my career. This is an MGM Vegas fight, doing everything we can to bring this to Vegas and giving the fight what it deserves. When he says doing everything we can, what does that mean?
I don't know. You got to ask him.
Okay. But it's secure because there were some New York fans being like, oh, is it going to be taken away from us?
Yeah, the fight is it's happening in Brooklyn.
Have you seen, I don't know if you guys follow each other on social media, but like over the weekend, he was like tweeting all kinds of stuff, talking about Sean O'Malley and UFC, like all over the place. What do you make of where he's at right now? Because it's...
I try to just, stay focused on me and the fight. Ryan Garcia could go say whatever he want to say. He gonna come to fight on April 20th, and I'm gonna come to fight. Whatever he says, whatever I say, it's not gonna change the way that I prepare, the mindset that I go in with. So if he's fucked up mentally, fucked up mentally. If he's not, if he's playing mind games, if he's playing tricks, antics, we gotta think this guy's an actor. He's a TikToker. He's a YouTuber. I don't take him serious.
He said he had something in store, a surprise in store for the presser, a teammate or something. What do you think he's talking about?
He's a YouTuber, TikToker. This is what he does. We'll see.
Buzz, hype, all that stuff.
This is what he does.
Both of you were involved in a little fracas at the Super Bowl, right before the Super Bowl. Yeah. Legit, right?
Yeah.
I could even see on your dad's face, like, he got really mad.
Nah, it was real, because it was like, I was just standing there, and then Ryan was like mumbling some stuff. And then like, I was like, what? Like, the fuck this dude talking about? And then he was like,
you guys were
he was like, you're not friends, we're not friends. I'm like, who the fuck said we was friends? Like, whoever said that we was friends? I never said I was your friend, but what are you talking about? Like, you just acting.
There it is.
And then
he pushed you.
Yeah, then he pushed me. And then I punched him.
Did you punch him?
Look, you can see.
Oh, it happened so your punches are so fast that I think I missed it.
Yeah, well, he felt it. And that's why he said, you didn't hit me, But
yeah. Your dad, though, got really mad.
Actually, my knuckle was kind of messed up a little bit. Like, not messed up, but like I had some scratches, was bleeding a little bit.
And him and your dad now going back and forth.
Yeah.
Do you like when your dad gets involved like that, or would you rather him not?
Nah, I mean, it's part of it. But these guys, it's funny because they go at my dad first.
Yeah.
They go at
like
him
Regis,
first. Yeah.
Right?
And Ryan did too, so.
Here's your dad getting all fired up. I mean, look at that look on his face. That's a pissed off father right there.
Yeah.
He's not messing around. Who had more people there with him? Like, is that more your guys or his guys? Or is it a mix?
I think it's just a mix. I don't know exactly how many.
I mean, look at Bill up in there. He's ready to throw down. What set him off? We don't have the audio playing here. Do you remember what set him off?
No, I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Did you see him at all the rest of that weekend in Vegas?
Nah, I didn't see him.
Okay.
I was looking for him, though.
You were?
Yeah.
To do what?
We got to see.
Just to finish what you guys were talking about?
Yeah. I needed to tell him something.
What do you want to tell him?
A secret.
Okay.
A secret.
He'll be here soon if you want to tell him.
I'm going to be waiting for him.
Okay. So for you, though, we just talked about his path to getting to you. How close were you to getting to Tank?
To the fight happening?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't say we was close at all. We haven't went into no type of negotiations. His team hasn't reached out to me or nothing to make a fight, so I can't say we got close to anything. I mean, we seen Turkey Al-Sheikh,
Yeah.
you know, Your Excellency, in Saudi Arabia. We seen him, say that that's the fight that he would want to make. Tank's team hasn't reached out or anything like that. So Tank said he wanted 2 Ferraris or something like that.
Right. Turkey said he'll send him 2 boxing gloves. What was your experience like over there? Was that your first time?
Oh, amazing. No, I've been there a few times, Saudi.
Okay.
I'm Muslim, obviously, so
Yeah.
I've been there. I've been to Hajj, and went out there to pray and do those things. Great experience. One day I want to get a spot there, move there, meet my family or something.
You want to
like
live
that.
there?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
In Saudi?
Yeah, Saudi. Yeah.
What was?
Inshallah, one day.
Yeah. And you met Turkey there too, right?
Yeah, I met Turkey. Yeah.
Legit boxing fan.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Hardcore.
Yeah, and he really knows his boxing too.
Right.
Yeah.
The history and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So that's a dream of yours to fight there.
A dream of mine. Yeah. Hopefully next. Hopefully we can make it happen next.
Who's the dream opponent?
Well, we know Tank wants 2 Ferraris, so that fight can't happen there.
Right.
Maybe I don't know. We got to see. Our main focus is Ryan Garcia right now. Got to get past him. Once I get past him, then we'll see what opens up.
No hydration clause?
No hydration clause.
Rematch?
No rematch.
There's no rematch
No
for
rematch.
either of you?
No.
Okay, so it's just a one and done.
Like there is a rematch, but it's like mutual. It has to be like mutual. Like we'll explore after the fight. But
Okay, but
it's not a rematch clause. No.
Yeah,
No.
there's not something that someone say this has to be next.
No.
Nothing like that. And it's at 140, right?
40, yeah.
Did you obviously you watched his last fight
Yes.
against Ward? What did you think of his performance?
I haven't really went to dissect it. I watched it a little bit when it happened. I was like in and out. Like I would watch it some and then go off, watch a little bit of it. I see he learned the shoulder roll. He learned a new move.
Yeah. Did he do it effectively?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, people were critical of his performance. And my retort to that was first time with Derek James, coming off his first loss. Sometimes you kind of have to get your feet wet. So I thought, no, you disagree. I mean, you're the pro.
I don't know. Maybe.
Get his confidence rolling again. It sounds like
I've been with the same team, so I can't
Sure.
speak for him.
And you've not lost.
Yeah, so I've been with the same team.
But is there something to that? New trainer, you're trying to get on the same page. You're trying to get your confidence back after.
I don't know.
Stopped.
I mean, I would hope Derek James didn't teach him that shoulder roll. You think he did?
I don't know. No.
Yeah,
Why?
I don't think he did, right?
Because it didn't look good?
I don't know. Did it? What do you think?
You're the pro, not me. What, you thought it looked awkward? Unimpressive.
It wasn't his best move.
And you could say it wasn't his best performance, right?
I would love for him to bring that shoulder roll
Against you.
on April 20th.
Okay.
That's all I gotta say.
How do you feel about the shoulder roll in general? Effective if done correctly.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Effective if done correctly, it can be very effective. But we've seen a lot of people do it ineffectively, and it cost them. So it's a dangerous move.
What did you think about his performance against Tank? Pre-shoulder roll.
I thought that he went in there, he jumped on Tank. That's what Ryan does. Like he tries to go in there and try to overwhelm you, try to just jump on you and try to just overwhelm you. I think that's what he's gonna try to do to me. But I think he's gonna run into something. early, like he did with Tank.
Okay, so you're feeling stoppage.
Possibly.
Yeah. Well,
If he acts up, if he gets out of control, I think he'll run into something, like I said.
so what's fun about this matchup, for those who don't know, you guys have this history. You're 3-3. You won the last matchup back when you were kids.
Yes. Our first fight, we were like 10 years old.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What were the circumstances there? Like, where did you fight?
We fought in a tournament called the Junior Golden Gloves.
Okay. Where was it?
Mesquite.
And
It's Mesquite, Nevada.
do you remember the sequence of wins and losses? Like, who won the first? Who won the second?
I don't really remember that part. I don't really remember all the fights. I remember the first one, and I remember like the more recent ones.
The last one.
I remember the last one for
The
sure.
one that you won.
Yeah.
Do you remember how it went? Like, do you remember?
Yeah, I remember I gave him an 8 count. I gave him a standing 8 count. Yeah, I beat the shit out of him.
You did.
Yeah.
Were you guys cool? Like, your kids?
We were rivals. Like, we were kids, we were rivals.
Okay, so you didn't hang out after, go for pizza or something like that? You weren't buddies? In your mind, I know you're young at that point, but in your mind, you're like, I'm probably going to see this guy at some point?
No, I mean, you're young, so you don't think that far ahead. You only think of what right now.
Okay.
I mean, there's so many guys that were so good in amateurs that just haven't even did nothing in the pros, turned pro, got beat early, or didn't even turn pro. So it would have been a bunch of guys that I had good fights with in amateurs that should have been good pros and wasn't. So no, but luckily Ryan, I made it to the top. He made it to the top, and we settled the score. Game 7, fight 7.
I like the way you put it. You obviously knew that you would be a star, make it. You had confidence. Did you think maybe you not fight each other, but like, did you think, oh, this guy's gonna be someone? Like, could you see that in him?
No, I mean, like I said, you cannot look that far ahead.
You can't even knowing what you know of him or knowing what you knew of him.
It's hard to look that far ahead. It's hard to look that far ahead.
Okay.
Focus on the right then. You're young. So
Yeah.
Just focus on the right now.
Does that make it at all, like, because that was so long ago and because you were so young, does that add anything to, like, I know the way you put it is Game 7, but does it make it more personal for you?
Yeah,
because
it's personal because, Ryan said some things that, like, just rubbed me the wrong way that it's like no coming back from. Like, how, like, most fighters, after, they hug and it's like, all right, good fight, da-da-da, I didn't mean none of that I said. Nah, he said some stuff about my religion that, like, he cannot come back from. And he knows what he said.
Can I ask what he said?
Nah, I don't even want to say it.
You don't want to repeat it?
He knows what he said, and he knows who he said it to. He didn't say it to me. He said it to somebody, and that got back to me. So it's like, now I got to make an example out of him. This is bigger than me. This is for Allah. This is for all the Muslims around the world. You spoke about my religion. You spoke down on my religion. So now I'm going to make an example out of you.
And did he speak about this, like, in relation to you or just in general?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Recently?
Yeah.
Okay. And someone told you?
Yeah.
Who told you?
Somebody.
Okay.
He knows. He knows.
Is it a good source?
About.
Like, meaning, like, was it someone who was trying to stir the pot or legit? Like,
No.
It's
It's
legit.
no. It's.
It was Floyd, wasn't it? No, I'm just kidding. Love you, Floyd. What's up? So that's what made it personal.
Yeah.
And can I just ask how long ago this was?
Very recent.
Oh, very recent.
Yeah.
Post the Vegas.
No, right before.
Okay. So now there's no turning back.
Before the jog.
Before the jog with Floyd. What were you born Muslim or did you guys?
No, convert.
When did you convert?
I cannot say exactly. 3-4 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can I ask why?
I feel like I studied the religion for a long time. My dad was Muslim before me, and we would go to the mosque all the time, but I just didn't convert. I would just go pray with him, just go learn about the religion and everything. And then, I don't know, I just feel like Allah is a perfect planner and he knows, it's on his timing. Like, I have no control. He controls everything. So I felt like it was time. Like, it was just so much more discipline. It was just so much more, like, I understood it. It was a religion that I understood. And that's when I converted.
Were you religious before?
Nah, I wouldn't say not really.
Okay, and you're, like you said, your dad was, so obviously made sense for the family. Okay, so now we understand the stakes here, and we understand that it is happening in New York. We understand that, you have this sort of like friendly business relationship with Matchroom, but they're not involved as promoters. I think we got a lot accomplished here in a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
Do you think that him, he's talking about Sean O'Malley. Did you see those tweets?
Yeah.
Do you think he could beat Sean?
Fuck no.
No, in MMA.
No.
Could Sean fight him in boxing?
No.
Neither.
Nah, I mean, Sean is MMA. That's where he's dominant in. That's what Ryan's dominant in boxing.
What about that guy right there? He was an MMA guy.
Yeah. But it's different. You know, the heavyweight division is just different. You know, he's a freak. He's a freak. When, you know what I'm saying? He one punch. And I was on your show, and he actually posted it, where I said that I think that he had no chance against Fury.
Yeah. Don't blame. That was the editor that did that. I wasn't trying to dunk or anything. Just for the record.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
It's all love.
Yeah.
Do you think he has a chance against AJ? Don't say it again.
Nah. I think he has that neutralizer. He's very strong. He's a freak. He's literally a freak. So you just can't count him out.
Okay.
But I think AJ is gonna win, yes. But he's just somebody you cannot count out.
Styles make fights too, right?
100%.
You can make a case that AJ's maybe a worse matchup for him than Tyson was.
Well, it just depends. I don't think the best Tyson showed up. I think he, underestimated him. He had no film to really watch. At least AJ has 10 rounds of, I think he fought 10.
10, yeah.
Yeah, 10 rounds of film to actually watch and dissect. And AJ has a good team. You know, he has Ben Davison. Ben Davison is actually one of my coaches.
Yes. That's a fascinating relationship because he gives you scouting stuff, right?
How do you know that?
Bruh, I mean, it's Team Haney,
Yeah.
That's amazing. So what does he do? He breaks film down.
Yeah,
and
so him and Lee Wiley, they do film study, and they literally dissect every opponent. Even me, they dissect me,
that's amazing.
The habits that I do, the things that I do. So
but they're not in your corner.
Well, because they can't come over right now.
Okay.
But if they could, then they would be.
Oh, okay.
No, they're like.
Do they watch your sparring and all
everything.
that?
I send them all my sparring.
It's amazing.
Watch me do my pad work. You know, they're with me every step of the way. They're just not there, physically. But bro, they're a great asset to my team. And you've seen how much better AJ has gotten since he's been with him. It's night and day.
He made a mistake by leaving him. Ben changed or got Tyson back on track, in my opinion.
I think
so. And then they parted ways.
I think so.
I'm not really sure why.
I think he made a mistake, especially AJ and Fury fights. Those guys are genius.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a crazy day in boxing. I don't know what you've been doing media and whatnot, but there's a report out of ESPN that Canelo and PBC are now split.
Yeah.
You saw this?
Yeah.
And that he might go back to Matchroom and DAZN.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of all of this?
It's Canelo. He do what he want.
Yeah. He's just the man. He's not happy with... What do you make of the state of PBC?
What about it?
Well, they were on Showtime. Showtime's no more. Now the Amazon deal.
I mean, it's just boxing.
Yeah.
None of it lasts forever, so... these companies go in and out, these networks and all that. We had HBO.
Right.
Then we got DAZN. Showtime's been around. Now we got Amazon Prime. It's boxing. What can you do?
But that's a big
we
fish.
We had Triller at a point.
Yeah. It's just a big fish to lose. They just got him back.
No, for sure. And Showtime is just OGs. And they know how to market fights. It's what they do. But I hate to see him go. I hated to see HBO. I heard HBO will come back eventually.
You think so?
I think so.
It would be amazing. They were the real OGs.
Yeah, real OGs.
When you turned on HBO boxing, it's this is something.
Yeah.
This means something. It had
yeah. And
class.
We need them all to come back, us fighters, because that's the more more money, more networks, more options. So I pray they all come back.
As you're a boxing fan, right?
Yeah.
As a fan, who would you like to see him fight next? There's Berlanga out there who won on Saturday.
Oh, Canelo.
Yeah. Munguia.
I think him and Munguia is a firefight. We know what Munguia is going to do. He's going to go straight at him. But I see Canelo, just being too much, stopping him eventually, just catching up to him and just stopping him.
Of course, you say Munguia. You're a Golden Boy guy now. I like it.
Oscar's my man.
Yeah.
But the Benavidez fight is
the one
the world wants to see.
Yeah. Would you like Crawford against him? Or is that too big of a jump?
No, I mean, they make weight classes for a reason. And
right.
Crawford is my boy. Like, I fuck with Crawford. So, will he get paid crazy? Absolutely. But will it make sense? I just think that they make weight classes for a reason. And Crawford is number 1 pound for pound for me, but Canelo's just big.
How far away are we, speaking of weight classes, of seeing you at 147?
I think sooner than what a lot of people think.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, is it possible after this one?
Possibly. I want to make the biggest fights happen for the most amount of money. I did. I became undisputed. I did that. But now I'm into making big fights. So we just got to see.
You don't care about the belts necessarily, just the fights.
No, I mean, I love the belts. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the belts.
Sure.
I'm still champion right now. So, things just got to make sense.
147
Like
would be.
Me and Ryan, makes sense.
It makes sense. You versus Terrence at 147 would make sense.
It makes sense, but fucking Terrence is to go straight into 147 and go straight at Terrence.
Too much.
It's crazy.
I believe in you.
I believe in me too.
So what?
It just makes sense. You gotta make, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay.
To just go straight into a Terrence Crawford fight. Terrence Crawford, listen, that's my boy. He gonna go ahead, go.
Okay.
He gonna go out and I'm gonna come in.
Okay. That's what you would prefer. So you'd actually prefer? Would it be fair to say not to fight him? Just because you?
That's my brother. I'm not. I'm a fighter. I'll fight anybody.
Yeah.
I'm one of the throwback fighters. I'm that guy that says that he will fight anybody and really mean it. These guys say that, but they don't mean it. They just say it because it sounds good. I'm one of those guys, so I'll fight anybody.
And dare I say, Ryan is one of those guys too. I know you may not see eye to eye, but
no, you definitely. That's one thing you have to take your hat off to him. Even though I don't fuck with the guy, but he is a guy that's fighting the guys. He's fighting who?
Yes.
Who else has fought? Me and Tank besides Gamboa.
Yeah, no. He seems to seek the biggest fight. He's not trying, and that used to be the knock on him. Oh, he's just a pretty boy.
We gotta see though. We gotta see if he shows up to this fight, because
you don't think he shows up?
I don't know. He's looking shaky.
You're worried?
Aren't you a little bit?
I mean, I'll get a good sense here later today. And
but
like
before that, aren't you kind of worried? Like, what the fuck is up with this guy? Right?
There's a lot of tweets and stuff, and there's a lot going on. But he always shows up.
Okay.
He always shows up. Are you expecting anything crazy at the presser tomorrow? You expecting him to try to get under your skin, to try to pull any rabbits out of his hat?
He's a TikToker. He thinks this shit is a game. He thinks that this is, fake. This is fake. This is not real. He's in a fantasy. And that's what I'm gonna show him on April 20th, that this shit is for real. I'm not here to play. I'm not here to none of that. I'm a real fighter. I'm not one of these guys that's about to play the game with you. You'll see.
Well, I can't wait. April 20th, Barclays Center, right here in New York. Another big fight back in Brooklyn. It's been a while. You know that? It's been a long-ass time since there's been a big fight in Brooklyn.
When was the last fight?
Tank fought there a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Remember that? But it wasn't as big as this.
This would be the biggest fight ever at the
Arguably.
Barclays.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
for
yeah.
sure. It's gonna do the highest numbers.
For sure, yes.
Yeah.
Was there ever talk of MSG?
No.
No one.
Oh, no. I know it was either or. It was either
either
or.
or.
But Barclays.
Barclays wins. The BK. You gonna spend time in the BK before you leave?
No, I don't plan.
That's how us cool people say it, the BK. I don't know if you knew that.
BK.
Yeah, the 718.
Burger King.
That too. Burger King, King Ryan. Oh, you called him Queen.
Queen Rye.
That's Queen Rye. That's right. I can't wait. In about 24 minutes from now, Ryan's going to be here, so we have to get Devin out.
Queen Rye.
Yes.
Miss Rye.
That's right.
Miss Rye.
Okay. I don't want you guys crossing paths here because I'll get in trouble.
All right, let me hurry up.
I was told not to. So we'll say goodbye to him. Here's my conversation with Alex Pereira from last Wednesday, and we'll be right back right after this. Don't go anywhere. Ryan Garcia coming right up. Do it again. Here he is, the reigning defending UFC light heavyweight champion, the pride of Brazil, the man who will headline UFC 300, the one and only Alex Pereira, joined by Plinio Cruz. Hello, Alex. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, Plinio. How are you? Good to see you as well. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Obrigado. Oh, it's nice to have you back. I was trying to put this in my pocket. Oh, it's such a pleasure to have you guys. Massive superstars.
Falou que você virou uma grande estrela agora, superstar.
When you come to New York, and Plinio, you're so good at this. You're just like, you don't even, you don't miss a beat, huh?
Appreciate it. Falou que eu não perco nada, né? Tô
sempre junto.
always together.
Look at this.
Yeah,
See this for you?
We were
Tava
seeing the
vendo a câmera.
backstage.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
You like
that's
this?
Beautiful.
Yes.
Yes. Well, by the way, what does chama mean?
Chama.
What does that mean?
Ele perguntando o que é chama.
Não, chama algo assim, como se fosse vamos lá, let's go, né? Tipo, vamos treinar, eu falo, chama. Tipo, let's go.
Posso adicionar um pouquinho? So chama is like he says, like, let's go, like, you know how Shannon Brink created Let's Go Champ?
Yes.
That's our mantra.
Okay.
The literal translation for chama in Portuguese means to call, to chamar somebody, or also flame, right? But to chama like, let's go, come with me, follow us, let's do it. That's his mantra that he created.
Em português eu falei, vamos ou não vamos? Aí, chama ou não chama?
In Portuguese, it'd be let's go, let's not, like, you know what I mean? Like, to call
are
someone,
we going or not
chama,
going?
let's go with me.
Well, and where did that start for you? Like, because now anytime, like today when we post, everyone chama. How did that start?
Falei, como é que começou isso? Que agora todo mundo já, quando vê você, já fala o chama, né?
Eu comecei a falar, nem lembro quando que foi, mas aí eu vi que a galera tava gostando e aí me motivou mais. Aí eu tô trabalhando isso que motiva a galera também, eles estão gostando, então vamos fazer.
Well, he not even know really where he started. He just started saying that, then, you know, he picked up, people like, and then he just keep following it.
And who started this? Were you the first one to start? You know, I see the merch is fantastic. Who came up with this as sort of a symbol for you?
E como é que começou isso? Você vê que, né, nas suas roupas é muito fantástico e tal. Como é que foi essa ideia aí?
All right, that was my conversation with Plinio and Alex from Wednesday. What a great chat that was. Gosh, Alex is likable. Did you guys see my darts game against Alex? And I know there's some people in the YouTube chat. Shout out to the YouTube chat who said I'm afraid to lose to Haney in the darts. No, it's a tight schedule, guys. Okay, maybe Eddie wants that smoke. No, I just noticed that you guys caught my pants. I like to keep it cool with the pants, and you just caught my pants up there. I was hoping to hide that. I just like to keep. I don't know why. I like to have the high socks and the pants pulled up. Anyone else like to do that, or just me?
Always.
What's the scene back there? Anything going on, or are they gone?
Oh no, they're out of here, man.
It was like.
They roll deep, they come in, they get out.
How many people was part of that crew?
There had to have been 15 people. I mean, it's like a circus walking down the hallway. They had a whole documentary crew guy with like an insane rig. They had the boom mic.
Ah, sick.
Security, like serious security. Some intimidating dudes.
Did they go up? Hi, Frank Mysterio. Your thoughts on the epic matchup?
Yeah, it was in and out, man.
But we were good, right? Because he came in 1:35. I was told 30 minutes. 2:30, 2:05. We're done.
Yep.
And now we've got the Ryan Express coming in at around 2:30, followed by Oscar, followed by Eddie. This is fascinating stuff.
Fascinating, man.
I can't wait. By the way, I couldn't stop staring at his teeth.
Richard Milley on the wrist too.
Oh
about
my
$400K
gosh.
for the watch.
Is that legit? You love
It
looking
is.
that up.
I mean, it is a Richard Milley red too to match the Saint on the hoodie.
Oh my god,
Good stuff, man.
And he had the bracelet.
A bracelet.
All right, so that's
Subtle.
still to come. Yeah, that is still to come. We spoke about Mexico City. Let's talk about PFL. So PFL on Thursday had this announcement on SportsCenter where Francis Ngannou was on saying that he would fight the winner of Renan Ferreira and Ryan Bader. And when I checked in on this, even though Francis was involved in the breaking news segment, when I checked in on it, my impression was that he wasn't 1,000% on board, which I thought was interesting. And I was like, well, he was in the segment. I know he's attending the event. All right, let's see. Then we get to the fight itself, and we'll talk about the fight and the card in a moment, but let's talk about the main event. Main event, I thought, couldn't have gone better for PFL. I thought the more sellable fight is Ferreira versus Ngannou because of how he looks. He's 6'8". He's knocking people out. Bader, to me, never felt like a real heavyweight. There's a big difference fighting the likes of Fyodor at the end of his career and fighting Francis Ngannou. And it works out great. He beats him and knocks him out in like 21 seconds. And then I'm like, all right, he's right there. They're going to get the face-off. We don't get the face-off. So now I start to wonder, is he actually... That's why when GC brought it up, I agree with him, and I agreed with him that was a massive story, but is he actually on board? Now, what I'm being told is The plan is they want him to fight this year in MMA, obviously. If he loses to AJ, they want the fight to be late summer. If he beats AJ, they want the fight to be in December. I still feel like there are people who don't believe he ever fights for PFL or in MMA. And I'm not going to say I'm one of those people, but after he was sitting right there and didn't go into the cage, perhaps there was a miscommunication. Perhaps he had to go. Perhaps he wasn't told. Perhaps he needed to be somewhere else. Who knows? Maybe in the next couple of weeks we ask him that question if we're speaking to him. But it did give me great pause and make me wonder, if he beats AJ, like this train is so far past the MMA station, how do you get him to come back to fight Problema? I don't think that Problema is a horrible option anymore. I think that if you show enough highlights and the face-off and all that stuff, it is sellable. It's not like you're just throwing out some, no-name washed-up heavyweight or someone that is just getting decisions that the people don't care about. Like, these are some nice highlights that he's racking up. I just felt like him not going into the cage to do the face-off gave me great pause. Did either of you feel that way?
Yeah. It felt like it was sitting right there for them to do the face-off, and him not doing it told me something.
Right?
He didn't just stay in the crowd, too. He just dipped. He was just gone.
They also are showing him every 4 seconds when John Jones is talking, and then Problema wins, and he's not anywhere to be seen other than leaving the arena. So, yeah, I would have picked it if I would have thought that this would have been significant, and I would have said that would have been one of the bigger moments of the weekend if I actually had any confidence that Francis Ngannou cared about this.
Do you think he doesn't care about it? Or is it just giving you some kind of doubt?
It's giving me pause.
Yeah.
It's making me hesitate. I believe, this is what I'll say about Francis Ngannou, and I believe I said this last week on one of the MMA fighting shows. Francis Ngannou appears to be a man of his word, right? I believe Francis Ngannou when he says something, and he seemed to post it about like, okay, these are the next guys. If he has told somebody that he will do it, then I believe he will do it. Is it going to be next? Are there going to be boxing fights between then? Is there going to be a rematch with this person? Is he going to fight Tyson Fury? That is too unknown. It remains to be seen. We don't know how any of this is going to play out. But if he has said to somebody at PFL or anywhere else that he is going to fight the winner of that fight, I believe it. I believe that he's a man of his word and he will keep his word. But it doesn't get me excited when the biggest star in the company leaves the arena when they've just said that this fight is for all the marbles. This fight is going to be the next challenger, and he just walks away. It doesn't help. I think it hurts PFL more so than it does anything about the fight itself. It doesn't hurt the fight as much as it hurts the PFL brand, in my opinion.
It is. I mean, it is understandable. You're fighting Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, and let's be honest.
Absolutely.
The vast majority of MMA fans don't know who Renan Ferreira is. And by the way, shout out to the fans out there who you gave me a good chuckle, who were saying after the event, watch Ariel go on the show on Monday say that this event was bigger than UFC 300 or that this is big. Like, no, I know what that was. That was PFL acquiring Bellator and doing their best in a pretty short amount of time to put together a PFL versus Bellator card. Best laid plans often go awry. And in the end, we only got one true champion versus champion fight. The Impa versus Johnny Eblen fight was champion versus champion, but different weight classes. The heavyweight fight was the only true one. There were a bunch of injuries. People weren't available. The weight classes didn't match up. A lot of bad luck went along the way. I don't think it was a disaster. I don't think it was bigger than Mexico City. I don't think it was obviously not as big as 300. You're kidding yourselves, and I know that it's a joke, but I don't think it was a disaster, and especially given the result, I don't think it was a disaster. And what I mean by that is Bellator went 5-1. People said, oh, what a disaster for PFL. Did you forget that PFL bought Bellator? It's all the same. It's the same company. So now they can go out and say, this is the company that beat us 5-1. And oh, by the way, to the company that we're trying to sell the TV rights to here in the United States, you're getting a superior brand. You're getting better than what the PFL is. Like, you could spin it any which way you want. It's not like they are Bellator versus Ryzen and then they go their separate ways. It's all the same company. It doesn't matter. And who out there was saying that PFL was better than Bellator before all this? We've sat on this show and said, go through the roster, go through the champions. PFL is better in every single weight class. Every single weight class.
Is better.
Excuse me. Bellator is better in every single weight class. Excuse me. Bellator champ versus PFL champ. Bellator roster versus PFL roster. Bellator was better on paper in every single category, every single weight class. This was not a revelation. And I would say if there was one fight there that I thought, the Bellator guy's in trouble, was the main event. I thought it was a very entertaining card. I thought the Eblen fight was super entertaining. Kind of wish there were 2 more rounds. It was dicey for Eblen. We've never really seen him in that kind of trouble. Spirited stuff from Impa Gasangane. Big win for AJ McKee. Like, what was so bad about it? I think it's like, it's a fascinating thing to watch fans and media just openly shit on PFL and almost like not want them to be a player, not want them to have moments. Now, I don't know what it is, but you see them just shitting all over them, all over the timeline. And I'm watching the event and I'm like, there's certainly things that you can fix. The audio was messed up. The lighting wasn't great. The John Jones thing was a little bit clunky, but how do you not take that opportunity with John Jones being there in attendance? The Francis thing didn't really play out as they wanted. But as far as like the results and the fights and even the look with the throne and the flags and all that, like, I thought it was a pretty damn entertaining Saturday afternoon card. What's that?
The pacing was huge. The
Big
improvement
difference.
of pacing, I know there were 5-round fights on the PFL Championship, but the pacing of this card was so much better. And I even saw, like, everyone was ripping on it at the beginning. You know, we had to wait through a 30-minute pre-show, and then there was another 19, 20 minutes before we got to the first fight. But once the fights kicked off, they kept it rolling, man. There was really not a ton of downtime in between fights, which was nice to see. Because last time I was watching PFL was in November during the championships, and it was just like, please, for the love of God, can we just get to the end of this? This is taking so long. I cannot believe this thing is still going. It was like a 5-hour main card in November. This was like 2.5.
Did you enjoy it?
I mean, I was fine with it. It was a decent pack of fights for a Saturday afternoon. I thought the Eblen Impa fight was the best one, and then it was kind of shocking to see the 21-second knockout in the main event. I think it would be great. I mean, the size of Hernan Ferreira, I feel like that's the better outcome than Ryan Bader, who we've sort of seen his body of work. Hernan Ferreira is sort of this unknown, massive dude that gets 20-second knockouts.
Rick, you want to say something?
I came in thinking that this resembled on paper a Bellator card, right? That it was just a good Bellator card. That if you put your hand over the side of the PFL of it and just said, these are the opponents that are going to be facing these Bellator fighters on a Bellator card, it was a significantly better product than that. And I walked away thinking, actually, this was a decent first effort. It seemed like there was some changes made and some motion and momentum toward improving some of the things. And I actually thought it was an enjoyable fight card. Agree with you to a certain extent that, like, PFL losing the matchup to Bellator doesn't matter. They own both those companies.
Yeah, who cares?
It does not matter. There is a part of it, a secondary, an ancillary part of it that does matter, which is you are by not combining the brands, by not combining the talent pool of Bellator and PFL, you are presenting a product in PFL in these tournaments that becomes a lesser product. You're now tiering your own product. You are now saying the fighters who win these PFL tournaments are probably not good enough to even beat the brand champions in the other tournament, in the other side that we own. And that to me is a little bit of a miscalculation. I think that the brand should be combined and always, and I thought that in the beginning, and I still think that now, that I think that ultimately you are hurting the PFL tournament brand by keeping the Bellator fighters separate. Because ultimately everybody now knows, okay, these guys aren't going to beat UFC champions, and now they're not even going to be Bellator champions. You're not even co-leader within your promotion as PFL. And so I think that hurts. I don't think the one night of losing 5-1 hurts. I don't think that the stakes were enough for that. But I do think that you are now lessening the impact of what it means to be a PFL tournament winner, because you're allowing this other element to say, these fighters that we also have on our roster are probably better than the fighters that are going to be in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually with you on that. I like it. I like the PFL versus Bellator sort of as the first kickoff event, but letting it go too long.
Meaning you don't want to see this
agree.
again next year?
No. I think you should combine the brands, because I actually think Rick has a point. Like, you are lessening. Because, I mean, outside of the Impa Eblen fight and then the Fajeda knockout, the Bellator fighters essentially made it look easy. Like, especially Bellator The AJ McKee fight, the Vadim Nemkov, and the Jason Jackson fight, all three of those were just easy work for them. So
the Bellator guys are better. They're just better.
Exactly.
But this is my point. Why pit
PFL gloves?
Why pit them against each other if they're better?
No.
We all knew this. We all knew this.
I think
but don't do it.
It's a promotional thing. Maybe they have a 3-year deal or whatever amount of year deal with Saudi Arabia and say, hey, every February we're going to have this Super Bowl-like card. I think we probably see it for the next, 2 years, meaning this year and next year. At some point, as you know, Rick, at some point, they always merge, right? WC merged. Pride merged. Pride never even got off the ground when they were bought by Zuffa. Remember, the original plan was to have Pride run as a separate entity.
Yeah.
Strikeforce, it was a year and a half, and then they were done. Eventually, they will merge because they'll need the talent, they'll need the people. For now, though, I don't hate it.
It's usually the company that has the more talent acquiring the company that has the less.
Sure. In this case, they punched up.
Reversed.
Yeah. It's a great point. It's a great point.
They need these fighters. Johnny Eblin, Patchy Mix, AJ McKee should have headlined this card.
Against who?
I personally don't need the champ versus champ gimmick. I think I think I'm making my point clear. Is it? It was a drubbing. What was fun? What did we see?
Yeah, it's fun on paper, and also it didn't work out. Imagine we got Cyborg Pacheco.
Okay, now we're talking.
They just had bad luck. I think they just had bad luck. Honestly,
there's an element to that.
By the way, their last card wasn't that long ago. It was in late November.
And this feels like a lifetime.
I know, but it just like from a timing standpoint, it was 3 months ago. That's a quick turnaround. The world
is a different place.
And yes, I know that, but actually from a days standpoint, from a calendar standpoint, and by the way, they made this announcement regarding the season, and that's in 2 months. And there's some of the names competing on this. That's a quick turnaround. By the way, what'd you make of
it's hurting it.
Jason Jackson, Cedric Doumbé? You in?
That's too soon for Doumbé.
Don't like it.
Yeah, man. Jason Jackson's not a guy.
He's really turned into a great fighter. Shout out to him.
First of all, even if he never did anything else, when you beat Amasov, you're a dude. Like, you're legit. He's looked incredible. I don't think Cedric Doumbé is ready for that, and I say that as the foremost Cedric Doumbé advocate. That's too soon to be fighting a guy who's that high caliber. I don't think he's ready for that. It's smart by don't get me wrong. It's a very smart call out by Jason Jackson, because if you can get that fight, that feels like one of the bigger fights you can get in the promotion. But I think that's way too soon for Doumbé. I would hope that they give him somebody.
I love that Jackson said it.
Yeah, I love that too. But from Doumbé's perspective, I don't like it. From Jackson's perspective, I love it. And from the promotion, I would hope that they would, have him slow rolled a little bit more. But I think the most important thing, and Shaheen mentioned this last week, and I want to reiterate it. It's very clear that there's effort in this, right? This is not just a coasting. The PFL has not acquired Bellator and is just going like, we're just going to sit on it. And I can appreciate, even though I am being critical of the format. I didn't like the champion versus champion format. I don't like that the rosters are merged. Ultimately, what we saw, though, is a promotion, an organization that is trying. An organization that is saying, we are trying to put our best foot forward. And you mentioned it. Maybe they couldn't have gotten Pacheco and Cyborg done, but that's not for lack of trying to get these fights made. Or Cyborg versus Kayla, or whatever the way it was supposed to go. And they didn't have the divisions for Patchy Mix. There was some unfortunate circumstances. But the promotion is trying to put their best foot forward and trying to be a competitive product. And I can appreciate that. And I think that's a valuable effort put forth by them. That's ultimately what my takeaway was. It's clear that they care, and it's clear that they're trying. And I hope that continues, and I hope that they're able to build something. Because that was my takeaway. I came in with pretty low expectations, and it exceeded it. I thought it was a decent night for them.
Yes, and anyone who's a fan of MMA should be a fan of other options. For the fighters, and even as a viewer, it's fun to have other options. Your level of interest on a scale of 1 to 10 in seeing Francis versus Fajeda?
Out of MMA options, because obviously no UFC fighters are on the table, I have to say that I'm more interested than most of the other ones. Like, I'm not interested in like I know Verdum or like some of these like free agent heavyweights.
I'd rather see this.
I would rather see this.
Yeah,
this is a giant. Like, he's kind of what Francis used to be in the UFC.
Yes.
Before Francis became Francis was just this big chiseled out of stone dude who's coming in there to throw hands with people and KO them. That's what he is. I'm all for that. I'm totally open to that.
I don't mind it at all.
I'm fighting. Yeah.
Don't mind it at all. I think the visuals will be fun.
Yes.
he's on a roll. You've got the highlights and whatnot. That's why I said I think it couldn't have worked out better for them given the options.
There's no Grand Slam that is not a UFC opponent for a Francis Ngannou MMA fight, right? There's nobody out there that we're going, I need to see it. I'm clamoring. I'm dying, other than opponents that are in the UFC. So why not have a young, hungry guy who just got an insane KO over Ryan Bader to throw hands at Francis? You can do a lot worse than this. I'm in on this fight.
Isn't it annoying, though, that it seems like we've gotten more flirtation from Francis and John Jones since he left the UFC than we ever got before he was in the UFC?
It got hot and heavy toward the end of the UFC run, but yeah, I mean...
Never in person. They seem to always be in the same place.
Well, they
always at PFL events.
They also seem kind of cordial when they're in the same place. It never seems like it's really like boiling over. It always seems like they're more interested in patting each other on the belly and cracking a few jokes.
It's such a bummer. And by the way, can I just say, shocked to see John do an interview with Chael.
To see him do an interview with Chael, but also like he was in a tough spot there, man. Like
Chael or John?
John.
Yeah.
Chael's gonna roll with the punches, but John's in a tough spot there where look, he's here, he's at the event. But when he comes in, he has to stand there and kind of be the representation of the UFC preventing the big fight from happening. And he has to sit there and kind of like, delicately answer the questions. All things considered, I thought he did great, but it was very clear he was uncomfortable and trying to get out of there.
It's tough because they're talking about co-promotion.
Yeah.
He's there like half selling the event, but he's a company guy.
He has to kind of talk about he's excited about the event and talk about Francis. And then Sean O'Connell's like going straight to camera and being like, to be clear, it's not the PFL who's preventing this fight from happening. Right. It is the UFC. And John's just standing there like, that's my boss. It's a rough spot. I thought all things considered, John did pretty well in that spot, but
it does sort of feel like can't Turkey say, yo, UFC, like make this fight?
If ever there was a time that it could happen, it's the current climate.
Here's $100 million.
Yeah, it's the current climate that could make it happen. If there's enough money on the table, maybe the UFC's co-promotion.
Could you imagine? I mean, if they could get Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn, and I know that it's not. Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn stand to benefit from working together way more than the UFC stands to benefit from this. I'm not an idiot. The UFC is so far ahead of everyone.
The promotions are unequal, whereas with Frank and Eddie, you're at least coming toward a common playing field. But with this, it's UFC up here.
But if they just say, here's an upfront, and you guys get 70% of the pie, and they if I'm PFL, I do that.
I think the better way to approach it, not to give Turkey or anybody advice, would just to make it a third-party thing. We want to purchase John Jones for this fight. Not necessarily it's a UFC event, not necessarily it's a Francis event. We want to do this event. We want Francis and John. We will purchase them so that it's not UFC necessarily having to give PFL the rub or PFL benefiting in any way from UFC. It is champion versus champion in an independent setting, in an independent thing, and we are taking the talent. We are offering to present this if you give us the talent. I think that's probably a better way to do it so that the UFC doesn't have to worry about, hey, we're elevating PFL.
The final Ariel and the Bad Guy post show that we did for ESPN in 2018, when Chael and I had that fun 6-month run before the
on your
calendars.
Backs, building ESPN Plus.
You
on
said
your
it.
Backs.
You said it. When it turned to 2019, and then the UFC took over the post shows, it was the event that was moved from Vegas to Inglewood when the weird drug test came up for John Jones Gustafsson 2.
Is that for real?
That's the final one, yeah.
That was only that long ago? I thought that was
2018.
like 15 years ago.
Nah, 2018.
Wow.
December of 2018. And so Chael and I went to LA, but we did the post show at the ESPN LA studios across the street from the then Staples Center, now Crypto.com Arena. Even though the event was in Inglewood, I don't know why we didn't just do the event or the post show there at the arena. We did it in that little room. John Jones beats Gustafsson, and we did the post show, and John Jones joined us live. Do you remember this? And it's me and Chael. This is the time when we did the whole thing like no one knows, no one will ever know. You know that whole thing.
The genesis of that, yeah.
Yes. And John comes on, and I'm not sure. I don't recall if Chael actually asked him a question yet, or if John just knew he was there, and he said something to the effect of like, I'm not answering any questions from Chael. Do you remember this live on the air?
Yeah.
And Chael, to his credit, like
Chael just sat back and
he just sat back.
Yeah.
He didn't throw his pen out and walk out of the room. are we now living in a world where Chael and John are buddy and John doesn't like me? I was the icebreaker. I was the guy.
Wow, I didn't think about this.
Is that what's happening?
That he's closer now.
He's closer to Chael, who has said the most heinous, mean things about him. Now he's buddy. That
You know what
gives me
it
hope.
is, though?
That gives me hope.
Everybody eventually softens on Chael. Even Anderson Silva. Like,
It's true.
it's because he's so consistent with his gimmick. Like, you just, at a certain point, it breaks you down. He becomes too likable.
I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that John said yes to just be standing there.
And was kind of laughing about it. Was kind of like having a good time with it.
Yeah. Wow,
He's
overall.
doing the Chael impression. John.
Yeah. No. John appeared to be in great spirits. He seemed to be in a great mood. He seemed happy to be there.
And I think it's probably good to get some time away from the grind of like next fight up. You like Tom Aspinall question, Aspinall. Like I think he's probably just enjoying some time away, healing up.
And so, okay, we don't know when he's going to come back. We don't know what's going to happen, all that stuff. But it does like it's one big tease just seeing them all there. And so
the best heavyweight fights in MMA are not being made at the moment, and that's unfortunate.
And they're being made in boxing.
That is true. You're right.
Who'd have thought?
Yeah.
By the way,
what a role reversal.
Can I give a shout out to? I want to give a shout out to the PFL announce team, and in particular Sean O'Connell. I don't think people realize how hard it is to go from athlete to play-by-play guy. I do not think MMA fan. I would take
that one step back, by the way. I don't think people realize like how different the role of play-by-play versus color analyst, color commentary or analyst is.
No one does.
There's big differences between those two roles, and play-by-play is the heavy lift in there. He's incredible, man. He's next level.
For those that don't know, play-by-play is, if you're a basketball fan, Mike Breen is the play-by-play guy. Mike Tirico in football is the play-by-play guy. Joe Buck, play-by-play guy. Kevin Burkhardt, baseball, play-by-play guy. Those, John Anik, play-by-play guy. Mike Goldberg, play-by-play guy. Jim Lampley, Mauro Ranallo, the guy who is kind of the host, but also has so much going on in terms of directing traffic, getting you from point A to point B, giving you the color, all that stuff. The color analyst, and I know that was confusing because I said color, but the point, like the color analyst is the guy who's breaking things down. X's and O's, giving you analysis, all that stuff and more. More often than not, that guy or that woman is a former athlete in fighting, a former fighter. Joe Rogan is really like the super exception to the rule. He came in at a different time, and credit to him, has withstood that time and is respected and revered, and people don't feel like he's just like a token celebrity sitting there. In boxing, you'll see a lot of times there'll be a third man who's not a fighter, more of a media personality, be that sort of like storyline guy. In MMA, less so, maybe some other promotions, but UFC doesn't do that, obviously.
They tend to have two of the color, basically.
Yeah.
They tend to have, two former athletes in that spot.
Sean O'Connell's a former fighter who dabbled a little bit in the second and third chair, the analyst role, and then went straight to the play-by-play role, which is just absurd. Like, I can't think of many guys. Pat Summerall did it. Pat Summerall was a former kicker that ended up becoming one of the great play-by-play guys in NFL history with John Madden. It's extremely rare.
Yeah.
And so he deserves a lot of credit. I thought
not just the rarity, but he's good objectively against anybody. He's not even just good for like the guy making the hardest transition. He's just good. He's just really good at the job. It's impressive.
Super impressive. And I thought Chael actually has told me that he doesn't love being in the booth. He likes being at the desk. I thought he was so much better there, because when Chael's in like cell mode, when he's being Mr. Promoter guy, like it can all be just a lot. When he's actually breaking things down and reacting to the fights live, I thought he was great. I thought Dan Hardy, obviously great. Randy Couture, Chael and Randy, given their history, was great. Like they have a pretty damn good roster of people. And even the way they used Thompson and McCarthy, I thought, was good compared to how, Bellator did it. It didn't, as GC said, it didn't slow down. It didn't, like they were going fight after fight. Like we don't need, this is one thing that drives me nuts. I know the UFC does like a 60-second thing. Like we don't need 15 minutes of fill. We don't need a full 5-minute video package. We don't need all that stuff. Once you're there, once you've bought the pay-per-view, once you've got me to sit down, once I'm already locked in, I don't need it. If you want to give me a quick 2 minutes on why this fight is important or what are the stakes or who are these people, awesome. But there was too much fill time in those PFL and Bellator cards. It was nice to see it come together. And by the way, maybe it's because they're 8 hours ahead and it was getting late into the night that they had to speed it up. I don't know. I guess we'll see as they, kick things off in March and April. But overall, I thought it was a pretty darn good night.
The points where it usually dragged were points that it was spinning forward, right? It was talking to John Jones about Francis Ngannou. It was talking about Francis Ngannou fighting a new opponent. It wasn't what you're saying. It wasn't the usual hey, we're going to spend 5 minutes, 6 minutes on this package of fights that you're just about to see and we can get to anyway. So I enjoyed the broadcast quite a bit. I thought it was really well done from top to bottom.
Was it a step back for Johnny Eblen?
No, I don't think so. Because I don't think there are some people, and MMA fighting has some of them, who think that Johnny Eblen is the best middleweight in the world. I wonder, today where that stands. Maybe we'll get updated rankings and we'll find out. But I don't think there's a lot of those people out there. I think there are maybe a vocal minority, and a lot of people will look to the UFC for the top middleweight. This, to me, just felt like an off night, and he said as much on Instagram. And I also think it should be stated that Impa Kasanganay is quite a different fighter than he was when he was in the UFC, and a tough night and a really big, talented fighter. That it's not going to just be easy to walk in there and look great against. So I think it was a combination of Johnny Eblen just not being at his best and Impa Kasanganay being a lot better than people will remember from his UFC run, being on the end of that viral KO. Obviously, that's hard to shake and eliminate from people's mind. And that's what happened. He fought a really good fighter who looked tremendous last year and put together a fairy tale kind of run. Ran into that, who's a guy who's coming down from a higher weight class, and had an off night. And I think in his next performance, we'll get a real gauge of where Johnny Eblen is at. But no, I don't think he loses a ton as long as he can correct what happened there on Saturday night and change it for the next fight. I don't think it hurt too much.
Does he beat DDP?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's still a work in progress.
But to be fair, I'm not one of the people who would have believed that.
Oh, really?
Before Saturday.
Did you think he would have beaten Sean Strickland or Izzy?
See, Izzy is an interesting one, right? Because that Izzy has a certain style that people are hoping to see that might be able to kind of counter that. So that's where that one becomes interesting stylistically. But I did not think he was the best middleweight in the world prior to this, and I still don't. But I do think that the potential's there, and I do think if he can look good against his next opponent, that I'm more willing to have the conversation. Ultimately, I'd need to see him against those guys before I can make any determination. It's very hard. I want Patchy Mix to be in the conversation as the best bantamweight, but I have to see him fight the best bantamweights.
Now, what about this one? Because you're the perfect guy to ask this question too.
Sure. I love this.
Clarissa Shields. Clarissa Shields.
Yeah. Talk to me.
Has an aura, is one of the greatest female boxers of all time.
The greatest.
If not the greatest. Undefeated. 2-time Olympic gold medalist. Pound for pound great.
Undisputed in multiple weight classes.
Trailblazer, all that stuff and more. For whatever reason, probably monetary, challenge, something to do, she does these MMA fights for PFL, and she all of a sudden becomes extremely ordinary. She's a prelim fighter, and it's extremely ordinary. And I think, even though this may not necessarily be fair to her, I think the world of her, she's incredible, she's unbelievable. When she fights, I watch in boxing. I think that it takes away that aura from boxing. It ruins the aura that she has built. Other than the quote-unquote bag, I think it affects her legacy and affects her aura when I see her struggling against lesser-known fighters on the prelims of a PFL card. It's not prelims of a UFC. It's not main card of a UFC. It's not even main card of a PFL. It takes away. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on this anymore.
There's probably some truth to that. I am viewing it through the lens of she's doing something very difficult, and she is viewing it through the lens.
And she deserves praise for that.
She deserves praise for being up in her prime as the best female boxer, in my opinion, or if not one of the best, depending on where you fall in that equation. Top pound for pound female boxer who's trying MMA. And there are not men who would do that. There's not other people you will find who will do that. But you're right to say that the results matter as well, right? It can't just be, okay, praise for her continuing to try it. Ultimately, we hope to see results from it as well. And she is not doing well against lower level competition. And there might be a point where it is not worth the squeeze. If the money is good, I support it and hope she continues to do what she needs to do. But you're right, there probably is something being lost there to a certain degree. Like, if she cannot come in here and beat this level of competition in MMA, what is the long-term goal of it anyway, right? We're not building towards something. So maybe better to focus in all on the boxing. But I think she's still in the stage where she can be commended for trying something that
1,000%.
nobody else would do.
But
nobody else would do.
Once it reaches the point of, oh, wait, Claressa Shields is on this card on the prelims, as opposed to, oh, shit, Claressa Shields is, like, then it just becomes ho-hum. Then it just becomes, and that's a problem because she's a main event fighter. She's a headliner. She's one of the best in boxing. Again, she deserves so much credit. Please don't take this the wrong way. She's doing what everyone out there in the world of boxing refuses to do. In their prime, crossover, and do something completely different. But it's just such a hard sport when you're factoring in the ground game, when you're unable to train, 7 days a week like the MMA fighters. I just don't know if it's worth it anymore.
She has not adapted to it as quickly as you would hope, right? Like, she has not looked the way you would hope that, like, when she is having her moments in there, when she is unloading punches, you can see it, right? You can see Claressa
she goes
Shields.
to the body and stuff. Yes.
What the difference is.
Yes.
But the results are not such that she's taking people out and she's stringing together three. If she had come in there and strung together 3 first-round KOs, it'd be a different story. But she is struggling, as you would when you are somebody who is primarily a boxer and the best at what you do and coming into the hardest combat sport there is because of how varied it is and because you know that these opponents want to grapple her and want to take her to the ground. If she had a better aptitude for it, if she was coming in there and just absolutely starching everybody she fought, I think that it would be a different conversation. But I think you're ultimately correct. As somebody who thinks she's incredible and loves her, I think you're ultimately correct that there is a point where what are we getting out of this? What is she getting out of this? If ultimately it's a money play and she's getting enough money, then great, keep it going. But if not, then I don't know what does Claressa Shields have one of the futures of an all-time prospect in MMA? I think ultimately now at this point we can say no. And so what would be the point?
One big difference between her and Holly Holm, who obviously is a boxing Hall of Famer who had great success in boxing. Holly Holm was a kickboxer as well. And so that was almost the bridge to get to MMA. Obviously, it didn't necessarily help her with the ground game stuff, but it was a bridge to get to MMA, to understand how to mix up, the kicks, footwork, and just deal with things other than punches. And so maybe that was...
And also, Holly Holm's on the end of the boxing and going into MMA and giving it her full effort and started an MMA career. Holly Holm has now had an extremely lengthy and storied MMA career. I don't see that future for Claressa. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn. Maybe that is what she's going for. I'm not seeing the makings of that. But that was her full focus. And now Claressa is still in her prime as one of the best, if not the best, female boxer. So it's just hard. Like, she's doing what's never been done, and so we're seeing the struggle of that, the difficulties of that.
And you know how impressive it is for someone who is so great and so dominant to humble yourself?
Yeah.
To go, like...
you could see the emotion. When she's talking about it after, she's like, man, this was tough.
Yes.
And I didn't want to go to the gym. Like, she is not wanting to go through this grind because she could go box and dominate and be as dominant as she is, but she's taking a humble path. I respect the hell. All I can say is I respect the hell.
I'm not trying to.
I know you're not.
You know what I mean? Because I know people like to clown on her because she gives you so little to clown on in boxing. You know what I mean? She's so good in boxing. There's so few holes. This might be a crazy thing to say, but just stick with me. This might be the greatest humbling of a great since Jordan went to baseball.
I mean, that's a good comparison. That's the best comparison I could think of.
She's obviously not Michael Jordan on a worldwide level and on a fame level, but like
no, but what you're saying is right.
People who are at the top of their craft in sports aren't going to do something else. Someone who's a great, someone who's a great football player isn't going to say, "Hey, I'm going to do baseball now." Deion Sanders and Bo Jackson were those guys going up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not someone who's a great speed skater isn't saying, "I'm going to go play in the NHL now." It's just completely different. Those two cats did it, and she's off the top of my head, there might be someone else. And I know Francis is going over to boxing and is having success there.
The reverse is easy.
The reverse is
easy.
Yeah.
No, sorry. Let me not say easy. That's pretty disrespectful. The reverse is easier, right? If we're talking about going from the singular discipline to the larger multivariate discipline, that is going to be harder than if you come from the larger discipline and then go to the singular. That's always how that's going to be. You might not have success. You can't predict that Francis is going to be able to knock down Tyson Fury, but to actually get into the arena is an easier prospect than going the reverse. But that's a great comparison. Like Jordan in his prime is just going out trying to take whacks at 95-mile-per-hour fastballs is hard.
And it reminds me of this in that everyone mocked him.
Yeah.
Jordan stopped talking to Sports Illustrated because they put him on the cover, swinging and missing, and held a grudge against them forever because he felt like they were clowning on him. And so I can feel the same type of reaction to Clarissa because she gives you so little to clown on in the world of boxing. I'm just wondering, and maybe this is all an afterthought, and maybe no one cares in the end when she goes to, the Boxing Hall of Fame, when she gets inducted, which she will, and all that stuff. People will be like, oh, remember that she did like 3 or 4 MMA fights? Good on her. What was her record again? Oh, 2-1, 3-1, 2-2. Who cares? It's just wild to see her so dominant and so elite and headlining cards and all that stuff. And then in this world, she's on the prelims and, someone's laying on her and she's just barely squeaking out wins.
I get it. Who are the boxing opponents there for her? You know what I mean? Like it's coming down to a fighting while you have your time. She has her window. She's fighting, and it's just like there's not those can't miss opponents out there for her.
Yeah, it's got to hurt you as like Katie Taylor would never.
Katie Taylor would also never win a fight against Clarissa Shields. How about that?
Oh no, I'm talking about Katie Taylor would never even put herself in this position.
Yeah. Because she also is like losing boxing matches.
I'm sorry. I meant Katie Taylor would never let herself be laid on and struggle. Like
she wouldn't. She's boxing.
Nah, she would knock him out. She would knock him out. Actually, Amanda Serrano has made the transition, but this was well before she became Amanda Serrano, who she is today.
Exactly. But, also, she did very well and had an aptitude for it. But the bigger fights were for boxing. Were in boxing for her.
All right. So speaking of a boxer transitioning over to MMA in a matter of moments, and let me know in the chat here, guys, how this affects the rest of the timeline, because later on we're going to be joined by Eddie Hearn, and prior to that we're going to be joined by Oscar De La Hoya. But in a matter of seconds, for the first time, we're going to be joined in studio by, I don't know if he's giving me a thumbs up, by the great Ryan Garcia. We were just talking to Devin Haney about Ryan Garcia, so let's not waste any time and welcome him in. Is he there? Is it in fact him?
I cannot wait to address all the bullshit he just said.
Hello, Ryan.
How you doing?
Good to see you, my man.
Good to see you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, look at that. It's been a while.
Of course.
Man, it's hard to get in touch with you. It's easier to get in touch with the freaking president of the United States these days.
I'm sorry, brother.
No, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
You seem upset.
He's an idiot. I just watched a little bit of what he said. He's a dumbass.
Okay, you want to get right into it?
I never disrespected his religion. I want that to be clear right now. First of all, I would never do that. Second of all, I can show you the DMs. I said Merry Christmas. He took that as disrespect. Did I know that Muslims don't celebrate Christmas? No.
That's what he's referring to?
Yes, he's an idiot.
This is a conversation between you two?
Yes, and I stand up for, I don't believe in religion. I believe in Christ. I follow Christ. I love Jesus, and I like to be led in the Spirit. So if I say, hey, I feel Christ is going to provide me victory, that's not disrespectful to your religion. I have a Muslim photographer. He's right there. He's dope as heck. Everybody, we love each other. I don't hate nobody. Don't try to start that narrative. I told you, don't bring religion into this. I don't know why you're doing this. I already told him in the DMs, let's not make this a religious thing.
This is since the interview, or?
No, this was like
a while ago. He said you spoke to someone else and it got back to him from that person. Who's he referring to?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know.
Put it all out there. First of all, I don't care. I don't hide nothing. I'll address anything I say because I don't have no bad heart in anything. So, shit, if you feel like I disrespected you, please let me know because I didn't do it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you cleared that up. It's great to see you. Thank you for coming in.
No, thank you.
Yes. It's good
now
to
let's
see you,
get
all
back to
right. Yes.
I also got him something, though, when he's like, because I don't know how good his cut man is.
Okay.
So I got something that could clean his blood.
What is that? Oh, gosh. Okay.
No tampon. Fuck you, Devin.
Yeah. By the way, your hair looks fantastic. Did you put lotion? What is going on here?
Jergens, bro.
Bro, I love the Jergens for my skin and stuff. I saw you do a whole thing where you put it in your hair.
Yes.
What's up with that?
I get Jergens and
you put
I
moisturizer.
just stuff it all in my hair.
Body lotion.
Yes.
As gel.
Yes. I've been doing that for now about 3 months.
3 months. Who told you to do this?
Just like one day, I didn't have any gel, and I figured that.
And it works. I mean, it looks good. But what kind of feedback did you get when you showed us the tutorial on your Instagram?
They were like, "Yo, this dude's weird," but I was like, "Okay, I'm weird, but try it." And then it works. And then now who's weird? You know,
Okay.
I'm just an outside the box thinker. That's
Sure.
all it is.
Okay, so there's so much to talk to you about. I know we don't have a ton of time, so I'm going to get right into it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll stay here longer though.
You'll stay here? All right, cool.
I mean, if it's going good.
Okay, we'll see. All right, that's a lot of pressure on me. First time in the studio, right?
I know it looks good.
I appreciate it.
Like
Thank
some
you.
studios don't look as cool like in person. This one does.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So, Oscar Duarte, you beat that guy.
Yeah.
You move on.
Okay.
All good. Some people criticize your performance. I was just having a conversation with Devin. I don't know if you heard that part of the conversation where I said, I think that you deserved a little bit of leeway. First time with Derek James, coming off the Tank fight. I thought it was a solid performance.
I thought I did great. I don't even see that where I did anything wrong. That dude was strong, and he hit hard. And it wasn't like he didn't know what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. That was a more dangerous fight than Regis Progress. Everybody knows that. Regis Progress is a good fighter, but he started boxing late, and you could tell. You know, he's just not at that level. So for me, I felt like I fought a harder person, which is more scarier when they can knock you out cold like that. So for me, I felt like I fought good. People criticize the shoulder roll because, you know, I'm Mexican. It looks like I shouldn't be using the shoulder roll. But again, I do what I feel like I needed to do. He was putting a lot of pressure. I could feel the tide changing, so I had to switch it up. I wanted to stop the pressure, so I went into the shoulder roll. Didn't really get hit. I got hit maybe 3 times in the shoulder roll. So if I'm not getting hit, you guys can make fun of it all you want. If it works, I love it.
How'd you feel with Derek?
Amazing. We have a great thing going on, and you know, he's a great coach. He's more than a coach. He's like a philosopher, a father, and just a great trainer.
You think you'll stick with him now? Do you feel like you found a home?
I'm gonna end my career with him.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. So after that fight, it feels like you have options, right? There was some talk of Rolly. There was some talk of Isaac Cruz. How do we end up with Devin? Can you tell us the timeline? Because it did seem for a minute it was Devin, and then it went the other way, and then it came back to Devin.
Well, what went down was I made a poll on Twitter. Who do you want me to fight next, Devin Haney or Rollies? Devin Haney slightly won. So
Slightly?
Yeah, it was like 54-47 or something like that.
Okay.
And I like to be a man of my word and give the people what they want. So I told my team, let's get the Devin fight going on. Fast forward a couple weeks, or maybe the week later, I'm out in Vegas. I'm hanging out with Floyd. I'm going on runs. Floyd's like, bro, that's not the move. Get the bout from Rollies first and then fight Haney. I said, yeah, but I already gave people my word. I don't usually do that. Like, I already committed to this. He said things could change, blah, blah, blah. He's somebody I look up to. Now you know where I'm going along with this. And that's when I go, hey, I'm going to fight Rollies now. And then that fell through because I was trying to I was keeping my options open. Maybe Rollies, maybe Cruz. Both of them are fire for a pay-per-view. Rollies took that as disrespectful and said, you know, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. They used my name all the way up to the day they announced it. Boop, boop, boop. All of a sudden, they're fighting. And they were telling me literally the day of and the day before, I'm going to get this done, don't worry. Floyd and all of that team. Like, Ryan, when I say this, I'm going to make it happen. Floyd says that Rollies didn't want to do it, and that's why it didn't happen. But, I mean, Rollies messed up, in my opinion.
What do you mean?
He went from the main event to now the co-main event, making a significantly lower amount of money, and just he played himself. So
then you go to Devin. How hard was it to make that fight?
It wasn't hard. You know, Devin, he's looking for a big fight, and he's looking for a good payout. So it wasn't hard. I knew he was going to come back. I even told him, you'll be back. Remember, he was all, don't ever talk to me again, blah, blah, blah. I said, you'll be back, Mr. 30K pay-per-view box.
Who's the A side in this fight?
I don't have to prove myself. I mean, some things are just so noticeable that you don't have, like, make your guys' opinions on it, but I know the truth. I'm the bigger draw, better marketer, and have way more upside than him, and he has belts, that's it. But I'm the A side. Boxing, when A side means the bigger draw, not necessarily, what people say, oh, the better boxer is the A side. No, it doesn't always work that way. And he's not the better boxer, point blank, period. I'll make that very clear. He's not. And I'm going to show you guys, he's not like that. This dude, I fought him many times in the amateurs. This dude's not like that.
So it's interesting, 'cause you have this relationship with Floyd. How would you describe, the state of your relationship with Floyd at the moment?
We're good. We're cool. I think he's a little mad at me for, saying some things that maybe he thought. He didn't tell me to keep things as a secret, so I kind of just started talking shit. I seen the video of Devin Haney getting his ass knocked out by Tank Davis. I personally seen the video. I think he got mad that I said that. But I personally seen the video.
Oh, thank you.
Devin Haney is knocked out almost cold by Tank Davis. I seen it with my own eyes. Adrian Broner did hop in the ring. Haney, I'm going to give it to him. You were probably only 19 years old at that point, but you got your ass rocked and you know it.
Did Floyd show you that?
Yes.
Okay.
I have the video.
So I saw an interview with you recently.
Well, I don't have the video. He has the video.
He showed, yeah, you saw it with your eyes. I saw an interview with you recently on the PBD podcast.
Yes.
And you said that, all the hydration clause stuff, all that stuff came from Floyd, who advised Tank.
Yes.
So why are you friends or friendly with Floyd when he was putting you against the 8-ball in your previous fight?
Because I don't hold nothing against nobody. Okay. Are we cool now? All right, cool. Very forgiving person, if you want. I mean, he thought that was his strategy. He did it. Kudos, they won, I guess. To me personally, even if I won that fight in his position, I wouldn't be happy. I looked like a straw fighting him. You're happy that you fought that guy? That's crazy. And the fact that you were still holding on for dear life in the second round in the beginning is even crazier. Because he told me, when I drop you like Luke Campbell, I'm going to get your ass out of there. When he dropped me, did he not? He didn't even take a step forward. What does that tell you? Fuck, this dude's like that. Kudos to him. He got the victory, but I feel like I won not a physical victory, but a spiritual victory. And I helped out the sport. I got everything lit up. Now everybody's fighting. Next fight was Crawford and Spence. So I really lit the sport on fire after that.
Was it hard to digest that loss in the aftermath?
No, I was chilling. I made $30 million. I wasn't at my best. I didn't really care. I was just happy that I got it done finally. And, I knew, I had a peace in my heart. That must have came from God because I didn't have no worries. I said, I know I'm way better than that, and it'll just play itself out. I had a lot of things going on in my personal life at that time as well. So just everything that had to be was, I feel like it played out how it was meant to play out.
Does it have to happen again?
No. Well, as in, he'll never play me like that, negotiation-wise, ever again.
But do you feel like you need to fight again?
Oh, yes.
With no restrictions, with none of that?
100%.
And do you think he's interested in that at some point down the line?
If he wants to make $100 million in one night.
Right.
I mean, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But I think I'm the only guy that could do that with him.
Do you regret agreeing to that stuff?
No. Because I showed the sport that, yeah, you can make your assumptions about me, but I'm really like that. Yeah, I look like a guy that you want to paint a picture and perceive as soft, but I'm the only one that actually did it, though. You guys talk about it. I did it. I went and lost that weight. I killed myself to make that weight. I walked in the ring as a dead man walking and lifted myself up high and did not care. And it was the biggest fight of my life. And I came out to a worship song at the biggest fight of my life. Your guys are not like, I'm really like that. I go and commit, I go. So that was the big statement for me.
When you walked out, in your mind, did you say to yourself,
I said, in the back room, I said, oh, this is not my night.
You felt it?
Yeah, because when I was hitting the mitts, nothing was coming off sharp, and I was like, okay.
Did that mess with you mentally?
I mean, what can I do? I'm in that position. I'm like, okay, I'm weak for a reason, obviously.
Right.
Obviously, I'm dehydrated, and
yeah.
I only could regain 10 pounds, which water weight carries like 7 of it in itself. So I had no strength. I was literally handicapped. This is not an excuse. This is the truth. When it's the truth, it's not an excuse. He literally handicapped me in every single way. That's crazy.
Will you ever agree to terms like that again?
No. Shame on me, remember? You know?
Right. Fool me once. Yeah.
Shame on
So
me.
this time there's no restrictions, right? No hydration, no nothing. No rematch as well. No rematch clause for either.
No, straight up.
Straight up.
For the 140-pound title.
Right.
This is a straight fight.
Is this the best? Will you make more money in this fight than in
I think so.
Really?
Yeah.
Heat?
The way I'm promoting and going hard, yeah, I think I make more.
Okay.
And the type of split I have, I'm going to make more.
And so this is a Golden Boy promotion.
Yes.
Matchroom is not involved.
I don't think so.
I don't think so as well.
Yeah.
I have to say, it was fascinating theater going into your last fight between you, Bernard, and I mean, that I've never seen anything like that. You're at the dais, they're standing behind you, Oscar's walking in. It was crazy, man. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm a pro wrestling fan. It felt like, I don't know if you know the reference, like Stone Cold Steve Austin against Vince McMahon in the late 90s.
I didn't know.
It was like you versus the boss. He's walking into the arena on Saturday, and it's like, I don't know, who's he rooting for? What's going on?
He didn't go. Oh, I chose him not to go into my back.
Yes, he put that out there.
Yeah, I did.
That he was. Why?
I just don't want that energy around me. You're hating? Get the fuck out of here. Bro, but we're cool now. We're cool now.
You are cool now?
Yes.
How big of a distraction was that on fight week?
Wasn't a distraction at all. I'm not paying attention to dudes that are like, you're just like the
But this isn't dudes. This is your guy. This is your promoter.
I don't know. I couldn't tell him the difference between him and the next guy next door. If
Really?
you're hating, you're hating. I don't give a fuck if you're Obama. If you're hating, you're hating.
Why did you feel like he was hating?
Just because, look when you don't do what people want you to do, at times they take you as like a brat, this and that, and you know, and the beef we had after the Tank fight kind of resonated. I don't want to get too into it because we're cool now. I don't want to rehash old wounds for him.
I get it.
We're cool as heck. We text all the time. Shout out Oscar. He's cool.
Can I ask, how did you get to be cool again? Like, what happened to bridge the gap?
Well, I just don't like non-peaceful situations. I can't live in that for too long, so I just put Oscar in a group chat with part of my team, and I said, look, there's a lot of people that don't like you, Oscar, and it's causing me issues, including this person in this group text. Basically, if you guys don't hash it out, I won't work for none of you guys. So either fix the issue or beat it, like Michael Jackson.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what happened, and then everything started working out.
So they fixed the issue, and as a result...
we fixed the issue.
Okay, was that recently?
Yes.
Was there a part of you in your mind that thought, like, you'll never fight with him again or for him again or with him promoting you again? Like, had you reached that point in your mind mentally?
Yeah, I mean, many times. I'm like, dude, why would I want to fight for a guy that is hating on me?
Right.
Like, he's been doing it since I was a kid, though. Like, I don't understand this. I'm your biggest fighter, and, like, every chance he gets, he's like, Ryan sucks. Like, bro, what are you talking about?
Does he really say that? In so many words?
You could find videos.
Right.
I mean, I don't have to prove it.
Sure.
I know.
How many fights do you have left with him?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
All I know is I'm happy now. I'm willing to fight for Golden Boy, make that dough for both of us, and, you know, do good business.
What about you and Bernard?
No, we are not cool at all. I don't know what's up with Bernard.
What happened?
I don't know. The dude is crazy. Like, he literally looked at me and just talked shit out of nowhere. I thought nothing, like, I don't have no beef with him. He's mad because I called him out on being a yes man to Oscar and saying, bro, if you were a real one like you say you are, you would have called him out on his bullshit a long time ago. And he was mad that I wrote that.
Did you speak behind the scenes when you were in Texas? No. Have you talked since then? Will that be an issue going into April?
What's Bernard gonna do to me?
No, I don't know. But just like, who wants that negative energy?
You know
who
how much
wants
shit I got on my plate? You
I
think
know.
Bernard's the last of my...
I don't know.
That's literally the last...
Okay.
Like,
he's a legend. He's a part of the team. He's a part of Golden Boy. He's standing there at the dais.
That's all good, bro.
It's all good.
I'm not even gonna notice that he's there.
Okay.
I don't care. But if he wants to squash the beef, let's do it. I'm okay with it. Speaking of beef, why is Shia LaBeouf beefing with me?
Yeah, what's going on?
He just started beefing with me this morning. I hate Ryan Garcia.
Out of nowhere.
Yes, because he keeps on, he's running with the narrative that I literally had a baby and an hour later I got a divorce. Are you guys like, come on, bro. You gotta be dumb to believe that. This is Instagram. I don't care about the time correlation. I just did it because I'm like, why wait? There's
Right.
never gonna be a good time to say I'm going through a divorce.
Right.
If I would have waited a year later, you just had a baby a year ago. Why? It's the same thing. So, and he's judging me. I'm not even judging you. I don't even know what's gone on in your past, but I probably could expect that it's not good.
Does he have any connection to you or your people? Like,
No.
why is he weighing in on your life?
The dude didn't even ask him about me. He said, "Who's your favorite fighter?" He's like, Gervonta Davis, Shakur, all those dudes. Those guys are all fire, except that guy, Ryan Garcia. I hate Ryan Garcia.
Damn.
Then comes back and keeps going in on me. I'm like, bro, what is going on? I love Transformers.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
It's a great movie. Fury was good too.
How are things in your personal life? Do you feel like the storm has passed? Do you feel like you're in a good spot?
The storm's passed. I'm doing great things, and things are prospering for me, and it's been amazing. Honestly.
I saw you post something just like a couple of days ago. Like people are trying to get you and your ex-wife to hate on each other.
Yeah.
What's going on?
They think that they're trying to pin us against each other. We don't hate each other. She loves me. I love her. We have a great co-parent, thing going on. What's the issue here? We didn't work out. We had problems for a long time. Has nothing to do with that moment. I try to tell people, stop being prisoners of the time. You really think out of nowhere, I woke up one morning, divorce. This is the problem with people. Like, they're just like, they run with shit just to fuck with me. Like, I don't have no issues with nobody. Everybody that are in part of my circle, including my first baby mother, she likes me too. No beef with anybody.
How long were you and your wife here, or your ex-wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, how long were you guys together?
We've been together, we were together since I was like 20, 21.
Okay.
And then we broke up, obviously, many times. And when I had gotten married, and after a year, I wanted a divorce. We almost went through a divorce. It's like, it's been a thing.
Yeah. How many kids do you have now?
I have 3.
3?
Yeah.
Is that a lot to handle?
No, I want 20.
You want 20?
I want 20
Why?
kids. I don't know.
How many, because you can't have 20 with the same girl. It'd be a lot for her.
No, that would be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just throwing a number out there. I don't want to go into detail.
All right, I'm just saying, it's just like, the poor lady, it's a lot to handle, you know?
Okay, I didn't say all that.
Sure.
I was just to a ballpark number.
But basically what you're trying to say is...
George Foreman had a bunch of kids.
He did, yes. And they were all like Georgina. Yes.
I'm not going to do that. But
what you're saying is you love being a dad.
Of course.
You love having kids. You love being around kids.
My daughters, they love me.
Do you want any of your kids to become fighters?
Just Henry.
Why is that?
He's a dog already.
How old?
He's like 10 weeks, 11 weeks.
Oh, 10 weeks?
No, but
you can tell?
I could tell.
Really?
He's a monster.
But knowing the fight game and how crazy it is.
But he has me. I know the whole game.
Okay.
I'm learning the ropes, but I catch on quick.
Yeah.
Imagine me I'm already making him do sit-ups.
Really?
Yeah.
At 10 weeks?
Yes, I pick up his legs. Like, come on, you're at 20.
Let's go.
Sit down, 20 more.
Do you feel like you have figured the fight game out yet, or you're still learning?
I got it on lock.
You feel like that?
I know, yeah. I feel like I'm finally coming into my prime with understanding, wisdom, everything. Power, strength. I feel like this is a funny statement, but I feel like I just hit puberty. Like, literally.
As a fighter?
As a man, as a fighter, like, I feel like different. Like, it's just different now.
How big are you?
I'm like 165.
Okay.
60.
Is this usually what you walk around at? Okay.
But this is now a lot of muscle, though, because I feel like I'm just getting stronger. It's scary.
I saw you with Nate.
That was a great time.
Yeah. What'd you guys do? You can't say.
No, I can't.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. We smoke weed, bro. It was great.
That's no surprise. Everyone knows
but it was amazing. Like, he's funny.
How did you link up?
Our friend Andrew Capichetti.
Okay.
He's hilarious. He used to work for TMZ. He's now with Inside Fighting.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's hilarious, man. Yeah,
Was that your first time hanging with Nate?
Yeah, we had a great time.
He has a lot of wisdom when it comes to the fight game too. People don't think he's as smart as he's actually brilliant when it comes to the fight game.
No, he's actually a genius.
Did he share any of that wisdom with you?
No, we were just cracking jokes.
Okay.
But
just messing around.
Yeah, but it was a fun time.
Okay, so back to this journey because the fight gets made, and then I'm thinking Vegas, I'm thinking Cali.
Thank you.
And then I see the tweet. Now I'll say, I'm, selfishly, it's great. It's in Brooklyn. We live here. This is awesome. How do we end up in Brooklyn at the Barclays? And it seems based on your tweets like you don't love this idea.
I don't. But look I don't mind fighting NYC. If I got to run it here, I'm running it here. Business-wise, makes way more sense in Vegas. Taxes-wise, makes way more sense in Vegas. New York taxes are intense. But again, wherever it's going to be landed, it's going to land. And I'm okay with it. I'm just saying, I'm giving my preference out. And I'm saying this fight, should be in Vegas. it's the new mecca of boxing. It used to be New York back in the day when you had, Ali, Frazier, etc. Obviously, it switched over to Vegas. So I love MGM. I have a great relationship with MGM. And, they're part of a lot of my business outside of boxing. So it just made sense. So, I made some calls and I'm figuring it out. But if not, Barclays it is.
Is there a chance it gets moved?
Yeah, there's a chance, but again, I don't want to get too much into it. Just know DAZN pay-per-view. Yeah,
April 20th.
DAZN worldwide, Ryan Garcia is coming.
Devin said when he was sitting here that there's basically a timeline where you can have an event before a Canelo event in Vegas because they don't want to sort of overlap and crowd the market space. Have you been told that?
Real.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I believe in my heart of hearts that my fight with Devin is bigger than any fight Canelo could do except against maybe Benavidez. Other than that, we will bring in way more money to Vegas. We'll bring in way more high rollers into Vegas. It'll be vibes, culture, everything will be up. He could not match this energy. This fight has it. We have a lot of history. So I made those points. At the end of the day, I just feel like, the bigger fight should be the priority, in my eyes. Mm-hmm. Respect to Canelo, I think he's still the face of boxing, but this young king is coming, and I'm coming strong.
What do you make of all these reports today that he has split with PBC?
Canelo does whatever he wants. He's a boss,
Right.
Simple.
That's it. Over the weekend as well, there were a lot of tweets from you. One was about Sugar Sean O'Malley.
Oh, yeah, bring that motherfucker on. I'll beat his ass in MMA, guaranteed.
In MMA?
Yeah, I'm a natural. You don't understand. I'm a natural wrestler. I just beat my security that's a wrestler. I beat him. I'm strong, and I got crazy conditioning.
So most people in your position would want him to come over to boxing.
No, but that's already been done.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to knock him out in boxing. That's not even fair. What is fair is to test myself in MMA because I know if I put my mind to it and I trained every day and I had Nate helping me, even Alex Pereira, all of them, and I really locked in, he will not beat me. I will come with everything I have and I would destroy Sean O'Malley.
In the UFC?
In the UFC. I've already sent text messages to Dana.
Yes.
I've already got people that are connected to Dana to ask him, let's do this. I'll come to UFC, pay me a bag, I'm there. I'm down to do it.
Any response?
No.
Not yet. Well, Dana and Oscar have a bit of a history.
I don't know anything about that. All I know is Dana hit me back.
Okay.
I'm trying to beat Sean O'Malley's ass. Ooh, that kind of rhyme.
Yeah.
Dana hit me back. I'm trying to beat Sean O'Malley's ass. Ooh.
It's not bad.
A song now.
It's not bad. So he's fighting in 2 weeks in Miami against Chito Vera of Ecuador.
Is he?
You should pull up.
I am.
In the three.
Would they let me in the ring?
Oh, I don't know about the ring. I think they would definitely let you
That'd be hard though.
Yeah.
You just go to his face, I'll beat your ass in this shit.
You versus Sean O'Malley would be insane.
Would it do good numbers for UFC? Probably.
Yes, massive. But you feel confident that you can hang. He's not typically a ground fighter, but obviously
perfect.
Wow. Do you have beef with him?
No, I mean, he'd been calling me out for a while.
Okay.
He called me out first, let's be on the record. Second, he tried to claim my theme song, Superstar. I came out with that way before you even thought of it. I actually came out with Lupe Fiasco myself. Don't let people gas you up, brother. I came up with that. You did not. You're just a walking Conor McGregor Jr.
Really?
Bro, everything was based off that. Now he's coming into his own, though. But it was all Conor for he got the tattoo in his middle of his chest. The only difference is he painted his hair rainbow.
Champ now, doing big things.
Congratulations to him.
Yeah.
I'm not hating on him. I think he's actually really beast. I mean, personally, I like how he fights.
Right.
I'm like, damn, he's actually really dope. Like, when he knocks people out, it's sick. Like, he just has that to him. But as far as him beating me, I don't believe he will.
And so in your mind, if all goes well on April 20th for you, that's like...
I'm down for that. Like,
wow.
If it just...
Next.
Yeah, next. Just give me like 3-4 months of just MMA training. I'll go beat his ass.
Did you mention this to Nate?
No.
Okay.
But I told Nate to train me a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be incredible.
Yeah.
You would go train with Nate in Stockton?
Bro, I'll train with everybody. I would even ask Conor to let me train with them for a little bit.
Yes.
Every month will be a new coach. Conor, Alex Pereira, Nate, and just somebody else. That would be sick.
Ilia Topuria, you know this guy?
Who?
Ilya Topuria, he's the new featherweight champion from Spain.
The Brazilian.
Yeah, from Spain.
I'm sorry.
They just brought him out at a Real Madrid match yesterday in front of 85,000 people. He got a huge ovation. This guy's going to be the next big thing.
Oh, wow.
145, so it could work for you.
Right. I mean, maybe one day. I haven't even looked at him.
Yeah.
I know he knocked somebody out recently.
Alex Volkanovski.
And that's big, right?
Yes, that's gigantic.
So that's, I mean, obviously, it's an opportunity.
They're telling me
I would make him go into boxing, though.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Why him in boxing and you in MMA for Sean?
You ever seen him fucking grapple? I ain't going against that right now.
That's right. That's right. That's a good point. Unfortunately, they're telling me we have to wrap in a couple minutes.
No.
Yes.
Let's go 10 more minutes.
This is the champ.
10 more minutes.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying. I don't want to piss anyone off.
Oh, I'm gonna be pissed. I like talking to
All
you.
right. I appreciate that. It was hard. I haven't talked to you since pre-tank fight.
That's crazy.
So you left me on scene a couple times.
My bad, bro.
Why? Were we beefing?
No,
Were you mad at me?
We can't beef.
I don't know. That's why I didn't understand.
Bro, we're cool. We've been cool.
Yeah, for a while.
Literally.
That's why I could bring this up, I think. This is what I'm going to bring up to you. I get worried when I see the tweets sometimes.
Yeah, I get it.
It's like all over the place.
Yeah, but
Are you tweeting through it? Like, what is going on? Because this
No.
weekend, I was happy that we were going to finally talk because I was like, is he all right? Is everything okay? Seriously. Let's talk about it.
I'm just me, and I'm finally being me fully. So I've always been this way. I'm the best shit talker in real life. Like, I do this all the time. I bag all my friends, and they bag me. I've been doing this since I was a little kid. Like, when I grew up in the town I grew up in, roast battles all the time. I just brought that to life now. Okay, this is easy.
But does it take away
No, it's all
distraction?
You know what's hilarious? People are like, you should be in the gym. I said, last time I checked, it takes me 10 seconds to make a post. So if you don't think I could find 10 seconds in my day, that's crazy. Like
Right.
the things that come out of people's minds are crazy. And they look at me, the crazy person. If I was crazy, how do I make $100 million already? That's not really crazy.
Right.
Like, it's just, I'm a strategist. I know what I'm doing. All my moves are calculated, and I lift it all up to God. And then if God says that's not the right move, I'll delete it. But, I just like to entertain people. It's entertaining.
Right. So you're not in a...
And sometimes I'm dead ass, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm dead ass. Like, I don't like you. What's up? You could talk shit about me, but the moment I push back, now it's like, oh, you're tweeting too much? Nah, it doesn't work that way.
He seems to think that there's a question that you may not show up. When he said this to me an hour ago, I said...
I know he wishes that. He's hoping that I pull out. Did you see his face? I had his lips trembling. He started going white in front of him. I said, you're going to feel fear, right? And I started raising my voice. He curled up like a ball. He did not know what to say. I said, fuck it, and I just grabbed him by the neck.
Yes, I saw that. We showed that. We have the footage here, and you got Mr. Haney very upset.
Of course, Bill Haney.
Yes, Bill Haney, yes.
Smoking on that Bill Haney, Pat.
Yeah, why? What's the beef between you and him?
Bill Haney.
Here's the scene. This is the day before, or the Friday of the Super Bowl, yeah. So you pulled up on him. You knew he was going to be there, or you just saw him randomly?
No, we were going to do like a face-off.
Yeah.
That was planned.
Okay.
But as we were walking to the spot, he was talking shit already. So why wait to the spot? I turned my ass around. I said, you're not my fucking friend. Your dad's a pimp, and he's pimping you. Nobody's talking about it. His dad's a real-life pimp.
Legit, you're saying?
Yes, like, that's why I said he's pimping you. He's in control. What do pimps do? They control their girls. He's pimping his son. Now, it makes sense. He don't even speak for himself. His dad speaks for him. He's pimping you.
And this pissed him off?
Oh, yeah. He's really...
Like, I saw the footage of Bill. He was mad.
Yeah, no, he was generally mad. Bill's funny, though. Like, his videos are funny, but,
yeah,
it's not going to be a game, though.
Do you think it will be a problem tomorrow at the presser?
I don't care if it is. We'll go whole Conor Khabib bus situation for all I care.
You said you have a surprise for the press conference.
Oh, yes, I do.
A teammate?
I have many surprises. Well, I don't know. They're trying to shut off my teammate.
Oh, who's the teammate?
I can't even say right now.
Okay. But you have something in store.
I did. I don't know if it's going to go down. It might.
Is the animosity between you and Devin different than the animosity between you and Tank because there's a history that goes back? You fought 6 times before in the amateurs.
I'm just in a different place right now.
Okay. In what respect?
I'm coming back for blood. I'm on vengeance tour. I'm not trying to be anything I'm not. I'm here to come back for everything. Like, I feel played, and now I feel disrespect. I don't like to lose, and the fact I lost because they played me is got me really upset. So everybody's gonna get it. it's not gonna be fun. Like I hit a switch. Like I am no more like I'm always gonna be, respectful, kind of, but this time I'm coming back for blood. Like I'm not playing around. Now I hit a switch. You shouldn't have done that.
Who's that? Who's he? Because I feel like some of what you're talking about is regarding Tank.
Yes.
But what? So why does it have to do with
everybody? They manipulated the situation so good.
Okay.
Okay. Say less.
Okay.
You think you're good? All right. I'll show you how good I am.
Do you enjoy these things? Like the presser tomorrow?
Oh, I love it. It's fun.
Thursday in LA.
Great,
You look forward to this?
Of course. Is it like, shit, what could go down? Yeah, but also I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait. What's your official prediction? What do you think? What are you feeling?
Obliteration, like broken ribs, no crumbs on the table. His dad needs to stop the fight or else it could get really bad. I pray that he comes out of the fight okay and that, he go back to the family, enjoy the money. But it's going to get real ugly out there, like ugly, ugly. I'm not looking to fight or box. I'm looking to fight.
Okay. And to be clear, what you said at the beginning, you did not say anything to disrespect.
I did not say anything about his religion or disrespect. Please enlighten me with proof of me disrespecting your religion.
You're the man, Ryan. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Respect.
Good luck. Thank you for doing this.
Yep.
Oscar's going to come in here now, so we say goodbye to Ryan Garcia. Good luck to you. We're still live, but we appreciate it.
God bless.
And don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me unseen, That hurts my feelings.
Why would I do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe get my number.
I have your number.
No, I got a new number.
Oh, you got a new... Okay, I'll get it from Jane.
Okay.
Will she hook me up?
I think so.
Potentially.
Nah, you'll get my number. I got you.
Much love, Ryan. You're the best. Thank you so much. There he is, Ryan Garcia, everyone. Thank you so much to him. April 20th in Brooklyn at the Barclays Center. You got to love it. Great energy there. And in a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by Oscar De La Hoya here. This is a fun time. This is old school. One train coming in, one train coming out. This is wild stuff, guys. Is anyone there? What's happening?
We're all here.
You're all there? Brian's coming in hot. I didn't get to take my customary photo with the guests because there's too much going on here. I don't want to keep everyone waiting.
Mind's eye is the camera.
What's that? What's that?
Your mind's eye is the camera.
There's all kind of messages happening here, Frank. Are we going straight into Oscar? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, let me just do this. Oh, and there he is, the golden boy himself. My man, please come in.
Have this coffee?
Absolutely, absolutely. Mi casa, su casa.
Mi casa is su casa. What's up, brother?
How are you? So good to see you. Please have a seat.
Man. All good.
Thank you so much. You look fantastic as always.
Do you have anything here?
Golden boy?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Come on.
You have a toy?
I mean, I have a Funko Pop.
We need to get that. I got nothing. You're right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to mess with your...
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Great to see you, my friend.
How good, brother?
How's everything?
Beautiful.
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 Life is good?
Life is beautiful.
Man, we have a lot to talk about, Oscar.
Do we?
Yes, we have a lot to talk about. Where should we start? Let's start with Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
How hard was it to put that fight together?
Not hard at all.
Really?
No. Yeah. I talked to the Haney side.
Yes. Bill?
To Bill.
What a guy.
You know what? Great guy.
Great guy.
I talked to Bill. I talked to Haney like one time, maybe two.
Okay.
Just
Devin.
Quick. Yeah, to Devin.
Yeah.
Just quick. And boom, we got a deal done quick. It was no problem. Like literally, give us what we deserve.
Right.
Okay. And then with Ryan, no problem. See, I think this fight here, in a long time, we haven't seen something like this in boxing, where the best fight the best.
Mm-hmm.
And each side is obviously getting their worth. Each side this is a very competitive fight. This is a good fight, inside and outside the ring.
Oh my gosh, yes.
But that's why it was fairly easy to make, because both guys want to fight each other.
Was the original choice Rolly and or Isak? And if so, why did those not come to fruition and you go with Devin?
No, it wasn't the first choice.
Was Devin the first choice?
It was a choice.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just a choice.
Okay, but it wasn't like those two fell through and then you went to Devin.
No.
Because Devin's the bigger fight, right?
With a way bigger fight.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the Rollies Pitbull fight is literally an appetizer to what you're gonna see.
Right.
April 20th.
Was there any dealings whatsoever with Eddie Hearn and Matchroom here?
No, zero.
This is 1,000% a golden boy.
To do.
Right.
Eddie Hearn had nothing to do with this fight. This is a golden boy. See, Eddie Hearn is partners with the Zone USA.
Okay.
So I'm sure they're throwing a few crumbs at him.
Does that bother you?
I have no ego.
Okay.
Ego is not my amigo.
But, like, will he be at the press conference tomorrow?
Yeah, I think so. The Zone people called me up saying, hey, just, let him up there. I was like, what the fuck is he going to be up there for? Like, isn't it uncomfortable for him, like, to put his face there? It had nothing to do with it.
Because Devin had no contractual obligations to Eddie after the Prograis fight.
No, zero whatsoever.
Right. So would you prefer him not to be up there?
I don't care.
Okay.
Look, at this point of my life, at this point of being a promoter now for 22 years, I just want to make fights.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I'm happy to be on stage and, and promoting, but I think what fighters don't understand, or what the public, the world doesn't understand, that there's a lot that goes behind the promotion. There's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of legwork that has to be done. I mean, everybody on the ground to put an event together, the press conferences, the storyline, there's so much. You just don't show up and wow, oh my gosh, who did all this? Let's collect our paycheck. No, there's a lot that goes behind it. So
and so this is a gigantic deal.
Yeah.
First time in quite a while that you promoted an event here in New York, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, why did you choose Barclays? Because initially we thought Vegas, we thought Cali probably because they had, some ties. Both guys have ties to Cali.
Sure.
The Barclays tweet that you sent out was very surprising, but a nice surprise for us. Selfishly, we love that it's so close.
Look,
why'd you choose Barclays?
The way I see it is, look, first of all, Canelo's the man in boxing, right? Whoever the star is, then almost dictates like where he wants to fight, and it has to do with the casino executives and the MGM and this and that. We know that he fights Cinco de Mayo. We know that he fights in September. So we presented the deal to both sides. Barclays, everybody agreed on it.
Okay.
That's it. But the reason why I like it here and I love it, I have a plan as a promoter. And that's to get the most exposure, the best career path for a fighter, to generate the big dollars, not short term, but long term. You know what this fight does in New York, what it does for a fighter's career? It takes you to the stratosphere. What do they say? If you make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Who fought here? Ali, myself, all the
Frazier.
greats, Canelo, Frazier. Everybody fights in New York and you become a global superstar. See, there's a plan that I have. There's a path that I know what fighters should take to become a megastar. And this fight here, you're not only becoming a Vegas champ, you're not only becoming a state champ, no, you're becoming a global superstar when you fight in New York.
Mm-hmm. Did you talk to MSG at all? Were they in the mix?
There's a conflict with basketball games.
Oh, okay.
And the NBA
yes,
and all that.
Yes.
So it's more complicated than what people think.
Yes, of course.
Because this is a mega fight. It's a mega fight. And guess what? We're gonna break records of the biggest gate in New York. We will break records with this fight at the Barclays.
Right. When do tickets go on sale?
Not sure yet.
Okay.
We're putting all that together.
But you feel confident this breaks the record, whatever the gate record is.
Super confident.
I think it might be UFC at that venue.
Is it?
I think so, from their pre-pandemic days.
Well, we'll break that record.
You put it out there, and then shortly after, Ryan said, like, nah, this is a MGM fight. He didn't seem too happy about that. Do you feel like he's on board now with this being in New York?
They wanted Barclays. His manager and Ryan, they okayed it.
Okay.
So it's all good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that won't be an issue?
No issue.
Because there were some people, I think, afraid that it would get taken away from New York.
No, it's all good.
Okay.
New York, this is the place to be.
I have to say, the build up to his last fight against Oscar Duarte was, I don't know, are you a pro wrestling fan?
Oh, yeah.
There was once a time where Stone Cold Steve Austin and Vince McMahon went to, the boss and
I remember that, yeah.
This was the real life version, it felt like. You and him together it might not have been fun for you guys. For us, it was theater.
Sure.
I mean, even on fight night, you saying, like, I wasn't allowed into the locker room to wish him well and all that.
Sure.
Was that awkward for you? Was any of that an annoyance? How would you describe that week in Texas?
It's awkward. It's awkward when you genuinely do not like the person, but it wasn't awkward to me because I understood the game. Look, media is everything, and the way you present a fight, and the way the way the fan, the consumer perceives, the fight and how it's unfolding inside and outside the ring, it's entertainment. But man, Ryan's good. He's good when he does it. He's good, but it doesn't get to me.
It doesn't bother you?
No, it doesn't.
Even when he didn't let you in the locker room on fight night?
It's okay.
It's all good.
All I'm trying to do for him is pave the way and to literally becoming the best fighter he can be. And you have to fight in New York. You have to fight in Vegas. You have to fight in, media capitals of the world to become a global superstar. But most importantly, the one thing that I try to do is I want him to gain the respect of the fight fans. I want him to gain the respect of boxers, of fighters, of the industry, because this will be his first legitimate world title. Mm-hmm. Him winning this will solidify him as the real deal.
What about at the presser? Did any of that bother you? On the Thursday? On the Thursday before the fight in Texas, he was standing up there, you were behind him, you were...
No, I just shake my head.
Okay.
I mean, I have a job to do, and that's to do the best job I can for him.
How would you describe the state of your relationship now?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm cool, I don't know.
Did you see him back there?
No, I didn't see him.
Right now?
No, I didn't.
Oh, wow.
No.
He was just here a second ago.
I know, yeah, I was watching him on TV.
Yes.
But I like the kid.
Did you see what he said about, that he sent a text message with you and someone else who he wouldn't say, and said that you guys need to get on the same page, and if you don't get on the same page, he's done with both of you?
Yeah, that's his manager.
Okay.
That's
I had a feeling that.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the issue with you and the manager?
There's no issue. Well, let's see. The issue is, what is the issue? Yeah. No, I'd rather not talk about it because there can be some potential consequences that will not be pretty for him.
Like the legal
side of it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would rather not talk about it. But there was a disconnect. And I think there was a disconnect between me and Ryan because I never understood, I seriously, all I want is for him to be the biggest, the best, the baddest man on the planet, literally.
Yeah.
Because that's my job. That's what I do. And I like him, But then things that he said about me or things that he questions me about, I'm like, whoa, you're literally poking the sleeping bear, just let him sleep.
And you don't take shit. You will respond.
I don't take shit.
Yeah. Would it be worthwhile to have a dinner, you and him, and just you guys alone and hash it all out, or is that not necessary?
I don't know. I would love to. Yeah, why not?
Do you think he wants to?
I don't know.
Maybe here in New York tonight?
Yeah, it could be.
Carbone?
Yeah, Carbone. Good restaurant, yeah.
Or the manager. I don't know if the manager is here as well. You guys can hash it out. Do you feel like you have a long relationship together now? Do you feel like you have fixed it?
Yeah, look, I'm just doing my job.
Right.
That's it. I'm just doing my job. My job is to organize and to put together and and not think short term, but think long term. And this fight here in New York for Ryan, trust me, when it's all said and done, he will thank me. I believe that.
What do you mean by that?
He will thank me because New York is going to embrace him. New York is going to love him. I don't think he even knows that he does great numbers here in New York when he fights. People love him here, and not only because of that, but also because it's the fight capital of the media capital of the world, So
who's the A side in your opinion in this fight? From a popularity standpoint, I know there's a champion, but like from the draw.
Popularity standpoint, I mean, Ryan, I think, is more popular, you know. I mean, if you want to base it on numbers and, you know, Instagram and social media and all that, yeah, Ryan's but you have to be fair to the champion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's in the history of the sport. The champion is always the A side. And I can't disrespect that. I can't turn my back on Haney. I can't, and I can't turn my back on what Ryan has built and developed over the years, but a true, real champion will respect the fact that Haney is the A side because he has that strap, you know.
This deal with Haney, it's just for this fight. The co-promotion between Golden Boy and Haney Promotions is just for this fight, right?
Yeah, just for this fight.
And was there ever, I know I asked them both this question, but I'm curious from your perspective, any talk of a rematch clause or a hydration clause, any of this stuff that kind of plagued the Tank fight with Ryan? Was any of that brought up?
No.
None of that.
And I love that. I respected that because, look, the truth of the matter is, if I personally would have negotiated that Tank Ryan fight, first of all, it wouldn't have happened. That fight wouldn't have happened.
Why not?
I think Haney would have happened first.
Why not?
Because of the rehydration clause, and the fact that Tank Davis received the bulk of the monies,
Mm-hmm.
the lion's share of the money. That never would have happened with me. Ever. Ryan's the one that sells. I mean, if you want to separate champion from popularity, from selling tickets, like, you know, there's different pieces to the puzzle, right? I have to respect everyone and figure out a solution for everybody. You know, that's where it gets tricky and difficult. And this is the world we're living in today. But if Tank Davis does not rehydrate Ryan Garcia, it would have turned out differently inside the ring.
You think Ryan wins?
I don't know if he wins.
But closer fight.
But it would have been a different fight. It would have been, you know, because Ryan has a special gift. He really does. He really does. He just has to be himself. If you let him be himself and he goes up in that ring, he can beat anybody, you know?
So it's interesting that you say be himself because he was just saying to us, like, now I feel like I'm myself for the first time. I feel like I've hit puberty as a person. You know, he puts a lot of himself out there on social media.
Yeah.
You've been open about your trials and tribulations.
Yeah, sure.
Do you try, you know, when he's putting himself out there and he's talking about the personal stuff that he's dealing with, is there any part of you that feels like you can resonate with this and help him and guide him, but for whatever reason, maybe he's keeping himself at an arm's length and you can't be that father figure that perhaps you were at the beginning?
I seriously, Ariel, I seriously would love to talk to him, like a heart-to-heart.
Yeah.
I would love to talk to any fighter.
Right.
I promote more than 40, 50 fighters. I would love to talk to every single one of them. I'm here. Whoever wants answers to what I've lived and to potentially what you're going to live.
Yeah.
I have the answers, you know? Just ask me. That's it.
Do a lot of them ask you?
No.
Why?
I don't know. I do not know.
You're an open book. Last time we spoke about the HBO doc, like you couldn't have been more open, right?
Open book. I have the answers for every question you might have.
Right.
Seriously.
And they don't tap into that.
No, there's a couple. There's one like I'm promoting this kid Floyd Schofield, he's gonna be special. He is special. And he'll be humble enough to come to me and say, Oscar, you know, I need help here, this, that. That's great. It's beautiful. Like, Jesus, I mean, why commit those mistakes that past legends have committed where you don't have to? Just ask. That's all you have to do is ask.
Is there any part of you that worries that Ryan will make mistakes that you made, that these are avoidable, these could be avoided, and yet you're kind of seeing, you know, there's so many similarities between you guys coming up. People wanted to pair you guys. Are you seeing any of those mistakes being recreated here?
I'm not part of his life, or, you know, I only see what I see on social media or whenever somebody tells me, hey, Ryan posted or whatever, but I don't know. I don't think so. I think, what is he, 25 now? I think that, at 25, you should have your head on straight and, and he found God, which is great, which is amazing. And that should, keep him in a straight path and his beliefs, and which is amazing and will keep him focused. But I don't know. I don't know where he's at because they don't let me talk to him.
What do you mean they don't let you talk to him?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of
his manager.
Probably.
Okay. You cannot pick up the phone and talk to him.
I can because I have his number, but he never answers.
It'll create a problem. Jeez Louise.
He never answers.
Well, have you ever had a relationship with a fighter you promoted like this?
Relationship?
Like this, where you couldn't talk to the guy that you're promoting?
No, first time. Yeah, it's the first time.
How do you fix him and Bernard? Because he said you and...
Oh, Bernard's fine.
He's fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bernard's good.
He's good?
Yeah. One thing about Bernard is that he's very intense.
Yeah.
And he tells you the way it is. And a lot of people, in general, just don't like to hear the truth.
Right.
And Bernard speaks the truth, but he speaks to you in a way where you're learning. He speaks to you where you're gonna grow, where it's benefiting you, And Bernard is Bernard. He's straight up. He'll be good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because just for the record, he said, I don't know if you heard this part, that in his mind, you and him are good. Ryan said you and him are good, but him and Bernard aren't good right now. So
it's a matter of communication. That solves everything.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
A lot of news today in the world of boxing, in particular regarding Canelo.
Yeah.
Have you heard that he's done with PBC?
I
you
read
give me
it.
a smile.
Yeah, I kept reading. I kept reading where he's done.
Yeah.
But look, in my 22 years of being in business and being around boxing forever, you just cannot believe anything you read, anything you see, until you see it on paper and it's written and it's signed and sealed. You just cannot believe it. So I don't know what's going on right now. I have no clue what's going on. Huh?
Because this came from ESPN, credible source, Mike Coppinger, and I do believe I was
credible source.
Is he not?
Who?
Mike Coppinger.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay,
he's good. He's
good.
Yeah.
So that's why I said credible source. But in the middle of the show, I was reading that the new sort of plan is, and this is all happening. I'm live. May 4th would be Canelo versus Jaime Munguia.
Oh.
Who's one of your fighters.
Wow.
So what could you tell us about this?
I mean, we've talked, Canelo holds all the cards here.
Sure.
That's the problem. It's the big problem. Canelo holds all the cards.
I mean, well-deserved, right?
No, well-deserved, but it's creating all this mess.
Okay.
That we're living now.
Yeah.
Right? And Canelo holds all the cards, and it's like, okay, and everybody wants Canelo on his platform, whether it's DAZN or whether it's, Amazon that PBC has.
Yeah.
So somehow I have to get to Canelo. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I have to talk to him.
You don't have, I mean, you used to have a business relationship.
Yeah, but we don't have a relationship
anymore.
No.
When's the last time you spoke to him?
I spoke to him, must have been at a Ryan fight. Yeah,
okay.
I think Canelo showed up at a Ryan fight in Texas, I think it was.
Okay.
And we briefly said hi to each other.
Is there a chance May 4th it's Munguia versus Canelo?
No.
No chance?
No.
Like zero?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Oh, I just don't think so. I really don't. I don't know.
Would you like for it to happen? Would you be interested in making that fight?
Look, as a fighter and as a promoter, yeah, I mean that's a great fight.
Yeah.
I've always called for a Mexican showdown, whether it's Cinco de Mayo or September.
Right.
I've always called for that, and obviously the stars are aligning where Jaime Munguia and Canelo Alvarez can be those two fighters to have a Mexican showdown. But I just don't know when it's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah. And you're saying not May 4th?
No, it can't. I mean, May 4th.
Why not?
Well, Canelo he just left PBC. I don't know if he's talking to DAZN now.
Okay.
I mean, who's going to pay him that huge guarantee?
Right.
because keep in mind, Canelo wants huge guarantees. And in order for somebody to give him that money, I mean, you have to generate over 1 million homes on pay-per-view, and that's never a guarantee.
Right.
You know, so it's risky. So who's willing to fork over that money? I don't know. It's pretty risky.
Do you like the fight, though, on paper?
I love the fight.
Who do you think has a better chance of beating him, Munguia or Berlanga?
It's not even a question.
Not even a question.
No, Munguia would have a better shot. I think Berlanga.
Did you watch on Saturday?
I was driving, so I saw a couple of rounds. Berlanga still needs some work, and this is the truth, the honest truth. I actually like the kid. I think I think that he has that energy, to become world champion, and but I think he's maybe like 3 fights away.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say about 3 or 4 fights away. Because see, there's levels to this. There's steps to this. He fought somebody who's never been on a big stage. He was getting hit. He was not hesitating, but I saw him a little impatient, but a little, just hesitant in throwing his punches against somebody who didn't belong in the ring with him, He still took him out, which was great. He made a statement, which was amazing. But a Canelo, a Munguia, other fighters are just on a different level.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would love to see Berlanga reach that level in order to have a great shot at beating these guys, So it's only fair.
Considering the news today, what do you make of the state of PBC?
Sinking ship. Yeah. It's a sinking ship. Everybody's jumping ship.
Do you think they're in trouble? Serious trouble?
Yes, I really do.
What do you think of
just from what I see?
Yeah.
And what I hear?
Yeah.
I mean, who's gonna want to fork over guaranteed money? All that money. How many investors can you bring in? How many people can you dupe? And I think I think the perfect example is like Wilder fighting in Riyadh and all these other fighters jumping ship. I mean, it's happening. It literally is happening.
What do you make of what's happening over there? Because I saw at the press conference for Ngannou Joshua, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh was asked about you, and he essentially said, you can stay away if you're not happy with all the fights going there. Did you see this response, and if so, what is your response to that, and what do you think of these big fights going to Saudi?
Yeah, no. Just to clarify, what I said, they asked me, do all these should all these fights go to, and I go, no, not all of them, no, because my point was, Riyadh is doing a great job in making those big fights happen, but guess what? In Ngannou and
Joshua?
Who's he fighting? Joshua?
Yeah.
Ngannou and Joshua, nobody's going to care on this side of the pond, because of the timing. It's not going to create that much of a buzz. As big as a fight it is, it's not going to create a big buzz. If it was here imagine that fight in Vegas, you would have record-breaking numbers on the gate, on pay-per-view, but so that's what I meant. It's like there's fights that can take place over there. Like, for instance, this kid that Canelo fought.
Dimitri Bivol.
Bivol versus
Beterbiev.
Versus Beterbiev. And I'm sorry, I'm not remembering.
No problem.
But you can see it that way and have that fight there, and it'll do great. But that's the type of fight that doesn't do good over here for some strange reason, right? So it belongs over there, and it's a great fight, and the Excellency is doing an amazing job. But and that was the disconnect. That's it. There's fights that belong here, and that's because fighters wanna create a legacy, and to create a legacy, you must fight in the U.S. You must be huge in the U.S. Create big numbers, a big buzz, and then it spreads to the world. It's not spreading from Riyadh and then to the world. No, it spreads from the U.S. And that's not an attack on anybody. It's just reality. If fighters want to become legendary, it starts here in the U.S.
Have you met him, Turkey Al-Sheikh?
Yeah,
You met him?
Yeah, he's a huge fan.
Huge fight fan.
Man, he loves the Ring magazine.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
He loves the history of. But he was mentioning how he loves Roberto Duran.
Right. Yeah.
His favorite fighter.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's doing great at what he's doing. I love what he's doing.
Would you like to do business with them?
For the right fights, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good fights that we can make, absolutely. But to my point, there's fights that have to take place in the U.S. To grow the legendary status that these fighters want. But there's fights that should be taking place in Riyadh for the money.
Speaking of crossover fights, Ryan says he wants to go to MMA and fight Sean O'Malley. Do you know Sean O'Malley?
Yeah.
Sugar Sean, he's the...
Does he have purple hair now, or what color is it?
It always
now?
changes.
What color
Yellow,
of the
purple.
Yeah.
We'll see. He's fighting in 2 weeks in Miami.
I like him. He's a good striker.
Very good.
Yeah, right?
Great.
Yeah. See, I've been doing my
Very dynamic.
I've been
But
doing my homework.
he doesn't want him to come to boxing. He says, Dana, I want to go to MMA. Now, the first thing that came to mind was your relationship with Dana. How could that ever happen? I mean, it would be a gigantic fight. Could this happen?
It'll be a hell of a promotion.
It would be.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. It'll be a hell of a
Would
promotion.
you be okay with that at this point? He said, if all goes well with Devin, I would love to explore that. Give me 3 months.
I would actually entertain that because Ryan can fight, in the main event with this kid, and maybe I can do Dana on the co-main.
I thought you guys are cool. Didn't you say
No, we're cool,
Yeah.
but it's all good. I mean, I don't know if we're cool. I mean, I haven't even talked to the guy.
I know, but you put out a thing that you wanted to
I'm good.
bury the hatchet.
I'm good.
Yes.
I'm good.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that we can go
Have
at
you
it.
seen him anywhere?
No, never.
No, never shook hands?
No.
Because
I
there
know
was
he
a
lives-
time...
Does he live in Vegas?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
You live in Vegas, too.
I live in Vegas, and I'm gonna do some big things in Vegas now.
Like what?
It's time for an Apex.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to do your own
Golden
version?
Boy Apex in Vegas. Yeah.
Okay.
The reason why I moved to Vegas is to bring huge, big time boxing back to Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah. And from grassroots all the way to the highest level, and eventually having a fight with Mark Davis at his arena. Yeah.
Okay. Not you
Not
fighting Mark
fighting
Davis.
him,
Yes,
but-
okay. At Allegiant Stadium.
At Allegiant Stadium.
Okay.
That's the goal. And so I've already put a group of people together. We're going to start discussing the plans.
To build your own thing, and then
build my own thing, yeah.
What about like a performance institute like they have there?
Everything.
That's what you want to do. You want to replicate.
Everything.
So despite
Housing, performance.
So despite
mini
maybe your
arena.
differences with Dana, you acknowledge that they have done a great thing over there with that.
Oh my gosh, they've done a tremendous job at building the sport. I mean, obviously the difference is there's a big difference with boxing and MMA. I mean, the UFC or the UFC, right? The UFC is sort of in a monopoly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like take it or leave it with them. With boxing, it's a little different when it comes to negotiations, So, because in boxing, you have various promoters, and in the UFC, it's only one. And who doesn't want to fight for the UFC, right? All these fighters want to be in the limelight and big stage, and even though you're not getting paid as well, you still want to be part of that whole organization. So they've done a great job at building that.
So to go back to Sean, you'd be open to Ryan exploring this, and you would be.
I would be open to it.
Okay.
I would be open to it. Again, I'm doing what's right for
Ryan.
For Ryan, what he, I'm doing what's right for his career. See, because if you asked me this 5 years ago, I would have said, no, there's no way in hell. I mean, come on, what is he gonna do for his career?
Mm-hmm.
Fighting this kid would obviously put money in his pocket, would elevate his status, worldwide, globally. And that's what a fighter wants, right? They want to make a lot of money. They want to become popular. They want to become the man. So, yeah, I would be open to it.
When Endeavor bought UFC and then WWE and created this TKO group.
Yeah.
In the back of your mind, you feel like it's inevitable that they're going to get into boxing? Just given that name.
Yeah. TKO, technical knockout. Yeah. That can be interesting. It can be interesting to see what happens with Top Rank.
It was a rumor
since they're part of ESPN.
Yeah. Do you think that would be good?
It all depends on what assets they have. It depends on the fighters, what contracts they have. I know they have a great library, but the value of a library is not what they think it is.
Okay.
I don't think. If they want to get into boxing, I guess good luck, right? They're gonna have to deal with me.
In what respect?
Oh, in every respect.
Do you see? They got Vegas on Mexican Independence Day weekend. They're doing the Sphere.
The Sphere.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
That's big.
That's huge.
I mean, they got T-Mobile. Like usually that was a boxing.
Oh, but there will be a boxing event in September.
That weekend.
Oh yeah.
Are you going to be involved?
We'll see.
Okay. Will it be with Canelo?
We'll see.
Okay. All right. So for now, though, it's two press conferences this week.
Yeah, 2 press conferences.
You think they'll be, they'll be hostile?
Oh,
There's a lot of bad blood up there.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
There is. I had the pleasure of flying in with the Bill Haney. And,
oh, you did?
And
Okay.
Devin.
Yeah.
Nice people. Humble. I like them.
Okay.
Yeah.
This was
Really
your first
nice
time really
people.
working with them, right?
Like first time, yeah, because you see all this social media and this and that. No, and I got to spend some real quality time. Super nice people.
Okay. So you're excited about this?
I'm excited.
Where would this rank as far as the biggest fights you've promoted?
Oof. Wow. You got to keep in mind, I promoted 14 of Mayweather's fights, which were huge.
Yeah.
It's got to be top 10.
You think this could do $1 million?
Yeah, easy.
You feel good about that?
I feel great about it. Yeah. See, you got to keep in mind that you have Haney, who is considered one like the top guy, like top 3, top 2. Like he's probably considered the best, junior welterweight now, right? Because of his skill and and he's willing to fight the best, and then you have Ryan. See, what people don't understand, Ryan wants to fight the best, and I take my hat off to him because he comes off the Tank loss, fights Oscar Duarte, who was a tough banger, right? Can hit hard, can knock you out. He knocks him out. Now he wants to fight Devin. That says
a lot about
pretty
him.
ballsy, yeah. Which is
if he
good.
fights the way he fought against Duarte, if he fights that way on April 20th, can he win?
No.
Has to be better.
Has to be a lot better.
You like him with Derek James?
I do actually.
Okay.
I do. I think that chemistry motivates Ryan to train harder, to train smarter, and to be disciplined. There's a certain discipline that you need, and only the trainer can take that out of you. When I was fighting, I was getting tired, I was getting bored, and this was after my 6th trainer. And then I got Floyd Sr., who would slap me around, who would throw buckets of water in my face to wake up in the morning. Did I like it? No, but I respected it. That's what it takes. And I think that dynamic, there's a respect there. And I think that can bring out the best in Ryan.
You think we'll see a scene like where on Fight Night you're kind of Team Ryan and Eddie's Team Haney and you guys are going like toe-to-toe, or none of that?
No, because Eddie has nothing to do with this.
That's right. I saw you guys do a face-to-face, like sit-down. It seemed like you were in a good spot.
Yeah, no, look,
DAZN.
I want to do what's best for the sport. I know how to create superstars. There's a reason why Golden Boy has promoted the biggest fights in the history of this game. There's a reason why we discovered Canelo. There's a reason why now Ryan Garcia. There's a reason. There's a formula. Golden Boy is. I'm not saying that we're better. I'm not saying that this and that. No, it's just there's a certain dynamic, a formula that there's a connection with the fans. There's with the industry. There's anybody teamed up with Golden Boy. I mean, I'm telling you, sky's the limit. And I know how to bring that out. in fighters. You know, I know how to discover fighters. When I saw Ryan on social media, he was 17, 18. I saw him fight in TJ, not live.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this kid's special. Let me help him out here. Let's team up. Let's do something big. That's what we're doing.
The next chapter is April 20th. Oscar, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you coming in. There he is, Oscar De La Hoya, April 20th, Barclays Center in Brooklyn. We're going to bring in our next guest here, if you don't mind. It's going to be a swap between you and the aforementioned Eddie Hearn.
Eddie!
Okay. Yes, okay.
God damn it.
And appreciate it, Oscar. Good
All right,
luck to
brother.
you guys.
You got
Take
it.
care. There he is, Oscar
What's
De
up,
La
man?
Hoya joining us. Always great fun, and there they are. Okay, so we bring in Eddie Hearn of Matchroom. So good to see you, Eddie. It's a pleasure.
It's nice to see Oscar.
Yes.
Thanks for the kind words. Yeah.
Fascinating dynamic here on the program.
Don't know why I'm here, really.
I mean, you're Eddie Hearn.
Exactly.
Yes.
You hit the nail on
You're
the
Eddie.
head. Yeah.
Wow, what a day, Eddie. Well, it's good to see you. Fun event. Wow, I don't even know where to begin. What a time to have you in here. Congrats on a fun event in Orlando.
Yeah, it's great.
The Caribe Royale, nice spot. I've been there.
It's turning into a bit of a boxing hub, really.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's got a 2,000 room and a just under 4,000 room.
Okay.
And everything's on site. The fighters love it. Great atmosphere. Belanga was sensational. We needed it. And yeah, really good spot for boxing.
How long have you been here? In this office, in the studio today? How long? Like, how much did you hear of?
Oh, I heard, yeah. Well, I saw Devin's and I saw Ryan's.
Okay, you
and
saw everything. Because I knew you
saw-
flew in today.
Yeah, that's right.
I was a little
yeah,
nervous
yeah.
about that, if I'm being honest. They told me
That's
you're
all right, I
flying
wasn't gonna
in.
miss it. Oh, no, it's like every time I'm in New York.
Yes, I appreciate that.
here.
This time with the family, too.
Got my kids here, yeah, they're out there. They're in
Golly.
the green room. Isabella, Sophia, hello.
Hello,
It's hard
begrudgingly?
work. No, massive fans of yours, Eric.
Of mine?
Oh, huge.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm big
yeah.
with the youngsters.
Huge,
I don't know if you know this.
huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's been good. It's been good. It's hot. It's, you know, it's been lovely, but, you know, Water Park, Universal Studios, Disney,
All of it.
all mixed in with press conferences, weigh-ins, stuff, so.
And when they hear you saying this right now, are they offended or are they aware that
No, we you know.
you're
it's-
open,
yeah,
honest?
it's
Okay,
good.
so you were going to Disney in between?
Yeah.
Golly.
So, but it's
That's a lot
it's
of
a
work.
one-off, but it's been a nice experience.
Okay, so why are you in New York?
Well, I'm here for Haney Garcia. I mean,
Okay.
you know, I heard all the stuff.
What,
like-
tell me your response.
no, I mean, the deal was done between Golden Boy and Bill. We had a matching option with Devin, which we decided not to get in the way of for some financial benefit, and obviously to help promote the show. You know, I think a fight of this magnitude, I don't sound egotistical, but needs the GOAT, really. So, you know, they brought in the big guns, and just here to support Devin, really. We've been working with him for 5-6 years. Contractually, after this matching right, we have nothing with Devin other than to present him with opportunities. Obviously, he's got Devin Haney Promotions. And yeah, just really pushing a great fight. I think it's a wonderful fight.
Is it worth it? Like, if you're not financially involved, is it worth
I'm
your...
financially involved.
Oh, you
That's
are?
the whole point, yeah.
Oh, that
yeah.
is the whole point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be if I wasn't. I mean,
Okay, so
you know.
correct me if I'm misreading, but the picture that was just painted in front of me was that you have no financial
Oh, I
involvement.
do, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I
And
shall.
how does that work?
Just because we had a matching right with Devin.
Okay.
So obviously we weren't going to exercise it for the best interests of the sport and Devin, and particularly DAZN.
DAZN, right.
So we're not involved with the promotion, the logistics, but you know, here really just to support Devin and help him where needed. Happy for him to take the lead. The fight is in association with Matchroom. Yes, we've got our logos everywhere, nice, but no real involvement. I'll let Oscar take the limelight and Bill, but I think it's a brilliant fight. You know, I think I have to take my hat off to Ryan and Devin. I mean, Ryan reached out to me quite a while ago and said, I want to make this fight with Devin. What do you think? And I didn't really...
Post-tank?
Yeah. This is like 3 months ago.
Okay.
Or less, 2 months ago. And I didn't really believe him, to be honest with you, because I think it's a very tricky fight for him. And, you know, he seemed genuine. And then he moved on to Rolly Romero, which actually was probably the right fight for him, because it's a much easier fight.
Right.
That fell through. And then he messaged me again and said, look, I'm back. And obviously then Oscar and Bill picked everything up and away they go. And I think it's brilliant for boxing, brilliant for DAZN. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it's the perfect fight for DAZN. You know, two different fan bases coming together. And, you know, I think as you know, always champion the platform. But, on a level, from a global position, from a US position, from a UK position, it's the one thing I didn't hear too much of today. I heard Ryan push it a little bit, but DAZN is the home of boxing, the global home of boxing. Coming off, obviously, Berlanga last week, you've got coming up Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney. We've got Taylor Catterall the week after. You've got Joshua Ngannou next week, which we'll come on to, no doubt. You've got Fury against Usyk as well. I mean, it's by far and away the number one platform for boxing. So this was a really big catch for them. And I was surprised it happened.
Why is that?
Just because really from Ryan's side, like Devin I've known for a long time. When I was working with Devin, before he was a bit unlucky, Devin, because actually he was building to a mandatory position. He was chasing Vasily Lomachenko. And I wasn't sure about that, but he was adamant. That's what he wanted me to deliver. And then Top Rank requested that Lomachenko get elevated to what was called franchise champion at the time. I don't know if you remember. And Devin became really a paper champion. That's what he got, an email champ. That's what they called him. And it wasn't his fault, but he defended that title. And it was only really, after he fought Jojo Diaz and Linares, but then he flew to Cambosos in his backyard, won the undisputed, had to go back for a rematch clause. And that was difficult for us because we're pretty close, but he had to take that deal. And we always dreamt of having our first undisputed champion in America, and we always talked about it. But he had to take that deal. 2 wins, comes back, beats Lomachenko. Tight fight, but, I thought it was a great performance. And then he's promotionally free again, moves up a division, fights Regis Prograis, shutout victory. He will fight anyone. Like him, I really believe that him and Bill have no fear in fighting anyone. So I knew he'd be up for it. But I think Ryan deserves a lot of credit because coming off the Tank defeat, the Duarte victory, jumping in again. Devin's very difficult to beat. Very difficult to beat. And I think Ryan deserves a lot of credit because these are the fights we want to see, especially 2 young guys in their prime. Normally you get sort of the back end of the career, okay, I'm looking to cash in. But, Devin, as I said, always up for fighting anybody. But I think Ryan deserves a lot of respect as well.
How do you feel about the location?
I like it.
Were you surprised?
I was surprised that there seemed to be a lack of understanding of where it was, but I like the move to the Barclays Center because, one, I think New York is a fantastic, venue and market for big-time boxing. But that venue in particular, Madison Square Garden is second to none, the mecca of boxing. But PBC used Barclays Center as a base for a long time. And it's really been dormant in a boxing sense. I think it will do really well. Obviously, the gate, I heard the conversations, and it's going to affect the financials of the show. But from a vocal point, and we'll see if Canelo Alvarez fights. Don't forget, if he does fight on May the 4th, it's only 2 weeks after. So does that take a little bit of shine away from the fight? But I really like the Barclays Center for the fight. I think it'll be a fantastic atmosphere.
Is that true, what Devin put out based on what you know in your business relationship with Canelo, that MGM doesn't like for a big fight to be so close to his fights?
I don't think anybody does. I think it's not just those Canelo fights, it's any fight.
Okay.
If you're talking about, Cinco de Mayo and a big fight announced for Canelo Alvarez, does April 20th become a little bit of a tough sell? Nothing's ever going to outsell Canelo. Nothing's ever going to overshadow Canelo. But 2 mega fights so close together is never ideal. So, but again, that's got to be formally announced anyway. So I understand, Ryan's from LA and there's a lot of money to be generated in Las Vegas, but I really like the fight in New York. I think it's a good fight for New York.
Is this your first interview of the day?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Why do you think I'm rusty?
No, not at all.
I was going to say, how dare you?
No, not at all. Not at all. You never are. It's remarkable. I mean, you do like 9 of the same interview throughout fight week, and it's wild to see. The reason I say that is because I do want to put a pin in Ryan Devin talk, because I feel like there's a lot of people waiting to hear your thoughts on Canelo. So I'd be remiss if I don't. Since we're talking about him, I need to jump in there. Based on what you know, is he done with PBC?
I mean, I've seen a lot of reports that I've had a lot of phone calls from people saying, yes, congratulations, Canelo's coming home. Get your pajamas on, and I'm like, no. I think you've seen from the reports that obviously the initial route that they pursued of the 3-fight deal looks like it may not be happening or it's not happening. Me and Sal talk a lot. And, we've spoken recently in the last couple of days, and there's nothing, I went back to a couple of the Mexican media today. There's nothing confirmed with us, just a couple of conversations. Of course, from our side, it would be a dream to bring him back to Matchroom and DAZN. It would kind of be the icing on the cake for the platform with everything they've got planned as well. I really believe that the Jaime Munguia fight is a really big fight. I think, two kind of split fan bases, if you like, a little bit in Mexico. When you're a great like Canelo Alvarez, not everybody loves you. His fame and his appreciation, his adoration is huge. But there'll always be someone that wants to knock you off your pedestal, and a young, undefeated Mexican in Jaime Munguia. And the difference is, when I spoke to Sal, and I think what people don't understand about him is he will fight absolutely anybody. Like, he actually thinks it's quite funny when people think that he wouldn't fight Benavidez, or he wouldn't fight Crawford, or he wouldn't fight these guys. But the one thing he wants more than anything is great fights. He wants people that come to win. And I think he was really disappointed with the Charlo fight in terms of how it played out from a match perspective. Like, Charlo felt the power early on and just tried to survive. Canelo wants someone that comes to him with ambition to try and win. And that's why we float the names like Berlanga, and I appreciate Edgar probably needs one more marquee win, or not, but, I get it. Jaime Munguia just stopped John Ryder, more than has the credentials to fight Canelo Alvarez. David Benavidez as well, great fight. They're the fights that Sal wants, because he wants someone that comes to fight with him, not just to try and survive. And, that's why I think the Charlo fight, the second Charlo fight, fell through. One, because commercially it just wasn't a seller. And two, I don't think, after fighting the brother, I don't think Sal, he's astonishing, the fact that he just loves to fight. And I think when you talk about someone like Munguia coming for his crown, or Berlanga, or Benavidez, they are the fights that excite him. So, being honest, I'm going to do everything I can if he's available.
Is he available?
Yeah, I mean,
are they done?
By the sounds of things, by the sounds of the report, by.
But I know you know more than the report, obviously. From what you can say.
Yeah, I don't want to say too much, but what I will tell you is, I would like to work with him again in May and in September, and for the rest of his career. We had a great run, and in this sport, God, there's some cowboys. It still fascinates me, this business. In
what respect?
Just sometimes, sometimes even when I talk to Dana, that people in boxing, like, I look at some of the organisations, and I look at some of the promoters, and I just think, wow, you really don't know what you're doing, do you? There's a saying, I won't swear per se, but there's a saying in England, it's called pissing in the wind. And what that just means, it's just like, you're all over the place.
All over the gaff, dare I say.
All over the gaff.
Yeah.
And people take positions on fights, people take risks that are just unfathomable. And when it goes right, it's okay. And when it goes wrong, it can ruin your business, or the fighter might not get paid for months and months and months and months. So I think people who have worked with us know that we're just different. And I think Sal knows that as well. And I want to try and get in a position where I can provide a pathway for Sal to end his career with us. And I'll do everything I can. He's a businessman as well as a fighter. Fighter first, businessman second. And the deal has to be right. It's not just, I love Eddie, I love Matchroom. The deal has to be right. And he will make you work for the deal. And hopefully we can work hard enough to get his approval.
Were you surprised Oscar was so dismissive of Munguia versus him? I don't know if he was working me here or not, but he was like, no chance.
Yeah, I mean,
how could it be no chance?
We're in very extensive conversations with Jaime Munguia, ourselves, and DAZN, which he will know about. So
recently,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, to make a play for that fight, we've got to make sure there are two people on board, not one. So there's been extensive conversations backwards and forwards to make sure that we can try and move forward with that fight. For me, if the Munguia fight's out, no problem, snooze to us. But if it is, then we'll move Edgar Berlanga straight in. Him and Keith Connolly called me last night and said, it's a small cut, we'll go. And I promise you this, Berlanga will turn up and he will try and win that fight. It'll be a bloodbath, but it'll be Mexico against Puerto Rico. It'll be a young man, you know, with plenty about himself that will come to win. And he will give you a great fight, win, lose or draw. But I do think the Munguia fight is a very big fight.
Is that the front runner, you would say, at the moment?
I think Saul would fight anybody. Belanga is the mandatory with a WBA now. So at some point, I'm not saying he has to fight him now,
right?
But at some point in the next 6, 9, 12 months, he will have to fight him. Maybe he gets it out of the way. But I like Munguia. I like Munguia now. I like Belanga maybe in September, or Benavidez in September. But, you know, again, you're talking about the greatest fighter, really, of the current generation in Canelo Alvarez. And a man that has no fear of anybody, even in the back end. And by the way, he has earned the right to fight whoever he wants. Look at his resume. It astounds me that people still question his resume. Look at it. It's unbelievable. But yet he's still not just looking to have easy fights around the world and just cash in. He wants to fight. I see the thirst in his eyes, the hunger in his eyes. But he wants someone who comes to fight. And those 3 names that I mentioned, they're all cracking fights.
What do you make of the state of PBC now, given this, and, you know, the Amazon deal hasn't quite kicked off just yet. It will in March. How do you feel about where they're at right now?
I like our spot. You know, I think we're in a great position. I mean, you know, again, we backed DAZN and they backed us many years ago when we believed streaming was the future. And there's been a lot of pot shots from people who are saying, oh, they're on an app. They're on an app. I mean, right now, you know, PBC are also on an app, and I think that they would do anything to be with DAZN right now. The Amazon deal looks to be a pay-per-view only model with no regular shows, and that it's impossible to run a promotional company or a promotional business and develop fighters unless you have a schedule that can do so. You can't just have pay-per-views. And the problem, I've been there before, you know, when I was with Sky, we were doing so many pay-per-views, and you end up kind of like just stuffing a load of fights together to make them a pay-per-view. And if you look at the first offering on Amazon coming up on March the 30th, that's a classic example of a fight, of a card you've just bundled together to try and convince the consumer that it's pay-per-view. Tim Tszyu against Keith Thurman. I mean, like, I find Tim Tszyu really exciting. No one knows who he is in America. Keith Thurman hasn't boxed for 2 years. It's an absolutely dead fight. You know, there's some good stuff on the card, Rolly against Pitbull, but what you end up doing is, you know, the only way you can run your show on Amazon is pay-per-view, so you have to build one. And if it's the wrong time for your key stars, it's okay putting Gervonta Davis against Frank Martin or something like that as a pay-per-view headline. But when you kick it off with, you know, it reminds me a little bit, actually, of when we started with DAZN. We didn't actually have the talent. We were just starting, we were trying to sign fighters. I ended up doing my first ever show on DAZN in Chicago. When I look back now, it was an unbelievable card. It was Jesse Vargas against Thomas Delorme. It was Artur Beterbiev against Callum Johnson. You know, there was 3 or 4 other world championship fights on there, but it was like a panic job, Ariel. You know, it's like, oh my God, Jarrell Miller was fighting. I mean, it was like, just stick a load of, and hopefully it's big enough. But it didn't have the standout main event. And that's the problem when you do a Thurman against a Tszyu. It's just going to bomb. And if you continue to do pay-per-views, and this is, again, we always talk about the price point for the US market, $79, $89. It has to be Canelo Alvarez. It has to be Haney Garcia. It has to be the one that you as the consumer, the fight fan, say, I'm not missing it. Boys, girls, let's get round the house. Let's make a night of it. And that's a Haney Garcia. That's a Canelo against Munguia. That's a Joshua against Ngannou. That's a Fury Usyk. They're pay-per-view fights. Not Thurman Tszyu with Rolly on the undercard and Jaron Ennis against his mandatory. Bomb. And that is the problem with pay-per-view in this country and worldwide as well.
So who is your competition now? If PBC is not that, who would you view as your top competition? And you can't say no one.
I think Top Rank are a very good company.
Okay.
You know, I think they have a very good broadcast deal with ESPN.
Do you think TKO is going to try to buy Top Rank? TKO being UFC,
yeah,
WWE?
No, yeah. I think if TKO are doing anything, they're doing it with us, probably.
Oh, yeah.
Just because I think they're smart.
Has that happened?
No, not really. I mean, I was with Dana in Vegas a couple of weeks ago.
Did that get brought up?
Not really. I don't think, I mean, I think the boxing arm, I think it's going to be very interesting what happens with the ESPN contract. which is up in about a year and a half, something like that, with Top Rank. You know, if you lose that contract, you're really in a poor position. You know, do TKA move in and take over the boxing arm on ESPN? I don't know. Anything could happen. I don't know. I'm sometimes not sure what Dana thinks about the boxing market. You know, I think he's, one minute he likes the look of it, then he's not so sure.
I think it's his North Star, because I think in his heart he's a boxing guy. Not to say that he does, but
Well, I think he might be a slap guy now.
That's right.
You know, I mean, I was astonished. Yeah, listen, I've never really been a fan of the slap.
Yeah.
League slap.
Yeah, something.
But when I was with him the other day, he was explaining to me the model, the numbers, and it's a huge. You know.
Did you go to it? Was it the same
no,
weekend?
Didn't go. No.
Okay.
But listen, I mean.
You were fanboying around Dana. Wow, I saw
I
you.
always do.
You love it.
I know you don't. I know you love it. I know you don't like it when I do that.
No.
Fanboy around you.
No. I like it. You give him great props, and listen, he is worthy of that.
I always treat people how they treat me.
No, I'm just taking the piss.
And he's always, you know, one, he's been extremely courteous to me. He's always brought me in. He's, you know, first time I met him was there for a couple of hours, touring around, going to the new Apex, which was actually being built at the time. You know, when I went to UFC London, he stuck me next to him by the cage, and like, you know, I think that, you know, I've heard him talk very negatively about Oscar and Bob and actually all the guys that also don't like me.
Yeah.
So there is like kind of like that allegiance, but I respect the business, and I respect what he has done. And don't forget, a lot of what we have built through Matchroom is based around not the model from a fight perspective, but the model of a corporate fight sports business, and also what he has done as a face of the business or the sport is there's a method to my madness of how I've done the same thing. You know, I'm not looking to be the star of boxing, but I need to have that prominent profile to be able to bang the drum globally, and nobody is promoting the sport of boxing globally. You can talk about, you know, Top Rank. They don't do international shows. They might do a co-pro in Japan every now and again, but they're not on the ground building events in localized markets with a broadcaster like we are. You know, Mexico, in Oaxaca last week, then we're in Orlando, then we go back, we're in Saudi Arabia, then we're back in Sheffield, you know, then we're back out again in America, Italy, Spain, Australia. So that's our model. And I don't see, you know, these other guys like, you know, I think Oscar does a good job. I think Oscar's a legend of a fighter, you know. It's just a different type of business.
I saw you guys do the face-to-face, and I thought that was like the coming together.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think Oscar talks about wanting to work with other promoters and stuff like that. I don't know. You have to understand, Oscar he's a superstar. Do you know what I mean? So it's very difficult. Like for me, all the fighters that I represent, the ones that are making their debut over 4 rounds, they're my boss, right? I work for them. I do as I'm told under the direction of my fighter. I find these promoters find it very difficult to accept that same role. And you know, if you were a pound for pound great fighter, how can you bring it upon yourself to say that this young kid that's starting his pro career is my boss? You know, Bob, that older generation. The fighter used to work for the promoter. The business has changed. We work for the fighters. They are the talent, they are the stars. So for me, I have no problem with that because I respect the game. I know it well enough to know how difficult it is. But also, without the fighter, we have nothing. But these other promoters, they don't think, they talk a great game about we're for the fighters, we're for the fans. I don't have an ego with it, honestly. Not at all, no. But it's very different, you know. I have an ego, but not in that respect. One of the best things we've done recently is the stuff with Queensbury. You know, the 5v5 coming up in June, you know, the partnership in Riyadh. You know, next week, Ariel, we have the World Masters of Snooker, the Riyadh season Masters of Snooker.
Yes.
On the 4th, 5th and 6th. And then we go into AJ and Ngannou on the 8th.
Will Barry be there for that?
He won't be, actually, no.
Has he been to Riyadh?
Actually. No, he might be.
That's his baby, no? Isn't this
We've got a
Snooker's
lot
baby?
going on at the moment, but yeah, I think so.
Anyway, what I was wondering regarding, and we'll get to Riyadh in a moment, but have you ever had a relationship with a fighter like his relationship with Ryan. It is fascinating to listen to him talk about Ryan. Like
I wouldn't want to be in that relationship.
He can't speak to him.
No.
That blows me away.
I wouldn't want to be in that relationship.
So you've never had anything remotely close.
It's so toxic.
Right.
But I just feel like, at what point would you just sit down with someone, and go, mate, this ain't good for none of us. So we've got a couple of options here. We can either walk away and agree something, or we can work at it, But I don't want to be involved. Like, once you reach a level in business where it's not the be-all and end-all, it's about enjoying life. It's about enjoying the journey. This Saturday, we got a young man called Ray Ford. He's fighting Kolmatov on ESPN for the WBA Featherweight Championship of the World. When we launched in America, I signed Ray Ford. He was a baby. I remember him walking into the office with all his family, right? Sort of like, we've built him, and he's done a brilliant job, to the World Featherweight Championship. On Saturday night, he has the chance to become really what I think an American star. That is the most enjoyable thing. We've never made a cent out of Ray Ford, and maybe we won't. But that journey, that night on Saturday, if I can jump over those ropes and see that young kid and all his family become a world champion and change his life, that is the beauty of what we do. The business is the business. You have to run a proper business. The moment the relationship becomes toxic with a fighter, like the worst PR you can ever have is a fighter talking negatively about you. Because I want every fighter that we've worked with, you don't have to agree with everything we've done, but all I want you to say is they were honest, they delivered their promises, and they paid on time. That's it. And really, anything else, it's the worst publicity, especially internally, because fighters look at it and go, why is he saying that about him, And it's going to be interesting, the build up to this fight. Like, there will be an implosion. And one of the problems Ryan has is really that emotional, mental side of that relationship as well. Because you've got to prepare for a fight. How can you be 100% if you're emotional, or if you're in an argument, or if someone's getting on your nerves? I don't know. It's a weird one. It is a weird one.
Super weird.
To the point where they don't want to even see each other.
Talk to each other. They were both here, and there was no...
Like, different corridors.
Right.
Weird.
So you have... you mentioned Saudi Arabia. Let's touch on that. And by the way, just before I get into that, you mentioned Ford fighting this weekend. I wonder if... I was thinking about this. You had Smith fight in Quebec City against... he was a big underdog, let's be honest, against Beterbiev. Then you have Ryder fight Munguia, also an underdog. Do you feel like you're willing to put these guys out there to fight these other fighters with other... And they kind of dunk on you, but it's like, it's not...
Boxing's so weird. Like, I mean... One, we're very lucky to have such a passionate fan base.
Yeah.
And the digital interaction, the conversation that's driven online is like no other sport, boxing. I mean, MMA I know has it, but if you match a fighter easy, right, everyone moans. When you put him in the deep end and roll the dice and get beat, I can't believe they've stuck him over there against Beterbiev. Right. What are they doing? Oh, Ryder, he's got Ryder beat again. What about the money they made, the dreams they were chasing, the legacy they were trying to create? Well, the whole point of sport is to reach the highest heights. If you get beat, if Ray Ford gets beat to Kolmatov on Saturday, who's a very good Uzbek fighter, fantastic amateur, like, there's still a future. And this is where the sport of boxing is getting it wrong. Don't worry about rolling the dice. If you roll the dice in a tough fight and you're not good enough, you can come again. Make sure you get financially rewarded for it. But also, that's what sport's about, trying to be great. Like, I hate padded records. I hate people that don't want to lose the O. There comes a time when you get built, it's time to press that. My dad calls it the button, under the desk, where you say, now it's time. It's a trapdoor. Boom. It's time. And that comes in every fighter's career. And they should be chasing that. And they are. But the fans need to just, like, if you lose a couple, it's okay.
Well, you know who doesn't believe in padded records? Francis Ngannou. Because he jumps in there, he fights Tyson, now he's fighting AJ. I would love to get your take on this. You probably weren't paying attention. You had your own show on Saturday, but the PFL You know who the PFL is, right?
Bellator.
Yeah, Bellator. They had okay, very nice.
Come on,
Hey, I don't know.
What do you think I am?
I don't know what you're paying attention
Come
to.
on,
You
I'm
knew
paying
about that
attention
show?
to everything.
Riyadh, you saw that?
Paying attention to everything.
That's why you're the man. There's a lot of people who don't think he'll ever fight for them. And especially, what I was told was, if he beats AJ, the fight will be, his PFL debut will be in December. If he loses, they want it to be in late summer. There are some people who believe that he will just never fight. Like, the train has left the station. Even if he loses to AJ, there's a ton of guys that he could fight Parker, he could fight, who knows, and probably make a lot of money. Do you think that there's any merit to that? That he has become so big in the boxing world?
I think if he gets destroyed by AJ, I think he'll fight MMA. I think if it's competitive, certainly if he wins, he'll go on and potentially fight Tyson Fury. This fight's going to tell us a lot, because every time I talk to you, I get very scared and I just get a little twingling in my stomach, because I know you think he could win this fight.
Definitely. But I love AJ, by the way. We're good mates now, so please don't
Not
drive
anymore.
a wedge.
Now you've said that.
No. I just mean,
but seriously,
punch your chance.
So, yeah, absolutely, by the way.
Yeah.
You know, and this is not, like, when I went to the gym the other day to see AJ,
Yeah.
he taking this like this is a, Tyson Fury times 10. He's taking this fight so seriously because, Frank Warren talks about the jeopardy in this fight. That's a great word for this fight. Because if you get beat, you've got beaten by a 0 and 1 guy. But when Turki Al-Sheikh, His Excellency, says the winner of this fight will go on and fight for undisputed against the winner of Fury Usyk, that to us is a dream chance, because we chased that for so long. And I can't tell you how much I believe AJ is going to beat Francis Ngannou, and then he's going to beat the winner of Fury Usyk, and he's going to become undisputed heavyweight world champion. Now, that might be that guy which we talked about earlier with Ray Ford, the guy who's on the journey, the big fanboy. That's me. I see a side of him that I haven't seen for so long. Before he fought Otto Wallin, I went in the change rooms and he was hitting pads with Ben Davison. And I was like, oh my God, he's back. And I've never seen anything like it. Punching with ferocity, confidence, tactically completely on the same wavelength as Ben Davison. And I hoped that it would translate into performance. It did. Now we're going to see. It's a week this Friday, Ariel, this fight. A week on Friday, 2 giants will meet in the ring in Riyadh. And when you say giants, this is the first time AJ's fought an opponent that outsizes him. This guy is huge. I mean, you've been around him plenty of times. When I turned to him at the press conference and started talking to him, and then I turned to AJ, it was like a cruiserweight, and a heavyweight. So this is a real threat. And when those two come together, press conference, weigh-in, and in the ring in Riyadh, this is Godzilla and King Kong. This is like 2 ginormous men. And anything can happen in this fight. You land one shot on the chin, it's over. And whilst I tell you, I'm very confident AJ's going to knock him out, and I am, I also see, and you will see a promo that's dropping. You may have already seen it, knowing your connections. Okay, but in the next couple of days. And it made me just think, maybe this is just one of those guys, you hit on the chin and nothing really happens. So it might have to be a systematical breakdown of smart boxing, but I still stand by what I tell you every time I see you. I do not believe he can walk into elite level boxing and beat these guys. Now, against Fury, was it a great performance? Yes. Was it a underprepared Tyson Fury? Yes. Was it a confused Tyson Fury about what he was getting? Yes. We got 10 rounds of footage to dissect Ben Davison and Lee Wiley and the team. It's much better than none. But I'm nervous.
You're nervous?
Very
legit.
nervous. 100%.
More nervous for this than Otto Wallin? Yes.
1, because you just don't want to be losing to this guy.
Right.
And 2, because this guy is built different.
Why do you say it like that, by the way? A little disrespectful, if I'm not.
Because he's a 0 and 1 guy that you shouldn't be losing to.
Why do you guys say that? He's not. He's a UFC champion.
Doesn't mean anything.
He's walked the walk.
Right.
He's
Eric,
been in
let
there
me flip it
25
back
minutes
to you.
against Daniel Cormier.
Let me flip it back to you. I don't know.
Not Daniel Cormier,
Tyson Fury or Alexander Usyk going into the cage.
But they still are fighters. They're not bums off the street.
But as soon as you get in a clinch, really the fight's over. The fight should be over. and you translate that into boxing, that in a tactical battle with a good stand-up boxer like Anthony Joshua, you should be much too good for this guy. Like, mentally, one of the big challenges in this fight is the mental aspect. You mustn't fear this guy, Ngannou. And that's very difficult not to do.
Right.
But you've got to be aggressive, you've got to be smart, you've got to be vicious in your attacks. What you can't do is let him feel like he can walk you down, get you in the clinch, overpower you. Because he didn't want to be that active against Fury. He liked the breaks. You've got to box at a rhythm and a tempo that will actually tire him out. Because I promise you, if this is a fast-paced fight, by 4, 5, 6 rounds, this fight's over. He won't be able to stand up. Fury let him rest. But one thing also, which we can't necessarily fathom, is the confidence that fight gave Francis Ngannou. That's what scares me more. Because this guy's just built different.
Mm-hmm.
He has no fear. He should actually be half petrified that he's fighting a guy that has boxed for 10 years at the top level. He should be thinking, but he's not. He's thinking, one of these on the chin, and it's all over.
That's what happens when you've survived shark-infested waters and you've been put in detention centers. Like, none of this is all a walk in the park. No disrespect to AJ, but like the guy...
They're both cut. Look, I mean, AJ's come from humble beginnings.
Yes,
got himself in trouble, but Ngannou's on another level. And the fighters know that as well. Do you know what I mean? They know this guy's a serious player. Like, you've only got to listen to the story to know he don't mess around.
The scene in October was unlike anything I've ever seen, with all the legends there and the pomp and circumstance. What, if anything, can you tell us about what they have planned for next Friday?
Yeah,
are they expecting
I think
to do something similar?
You know, His Excellency has always got unbelievable things planned. I mean, you know, again, it's a great card. They're coming thick and thin, these fights. And that's, as we know, doing a show nearly every week, it's quite difficult, logistically, from a promotional sense, to actually get everything right when you've got so many events coming. The February 17th fight was a blow, you know, Fury Usyk falling through. But this one, and then building up to, of course, Fury Usyk on May 18th, and then June 1st, Bivol Beterbiev with Matchroom Queensbury 5x5 on the same night. Like, you can just expect, I can't wait to get out there. You know, I actually said to His Excellency, I think it was last night, I can't wait to get back to Riyadh. And people will think that, oh, he's just saying that. Like, this is a special place. And the events are of a magnitude that I've never seen. Never seen. And I'm very honoured to be in the mix of people that are involved. One, because it's good for our business, but two, I'm getting to see things that I thought, like Bivol Beterbiev, such a great example of a fight that commercially might never hit the numbers in the US that you need to satisfy the fighters. He comes in, he looks at that fight, he loves the fight, he just makes it happen.
Mm-hmm.
Then you put Matchroom Queensbury on the same night, and it's like, where's that come from? And we get to see that fight. Can you imagine Bivol Beterbiev? It's such a great fight. And that's really what's been lacking in boxing, just making those big fights. And I just hope that all these fights that get made, it's difficult because of the money the fighters are getting paid to make those fights happen in their domestic markets. But I just hope that fighters and teams and managers particularly just understand that being in big fights is actually beneficial for the career, win, lose or draw. And just money in a sport like boxing still has to be, you know, I don't always like to say it in front of fans, has to be the primary driver. It's a dangerous sport. You've got to try and leave this sport financially secure. But chase the dream, chase the legacy, chase that night when you get crowned champion, you know, when you drop to your knees and you're there, all the dreams that you had as a kid come true. Don't let boxing, don't let money, don't let the advisors just make you think that is purely a business. Never take away from the glory of the sport. And that's why greats like AJ, like Canelo Alvarez, who have got more money than they could ever have dreamed of, still get up and train 3 times a day and want it more than anybody.
It's such a great point that you make, and it's the point that baffles me. Again, I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you and Dana, but he keeps saying, hey, it's hard to get Conor to come back because of all the money. And I'm calling BS on that. I think Conor wants to fight, but he keeps saying because he has all the money. But here you are, you just said it, AJ, Canelo, those guys make just as much as Conor McGregor. And yet the MMA fans continue to be told it's hard to get Conor back because he has too much money.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to Conor quite a bit, And
I believe he wants to fight.
yeah, so do I. But I still think he's going to want the deal to be right. I think. But
I think he actually doesn't make as much as Canelo and AJ in that.
No, I agree. But
that's
there
a problem.
comes a point where, see, sometimes you'll do a show where you have to give them what they want because it's in the best interest of the sport and the business. Maybe I could make more money on a small show than I do promoting Canelo Alvarez, right? But what does it mean to my business? What does it mean to DAZN? What does it mean to my reputation with fighters and my opportunity to sign young Mexican fighters coming through? So in many instances, you take a bath to deliver. And if it was me, and it's not me, and he certainly doesn't need my advice, Dana, but I'm bringing McGregor back, whatever it costs. Because he injects an enthusiasm and a vibrancy into the UFC that no one else can. Agreed? Like, there is no one in the sport that can make it happen for the UFC and MMA like Conor McGregor. When he comes back, the press conferences, the build-up, the value of the business, the ratings, the pay-per-view numbers,
biggest
the
draw in
digital
combat,
interaction.
in my opinion. Do you agree?
Yes. So what I'm doing, and again, it comes back to Canelo, where, it's no surprise that sometimes with these guys, over the years with AJ, you start off on a percentage, it goes down, we joke about it all the time, me and him, but that's just what happens when someone's earning a huge amount of money. But what AJ has done, not just for British boxing, but for Matchroom, he's helped build our business as a boxing business and a sports business by having one of the biggest stars in the sport align with our company and our corporation. So for me, I'm on the boat with Conor and I'm talking till I get it done. And I'm reaching a deal. But he will be hard work, Conor. Don't worry about that.
But worth it.
100%.
Right.
Legend. Great self-promoter. I mean, I don't know if he's still got it. You'd know more. But you put him in with someone that at least, you've got a good chance of winning. But what he can do for, the UFC. But I guess sometimes when you talk about major corporations, like TKO and that level, maybe there's it's like, no, this is the deal. And that's what happened with Ngannou, isn't it, really? I mean, it was like, take it or leave it. This is your money. You won't get anything like this. And off he went. And whether he got lucky, whether it was earned, which I believe it was, he got it. He secured the bag, as you say. But for Conor, whatever it takes, I'm bringing him back. That's because he can do what nobody else can. And he knows it.
Right. And that's a very powerful thing. I'll ask you a few quick things, then I'll let you go. I don't want to keep your kids waiting. I feel bad. They probably want to kill me at this point. When will we get the 5-on-5 rosters?
Looking to announce it next week.
Oh, wow.
Actually, yeah, the call.
While you're out there?
Yeah, that's the plan.
Can I break it? I've been breaking all the news there.
You can't break the fights, but what you can, I mean, the matchups, and I've got to say, I don't want to sound like just His Excellency fan.
Right.
But I am a His Excellency fan. I don't mind saying it. Because a lot of these concepts, a lot of these formulas are his idea. So we talked about Queensberry versus Matchroom for some time. He was the one that says, let's make it happen. He actually announced it at a press conference, impromptu.
You didn't know?
Well, we talked about it, but he just said, this is happening, and this is the day. And the format is all his idea. So we choose 2 weight classes, Matchroom. Frank Warren and Queensberry choose 2 weight classes. And he chooses a wild card weight class, right? Once you announce those weight classes, you don't know who you're picking until it's announced formally.
Wow.
But you'll know the weight classes. So at some point, probably this week coming or early next week, the weight classes will be announced. And then the chat starts, the interaction from the fans. Who's it going to be? You have to pick your best available fighter from that weight class that's willing to fight. So, I don't know, if it was light heavyweight, he might say Anthony Yard, and I might say Callum Smith. If it was...
And they have to agree?
No, they have to. You won't know. None of us will know until His Excellency says, weight class 1, light heavyweight, Queensberry, who's your pick?
Wow.
And then we announce our pick.
It's going to be like Champions League.
It is, but that's the thing.
Will you film this? You should film this.
Yeah, of course we will. But
you are? Okay.
But the great thing is, like I said, the interaction, the debate. You know the weight classes, but you've got that period of time until the announcement where you just don't know who's going to meet.
That's brilliant.
But it's funny because although myself and George, Ryan and Queensberry, we're all like chummy, we're both desperate to win, like desperate. You're going to see us on the night screaming and shouting. I think we're going to put up some kind of bonus for the team. Like it's going to be a real team event, and we have to win. Like we can't. I know it's friendly at the moment, but we want to destroy Queensberry.
Yeah,
and they want to destroy us.
It reminds me of you sitting next to Jake at Taylor Serrano.
I was watching some of that the other night. Yeah.
That was tremendous. That's why I think I hope you're at Barclays on April 20th.
Yeah, of course.
And you're cheering.
If I'm allowed.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. But that would be great scenes, right? You're cheering on Haney. He's cheering on. People want to see that.
Yeah, of course. And that's what you'll see on the 5v5. Oh, I won't just be cheering on. I'll be in the corner. I'll have the spit bucket. I'll be in there between rounds. But going back to, that's life for me. Do you know what I mean? That's like, there's nothing like it. And that's, again, going to Ray this weekend, stuff like those moments, seeing a fighter go on and achieve their dream, that means so much more. But winning is everything. And you don't always win, but you never lose, you learn. And that's the key with boxing. That's what fighters have got to understand. If you're in the right fights, if you're rolling the dice for the right amount of money, don't be afraid. Chase greatness.
This weekend, I'll be in Puerto Rico for Amanda Serrano's homecoming. I'm looking forward to that. Is there any chance she wins and we revive the talks with Katie Taylor? Is there any chance of that happening?
I mean, she or Jordan, or whoever it was, messaged me the other night saying, look, is that a fight that you'd be interested in?
Recently?
Yeah, like a week ago.
Okay.
I just went back and said, look, Katie's fighting in May, and we want to make the Chantel Cameron trilogy.
Okay.
If we don't, she's got a load of mandatories to take care of as well, and there may be an interim fight before Chantel, but she's going to fight Chantel, subject to the deal. But then, when you look at the fights beyond that, I think there's 3 fights for Katie Taylor of magnitude. Chantel Cameron 3, Amanda Serrano 2, and Alicia Baumgardner. That's a great fight. And, I think she's another one, like Canelo Alvarez. She just wants the biggest fight. She understands every now and again you have to take care of a mandatory, but really, she just wants the biggest fights. Like, really, most people thought she'd lose against Chantel Cameron in a rematch, right? She wants to fight her again. Like, there's part of you that should go, well, we won that one. That'll do me. That'll do me. No, she wants to fight her again. Serrano fight, probably one of the greatest fights ever seen at the Garden. She wants it again. Baumgardner, who's dangerous, can really punch. She wants it. And she's amazing. So they're the fights, and who knows what's
so
going on.
Cameron is likely next.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again,
3 Arena.
Yeah, probably. I mean, we keep flirting with. To be fair to Croke Park, we had conversations. So they tried. They were at least open to discussing it. I don't think a lot of these organisations are mad about staging a boxing event, if I'm honest. But when I talked to Katie about it the other day, she's just like, we need to get something locked in. So let's keep the chat going for the summer. Maybe we have a mandatory in May. Maybe we fight Chantel in July. August.
Okay.
I mean, I definitely don't rule out the possibility of fighting at Croke Park, but I think 3 Arena is more likely in May, if we go in May.
Any chance you talk to Terence Crawford? Now there's also reports that...
Well, there's so many fighters from the PBC who are looking to jump ship or looking for a date or...
Can you jump in there?
It has to... The business has to be right. Like, Terence Crawford, the problem with Terence Crawford is Terence Crawford against X. It just doesn't do the business that Terence needs for his number. But this is what leads to inactivity. Look at Deontay Wilder, right? He had, well over a year out the ring. I think he'd done 20 seconds in 18 months. All because he wouldn't take the money that was on offer for a run out. Then flip the switch to AJ, who's boxing 4 times in 11 months and took the money against Franklin and Hellenius that no one else, Deontay Wilder wouldn't have taken it. I'm not fighting for that kind of money. Mate, you've got to get active. You've got to build the profile. You've got to stay ready. You've got to keep relevant. But more importantly, when you get into a big fight, you've got to be prepared. And that inactivity killed Deontay Wilder. And AJ, guess what? Took 2 smaller paydays and then bang against Wilding and then double bang against Ngannou and then treble bang when he wins the Undisputed Championship. You've got to stay active. And that's the thing with Terence Crawford. When was the Spence fight? July. Okay. So what, with 9 months now? 8, 9 months. He's got nothing planned. He's not going to box before May or June. He's going to be out of the ring nearly a year again. Take a fight to Omaha. Defend your world titles. Okay. You've got money, right? It's not like you're going to be fighting for free. You're going to be making millions, but stay relevant. Build your superstar status. You've got an incredible victory. People will forget about you. And this is the problem with the PBC roster over time. Tank is another one. Tank is a superstar. Needs to be more active. These guys have got to be fighting 3 times a year. Terence Crawford fights once a year. And arguably the greatest fighter of our generation. You know what Sal wants to do? Sal wants to fight 3 times in 2024.
Okay, 2 last quick ones. Can you stop writing to Tank Davis? He keeps trying to dunk on you. There has to be a sort of code that not every DM or email is going to be released.
But it's not the code for him, is it? So
no. So why don't you?
Because I want to make the fight. We made him an offer for $10 million plus upside on pay-per-view and the gate, which could have made him 20. But it's like he just doesn't want to discuss it, and then he just tweets it, and it's like, but at the end of the day,
it doesn't annoy you.
My emotions are dead in the game.
Dead.
Other than the glory. With all these guys, him, levels. Do you know what I mean? But you just smile.
You just smile and move on.
You kill him with kindness and bury him with a smile. That's all. And you just know how good you are. You believe in yourself. If Gervonta Davis wants to post my offers, I know he's going to do it every time.
Okay.
It's what it is. He's that guy. Is it something you would do? Is it something I would do? No. Everyone's different. Good luck to him. But I actually thought $20 million to fight Conor Benn. Nice night at the office.
Right.
Let's see what he gets to fight Frank Martin.
Last one. When you're up there on the dais and Sam Jones is doing what he's doing, I mean, I loved it. Is there any part of you that's like, can you chill out?
No.
You love that?
Of course.
That was, by the way, the 2 stops were amazing. It was great theater.
Without Sam, the fight wouldn't have got made, number one. Sam reminds me a lot of me 10 years ago.
Okay.
Right? When I went to Belfast to do the Quig Frampton presser, and they were all throwing things at me and shouting at me, and I was doing the same thing. Like, not naive, because he's a smart guy, but fairly new, excitable, very outspoken, and you need, Shakespeare says all the world's a stage. We're all in this mad play, not just in boxing, but in life. But in boxing, you need characters. So you need Sam Jones. You need Oscar de la Hoya. You need the mystery of Al Heyman. Mm-hmm. You need the 93-year-old Bob Arum, I'm still here and I'm not going anywhere. You need Don King, right? Every now and again pops up, and pays about $8 million for a fight, and you go, that was in a sports centre. How has that happened?
Yeah.
But that's the madness of boxing. So, Sam Jones has been brilliant, and he wouldn't let that fight go. You know what happened with that fight? The money that fight was costing, it had to go on pay-per-view, right? And DAZN said, we don't want to offer fights like that on pay-per-view. We want to offer it as part of your subscription. There's a lot of pay-per-view fights happening. Joshua Ngannou, Fury Usyk. They're the kind of fights we need to make available for free for subscribers. But the amount of money, it's just too much. So we were like, so I said to Sam, go and talk to other broadcasters and see what they say. Straight away, Sky and one other came back and said, oh, yes, please. We'll do it on pay-per-view. Off we go, off we go. They came back to me and I said to DAZN, you've either got to put the money up here or let it go on pay-per-view on Sky. And our good friends at DAZN said, no, we'll put the money up and we'll make it non-pay-per-view. I didn't think this fight was as big. I knew it was massive, but I didn't think it was as big as Sam Jones told me. We're going to Leeds, a neutral venue. We've done 11,000 tickets like that, all sold out in a couple of hours, right? It's a massive fight.
Could you have gone to a bigger venue?
Yes.
Yeah. Mistake?
But it's okay because Josh didn't want to go to Manchester and Jack didn't want to go to Scotland. O2 wasn't available. So it's like the third biggest arena in the country anyway. But it just shows you when you get it right, when you get the rivalry right, the narrative right, the 2 city press tours open to the public.
That was great. You got to do more of that.
Yeah, we have. But also, when you open it to the public, sometimes there's a rivalry. And, you know, 2 guys you ain't got to say anything to, just let them go.
Yeah.
You know.
Got a little physical there.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, but not too much.
Right,
you know? And, you know, I'm excited for that fight. And it falls 1 week after. You know, you could have a run there of Haney Garcia, Catterall Taylor, Canelo against Munguia.
Wow.
That's what we live for. And that's why, as I said before, sorry for the plugs, DAZN, the global home of boxing, #1 platform in the world, unrivaled, and everyone's going to continue to see.
Amen. You know, the chat, we have a chat here, and they keep saying, is Eddie going to demand a rematch in the darts? But you were just on a flight,
Awful,
and
yeah.
I don't want to put you through
You're not
that.
coming to Riyadh next week, or you are?
Well, you know, I don't...
Surprise guest?
I was just going to pop in. You
You
know,
are,
I was
aren't
just going to show up and say...
Well, why don't we have a game of darts in Riyadh?
Oh, me versus you.
Yeah. I
They
saw
have one
you the
there.
other night, or the other day.
I killed Alex Pereira. Do you see that I hit the triple 20
Yeah, I know.
with my back against the wall? So you don't want the smoke here. You want...
I'll do it.
I don't want to. You know, sometimes I feel like, if I be honest, when you do those interviews, I feel like you're like almost like a dancing monkey for these guys. They're asking you to sing. It's like
That's what I do.
it's enough. No,
Whatever.
sometimes you don't say like, guys, I do 9,000 interviews.
That's
Do I
what
need to
did
sing
with
now?
IFL the other day. We've had a lot of requests for you to sing. Can you sing us out?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
No, what are
I
you
can't
like?
sing you
Fucking
out.
yeah.
Masked singer.
Yes,
Something like that.
It's
you
a
know.
lot. No.
No.
Anyway, let's just do it just for
Okay,
just
sorry.
for fun, just for the kicks. Thanks for breaking the news that I'm going to be in Riyadh.
I didn't. You did.
Well, am I gonna? Where's my thing? Okay, my first time. I don't know if you know this.
I always find with my height that these lights are a problem.
Listen.
Are we sharing the darts?
No. Here. These
All
are
right.
yours.
Okay. All right. Great. Can we have 3 warm-ups?
Absolutely,
Okay.
but I just want to respond to what you just said. The accusation regarding the lights. We actually drop the lights when we know you're
Really?
coming in because it's a home court advantage for us here. Okay, that's.
I would have actually taken that.
What
I
was
get a
that?
bit. I get a bit nervous at the.
45?
You know, yeah. So
Do
go
you
on.
know who signed this, by the way?
Michael Van Gerwen.
Michael Van Gerwen and Bully Boy.
What about Luke Littler, eh?
What a legend.
Unbelievable.
17 now or 16?
So am I going first?
Oh yeah, you go first.
This is what you do, right?
Yeah, and
'Cause
by the
you-
way, this is an official dartboard courtesy of our friends over at the
Windmill.
PDC.
And windmill.
Yeah, and Windmill, of course. All right, here we go.
That's a treble 20.
That's a trip. Wow.
Okay.
I was
Do
just
you want me
gonna
to
ask.
stop now, or?
No, that's okay.
Imagine if I banged in a 180.
Oh
the
my
scenes
God,
would be.
that
I'm
would
a
be-
bit
it would
nervous
be-
now. Okay.
Wait, what is that? What are we playing for? We didn't even put stakes.
Well, now I've got that treble
I know,
20.
and
I
I
thought it was
feel
about
like-
40 grand.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Right.
Oh gosh.
I actually think I could get a 180.
Please don't- and by the way, I saw that your foot was over
Leave
the
it
line. We
out.
can't get that on camera. Oh, close.
Oh my God! No way!
You hit the
No
light.
way.
You hit the light.
No
What
way.
happened? Did you hit
It
the
was
light?
going in the triple 20.
You know yourself, Eddie. So what would that be? Is
80.
Is that really a triple? Yeah, it is. Okay.
80.
80.
So you've only got 80 to beat, Ariel. Nothing, no problem for you. I only need 2 darts.
Do you know who's still the champion here? We've never been able to surpass?
Who?
Sky Nicholson.
Really?
91.
91?
91.
I can't believe it. I just needed my other dart. I would have
You
beaten
would have
her as
probably
well.
beaten her,
I
yes.
think he was going in the 1, actually.
Do you mind giving me some space?
Sorry, mate.
You're a little bit crowding me here. All right. Do I get my 3 warm-ups too? I don't need warm-ups.
No, you can have warm-up.
No, it's okay.
No, because I don't want any excuses.
That was close to a 25, but I hit, what is that, an 11, Joe?
Yeah, 11.
Oh, again with the almost.
It's a 1, isn't it?
Is that a 1?
Again with the almost 1.
Yeah. So if I get a 60, what did you get?
80.
Am I fucked?
Yeah, completely.
I got a 444.
12,
Yeah, 12.
23, 24.
Yeah, not good. Okay, one last one,
Come
please. Okay, now is there proper stakes? What are the proper stakes?
You're worse than my kids. First to 3. First to 5.
Okay, this is it. If if I win, I get to walk out Francis Ngannou on March 8th.
You are doing it though, aren't you? Is that what you're
If I
doing?
win, I go to Riyadh, I fly, walk out Francis.
Okay,
All
there
right,
you
here
go.
we go. No pressure,
Gotta get
by the
over
way.
here, 'cause this is ridiculous.
This is for the Hearn family legacy.
Oh my God, that was so close.
What was that?
It was a treble 1. It just
yes,
skewed.
20.
18.
18.
39. 39.
39.
That's a nice
Just
score
goes
for you
show.
to beat.
A nice little plug for my good friends at the PDC. I hear that you'll be back at the theater
Madison Square Garden.
I think May 31st, I was
Correct.
told. So we'll be there.
39. 18. That really gives you a great chance. Oh, that's 26.
You got 39.
You need 13. Oh, you've done it.
Yeah.
You've done it. 1-1.
Tiebreaker.
Come on then.
All right, let's go, Eddie. Let's go.
I mean, let's be honest. Most people must have logged off by now.
Oh my! No, they love this. They love the darts.
Okay.
Oh, they love the darts. Here we go, Eddie. Me versus you for all the marbles. Don't fuck it up. What do we got? A 5? A 20?
No!
A 1!
26.
I feel good.
I should have quit while I was on top.
Oh my God, 26. So I'll get to walk out.
Don't overthink it. Just
I'll
throw.
get to walk out Katie and Francis. That's what we're playing for here. Here we go. Shout out to my good friend Brian Peters. Great guy. You like him?
Top man.
Top man. You went to Carbone with him, right?
You know that he's Ray Ford's manager.
Oh yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Will he be there this weekend?
He will be.
What'd you get again?
126.
Okay.
No, 26. Oh, that's great news.
No,
it's an 18. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
terrible news. Oh, that's great news. That's 23.
And you got
Now-
26?
Now, all you've got to do, right? All you've got to do is hit that there.
Why?
You got to finish with a treble 20.
Sure.
Come on.
Eyes closed.
Come
Edward.
on. Treble 20.
And we'll see you on March 8th.
Oh, no! I can't believe it.
Yeah, there it is.
29.
Eddie Hearn.
Awful darts. Well done, mate.
Well
See
done
you
to
in
you.
Riyadh.
Yes, see you out there. That's Eddie Hearn. We'll take a quick break. What a day it has been. Plenty more to come. Don't go anywhere. Here's my conversation with Merab Dvalishvili. Merab Dvalishvili here. There he is. Look at Merab. Wow. Merab, well done, my friend. Unbelievable. Look at you. Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Merab, what a performance. Like all the pressure, the big moment for your country. You haven't fought in 11 months. You went out there and you beat him at his own game. You were picking him up. You made him look easy out there, Merab. What do you think about your performance? What do you think about what you accomplished on Saturday?
You know what's crazy? I don't even feel that I was in the fight. You know, I had fun. I had so much fun there, and like all this training, I was preparing this fight. It was hard, of course. Like I always train hard, but everything was hard. Like every day, I'm grinding, and of course, last week always hard weight cut, and there is so many things happen. I was so busy, and then once I make weight, the fight, just time goes quick, and then the fight time came, and I just go there, and I had just fun. I don't. So before the fight, like no nervous, nothing. I was just nervous. Why I wasn't nervous? You know, I don't feel any pressure or anything. I go as you guys see, and I had fun. You know, maybe, and then I need to wake up like one round first before I start doing my thing, and after I wake up and I show that I just fight, and then when fight's over, I wanted to more. You know, it wasn't enough. I want to fight now. You know, first it was fun. I don't know, but all the respect, Haney Cejudo is a great fighter, but now everybody see, yeah, I am young and hungry, and I'm a new generation, and it's my time now.
Yes, a different level, no doubt about it. And you know, it's interesting, speaking of levels, Merab, last year you beat Petr Yan 5-0, wasn't even close. And then obviously you have the injury and a bit of time off, but you should have gotten the title shot after that fight. And so things happen and it's all good. But even since the last time we spoke to you in December, something has changed, Merab. I mean, your social media, who's in charge? I texted you about this. Who's in charge of it? Where has this been? Because the social media is so good that now people are thinking, wow, this guy is funny. He's different. He's not just, you know, a wrestler who puts his hard hat on. Like, we're seeing a different side of you. Even on Thursday, you come with the Mexican flag. You're having fun. It's changed everything. Now where people are really backing you and loving you. How did you come to this conclusion? I need to do this because this isn't the same Merab that we saw last year or the year before that. Something has changed, and it's a beautiful thing to watch blossom. And now, look, I feel like all these people are behind you because you're allowing us to see this different side of you.
that's all me, and I was always like this, like even when I post 3 years ago when I broke the ice with my head, I
That's true.
like I like jokes and I like have fun and I like have a laugh and make positive energy. I don't like drama, but what happened was when I asked UFC, I think I deserve title fight. They said we'll see, go fight Henry and we will see. I'm like, I mean, in my head I already deserve. What should I do? But I'm like, I just maybe push my social media like something like just show my personality and. That was just me, but the when Henry screw up my last night, that was of course it always bothers me. The people always fucks up my name, and I wanna teach Henry to show everyone. Just read it, bro. Like if people Ariel Hawani can read my last name, good. Why you can't? But um, so yeah, that was just my idea. Of course, this I still have this here.
This is amazing.
This also.
This is amazing what you did there. That was incredible.
Yeah, yeah, because these things bother me. Like when I mean, the first when a champion call rematch number 6 guy, of course this bothers me. Now of course I am I want to fight for the title. I think I'm the next, but when I see that if the challenger wins. And he wants another rematch, and everybody ignore me. I'm like, I'm here, guys. What's up? So, and then that was also my idea. But no, of course, this like a prepper bout and like this fun like this. That's just like jokes and simple things and yeah, that so like now everything is easy now, and you guys will see more funny videos like this.
I love it. So Dana White on Saturday said, "Yeah, he thinks you're next." It was the most definitive answer that we've gotten to your spot in the division. Do you believe that your next fight will be for the belt?
Yes, I believe.
Have you been told this?
Nothing in person, but. So I see first time Sean Shelby, he was very impressive. He came in the locker room. He said, great fight, great fight. Like he said, like, look at this crowd was going crazy on you. I'm like, thank you, sir. Thank you. So thank you so much for giving me another challenge to show everyone I am the next contender for the title. He said, let's go. And that was it.
Is there any chance you're the backup fighter for 299? Are you that crazy?
I am crazy. I am crazy. I will take it.
Did they offer you this?
No, they don't offer me. But some in press conference, somebody asked Dana, and he said, "Yeah, we'll see." But yeah, nobody offered me yet. But I will. I would love to be backup fighter. I'm good. No problem. I don't have problem to make weight in 5 days. I can just live in my normal life, and I will start weight cutting in 5 days before, and I'll be ready.
Who do you prefer wins on the 9th of March, Sean or Cheeto? Which fight do you prefer for the belt?
Of course, Sean. Yeah. He's the champion now.
Oh my God. What a day, fellas. What a day over here at the MMA Hour HQ. What a time to be alive. I mean, a who's who. A who's freaking who. I'm exhausted. I don't know about you guys. I am exhausted. I do want to apologize to Eddie's daughters who are here waiting for their dad to be done with the likes of me so they can resume their vacation. I am sorry for taking an hour out of your days. That is my fault. But we don't get to have Edward on quite often in studio. I know we've had him on numerous times via Zoom, but that was fun. There's so much to talk about, and especially on a day where we find out that Canelo is potentially done with PBC. I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys will remember this reference. I think Rick might. GC probably. You might have been working for ESPN at this point. Do you guys remember I don't know who went first. Was it Dwight Howard or Stan Van Gundy? One of them went first. They had the scrum, and then the other came in, and it was super awkward.
It was Stan who talks about Dwight.
Yeah.
Dwight comes in.
Yeah.
And is completely unaware that he's just been talked about. And
that's what I felt the Oscar Eddie back-to-back was like, but except he was aware. You know what I mean? I was like, he's talking here. I'm like, does he know that he's back there? And
I mean, let me say it this way. Ryan Garcia talked about him at the press conference as if he wasn't there, so I don't think anything...
Oh, you know what? You're actually taking it a step further. I was talking about the Oscar-Eddie dynamic. I even forgot about the Ryan-Oscar dynamic.
Actually, there was like a whole ladder of like...
of
Devin
dynamics?
Started, and then there's a dynamic with Ryan, and then Ryan has a dynamic with Oscar, and then Oscar has a dynamic with me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that got interesting.
What a day.
What a day, man.
But they're all pros. They all showed up, and they all gave us incredible content.
How many people do you think were back there today in total with like all the groups combined?
I feel like Alex is going to be
50.
How many?
34.
He says 34 total. That's.
We also added people on the fly as well.
Yeah, I was seeing that happening in real time. I was like, wow.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Team Haney rolls deep.
Who had the biggest crew?
Dev Haney for sure.
Okay.
I mean, it's like it's big time. I mean, Ryan showed up with like a few people, and then like 10 more showed up afterward. I was like, oh man, Ryan doesn't really have like that big of a crew, and then the rest of them showed up. So yeah, the boxing guys, they always roll deep.
This is like exhibit 5,000 why I love boxing, and just not why I like it more than MMA, but just the differences. You don't get these types of dynamics where you have like Oscar and Eddie and then DAZN and all this stuff. Like you just, it's a fight. And it's not to say that one is better than the other. It's just a whole set of circumstances that aren't available to us to talk about and sink our teeth into. So I enjoy that side of things, and it's fascinating. And, you know, what can we say? Since we brought back the darts, fellas, we're 2-0.
Yeah.
Pretty damn clutch, if I do say so myself. Pretty damn clutch, if I do say so myself. And
walking out in Ghana?
I guess. I mean, when I said I couldn't think of anything better in the moment, but like I was like,
I think we should run that one.
Yeah, by Francis. Well, like Francis, he said the promoter for the other guy said I could walk you out. So I hope
after walking out with Kamaru Usman and Israel Adesanya your last fight, now you've got Helwani.
Let's give a shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. Yes, the NBA back in full swing. Knicks lost a tough one on Saturday. One of the many things that I was watching on Saturday night. Saturday was crazy. I had like 4 screens going. I had Knicks. I had Berlanga. I'd even ask him about Andy Cruz and his win on Saturday. There was just too much to get to. Obviously, UFC. There was something else that I was watching. What else was I watching? PFL earlier in the day. Went to the Devils game. I mean, it was just a crazy, crazy night. Anyway, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code the MMA Hour. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code the MMA Hour. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, call or visit www.1800gambler.net. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. 1 no-sweat bet per new customer issued as 1 bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See dkng.com/promos for deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming research. All right, guys. Hey, didn't realize you were behind me there. This is a shoot right now. This is a shoot. I actually don't know how you guys did, how the parlay, but I built it up. I built it up as the last stand. I built it up as Juliana's potential, ultimatum. And I have no idea how she did, because I actually think that if she wins and you guys lost as a collective, I think she's remaining. But I haven't confirmed that. I have no idea how she did, and I have no idea how you guys did. So please enlighten me.
Juliana's pick won.
Oh, all right. Who, me?
But overall, we lost.
So I wonder what that means. Is she a team gal, or is she a...
So she did respond to the tweet MMA Fighting puts out of the parlay, and she said she did her part, which I obviously responded. I said, me too. Rick, unfortunate circumstances, loses the Raul Rosas fight. So that just...
Frank,
leaves the one.
I mean, it wasn't a bad pick.
So I guess
I don't know. It lost.
I guess what we're trying to say is, Frank, I'm replacing you. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, all right.
I've already done that once. On this.
Frank told me he was going to go to battle on why he took what he took, and he was going to stand by his pick. Now when push comes to shove, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, she's 6.
What is that?
Oh, that's why you took the pick?
Yeah, I was trusting Claire's clairvoyance.
Oh, right. Oh, wow, you're blaming my daughter. Wow.
Yeah, wow. It feels pretty low.
That's messed up, bro.
Feels pretty low, man.
All right. Well, I guess you live to fight another day. I guess.
I mean, we still haven't won in 2024.
It's
0
coming.
wins.
Everyone likes a dramatic storyline, and we're just starting from nothing, and we're going to end the year big.
How did you do, Connor?
I did pretty good, man. Yeah, we can recap it real quick. The Super Bowl flyweight unders, it did disappoint. Started 2-1, was looking nice, and then the last two end up going to a decision, including the main event. Twice now, I've unfortunately needed Joe Pyfer or the fight to not go to a decision. Neither of those things happened. And then I needed Brandon Moreno or the fight to not go to a decision. Neither of those things happened. So kind of rough, but I mean, we still had a great week overall. We go 3-1 on the parlays, 7-4 on the singles. Make a nice call with Brian Ortega. It's almost as if, someone could have warned you about Yair, Frankie. If only someone was betting, on Brian Ortega, could have given you a warning.
If I could make like a cool pun with your name.
If only there was someone, up almost 111 units all time. They tried to give you a warning, but I mean, who am I to say? So yeah, another good week back to back, up almost 7 units. Almost had the biggest winning week ever. We were up 11 units going into the main event. Obviously, take a hit by losing both of those, Moreno and the fight to go to a decision. But 2 back-to-back good weeks. We are now fairly firm in the green for 2024 and well back over 100 units all time. So hopefully we can keep it rolling. Probably not going to have much action this week. This card's not great, but I'm not the only one who did well. We do have some big hitters.
And of course, don't forget about the big Amanda Serrano Nina Menke fight this weekend. So.
Yeah, we got Jake Paul minus 1,000. We've got Amanda Serrano minus 2,500.
Do you remember what he was going into the last fight?
Big favorite.
Was he 1,000 or is this bigger?
I think this is bigger.
Wow.
It's like minus 700 or something like that. All right, we start off. Kaya 33838. He goes Brian Ortega round 3. Brandon Royval to win by decision, plus 9,500, turns $5 into 400 at 80. I wish I had that clairvoyance going into the main event. Next up, Marky Nude. Mark goes Brian Ortega and Brandon Royval in a parlay. Throws $800 on that, turns it into 7,200. Another just nailed it. Then's our guy, Michael Boyan III. He just had an exactas all over the place. Brian Ortega by submission round 3, 100 to 120 to win 2,000. Jason Jackson KO round 2 over on PFL Bellator, 90 to win 1,000. And then hits Vadim Nemkov to win by submission in round 2, and Vadim Nemkov to win by submission, turns 180 Canadian dollars into almost 2,000. Then there was Spud's Bad Bets. Spud, he's all over the place. I mean, had UFC, had PFL Bellator. Either way, a plus 22,738 parlay. He's got Jason Jackson, Naimov, Fair-Ziam, Brandon Royval. And then he just sprinkled Brian Ortega by submission in there as well. So very impressive. And then last but not least, he's kind of become a staple on the show. I mean, we've had to shout him out several times. He's having a massive year this year. That is our guy, James. Lucrative MMA. Brian Ortega to win in rounds 3 or 4. Parlayed with Brandon Royval to win by decision. Cool 500 on that. Turns that into $40,375. Then he also had Brandon Royval by points, another 500 to win, $37.50. And then 2 Brandon Royvals, just the money line, 5,500 into almost another 20,000. So that Brandon Royval by decision paid this man handsomely, $60,000 on him winning by decision. So I'm sure when you hear that 49-46 Moreno, his stomach dropped. But shout out to Lucrative MMA. He is killing it this year in 24.
Wow, that timed out perfectly with the music.
Gonna say,
Holy smokes.
Had that thing playing.
That's incredible, because sometimes the song will restart here.
Yeah.
That was amazing. All right, well, we keep rolling. We keep fighting. We keep striving.
Sure do.
I haven't been on. Anything happen? Anything we need to talk about before we say goodbye?
I don't think so.
I think we were the attention today. I think everything happened here.
The boxing hour.
The boxing hour, man.
You know what I don't get about the griping and whining and complaining about all that?
I love it. Yes.
Oh, you love it? Okay.
Yeah.
Then I won't say anything.
No, tell me.
You know what? You love it.
No,
You
tell
love
me.
it so much.
It's free content.
Well, beyond just the stupidity
You're not
of
paying
like
anything
we're
for it.
giving you great content.
Sure.
If the show was named something different, it'd be acceptable. Like that's the threshold. Like if the name was anything else, you'd be like, oh, now I'm in, as opposed like just pick what you want to watch or don't.
Who cares?
Like,
Yeah. Someone said, yeah. Oh, by the way, sorry to break the news. The show hasn't been an hour since 2010.
Yeah, the hour part might
The
be
hour
more
part is
controversial.
Yes.
If we're being honest.
It hasn't been an hour
as if it hasn't just been combat sports inclusive for a long time.
Years since prior to the ESPN days, wrestling. I can assure you at some point in the near future, the name will evolve and change. I don't really care. It's not an hour, so it doesn't even matter to me. I don't even think of these things.
Honestly, I am with you. Like, I do just kind of love it. It's amazing how angry people get about it.
Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Oscar De La Hoya, Eddie Hearn. Yeah.
Pretty good.
That was a good day.
I mean, you should see the security guys downstairs. They love De La Hoya, man.
Oh, they must have been loving
Big
that.
fans. Big fans.
Yeah, I bet.
One guy had to clock out, and he just hung around just to say what's up.
Damn. They must love us.
Living legend.
Yes, he's literally, he's a legend.
Absolutely. He has an aura. I see a quick thing here about the UFC and the fighters in the class action antitrust lawsuit are engaged in a, quote, private mediation just 2 months before the case goes to trial, according to a court filing today. So that's very interesting. One would think that they don't want it to go to trial, Zuffa.
Yeah,
so let's see.
I would assume that they try to mediate. That's interesting.
One also thinks that they've been at this for so long, I think 9 years. They're so close to it finally going to trial. You wonder, unless it's like the greatest deal of all time, you wonder if they take that deal. So that's going to be amazing to watch unfold, and a fascinating story to watch unfold, to see how it all plays out. Can't even believe it got this far, to be honest. But we can have plenty of other times in the future to discuss all of that. I'm spent. I'm tired. It's time to go. Great day. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. We covered it all. We covered Mexico City. We covered PFL. And on Wednesday, I'm off to Puerto Rico. Yes. Las Boricuas. Did I say that right? Or is it Los Boricuas? I think it's Los Boricuas. Or maybe for the women, it's Las Boricuas. What do you say, Frank? Any insight on that? Perhaps Andy can help me out.
Nailed it.
Los or Las?
I would say Los includes everybody.
Yeah, Los. Los includes everyone. Las is just feminine, but Los includes everyone.
Correct.
Ah, I see. You learned something new. You learned something new. Who knew? I thought it was just like masculine, feminine, and there was no sort of intertwiner. But there you go. You know yourself, Frank. I just taught you something about the Spanish language. What do you think about that? You guys going to go to April 20th?
100%. For sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be
Well, you
crazy.
put something like that at Barclays, I'm there.
You guys going to go to the presser tomorrow?
I will be there.
Oh, is that true?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Be there.
Where is it?
The Pavilion, I think it was called.
Yes, it's it's somewhere in
It's in Times Square.
Times
area.
Square,
It's
yeah.
on Broadway.
Yeah.
I'm doing something very cool tomorrow, but I can't talk about it publicly at the moment. A lot of big, exciting things happening, guys. A lot of big, exciting things.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure at all. In any event, what a day. What a time to be alive. I feel like I need to do a whole post-show just to digest all the things that happened today on the show. I guess we could probably just do that on Wednesday. Answer some questions.
Is your laptop about to take off? You got a really loud fan sound coming from it?
No.
I don't hear that, Brain. Seems like you should look at your laptop. Thank you very much to all the guests. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Oscar De La Hoya, Eddie Hearn, and all the people behind the scenes who made today happen, including That Side of the Fence, back on Wednesday, same time and place. Till I say peace, alrighty.